This 2-year-old, barely able to walk, is already scheming like an old man, contemplating the future struggle for clan leadership against his genius martial arts brothers. No matter how hard he trains, he'll always be a good-for-nothing, so he's racking his brain for a way to live comfortably without lifting a finger. All I have to do is escape this family. Ha ha, I truly am a genius. Lost in his delusions, he suddenly smelled something foul. Turns out he was just messing himself. Next, he starts crying and begging. The reason this boy is so strange is that he remembers his past life. Deso was the young master of the Namkung clan, the strongest martial arts family, but lacking any talent, he was cast out like trash. After inviting an old man for a drink, they felt like old friends, but the old man started rambling about being able to return to the past, which he didn't believe, of course. That night, while wandering, he ran into robbers and was killed with a single strike. Unbelievably unlucky. As Deso braced himself for the afterlife, the paper he carried suddenly glowed with an eerie light, placed there secretly by the old drunk. When he opened his eyes again, he was a baby in familiar surroundings. This was clearly his younger self. Could it be because of that drunkard's paper? Time passed and Deso turned 3. He often wandered the halls where the precious artifacts were kept, a greedy smile creeping across his face as he wondered how much they were worth. To escape the family, he must amass wealth, build a mansion, marry 2 or 3 beauty queens. Why bother fighting? 2 years pass and Deso is caught stealing his father's precious vase to pawn it off. The maid tries to stop him, thinking he's just playing around, but he tells her to pawn it for him, assuring her that his powerful father is only interested in martial arts and won't notice such trivial things. Unbeknownst to him, his father was aware of his every move. Soon, Deso turned 8 years old. He's even proud of cleaning out his father's treasure vault. The Crimson Blood Army is also present to escort him to the Tu family. He's here for the family to assess his potential, and Deso plans to play them, thinking if he shows no talent, he won't be forced to train. Suddenly, he sees his father, the world's greatest martial artist, and fears he's discovered his debt. He trembles, but thankfully, his father leaves after a brief greeting. His 3 genius brothers are here, and he's putting on an innocent act, saying he's not competing. The others can fight amongst themselves, just leave me out of it. After the feast is the Ngong family's aptitude test for him. The test has 3 parts, the first of which is lifting steel weights. Deso immediately walks over and picks up the 5-kilogram weight. You should know that the eldest young master lifted 250 kg, the second young master lifted 200 kg, and the third young master lifted 150 kg, but he couldn't even lift 50 kg. He's truly useless. Everyone was immediately disappointed, and most left, which was exactly Deso's plan. He had to appear as incompetent as possible to live a life of leisure. The second test was about agility. Deso must traverse countless wooden stakes, but he falls flat on his face after only a few steps, leaving the family elders shocked at his incompetence. Finally, the most important test, sensing chi. Only the older brothers and attendants remain, and he must appear as useless as possible to avoid conflict. Unbeknownst to him, his father was watching from afar as the old examiner began channeling energy into him so he could stabilize it in his dantian. The method of circulating energy, which he cultivated for 20 years in his past life, is, of course, too easy. But if he messes up his body in front of everyone, he might not be able to practice martial arts for a few years. Ha ha ha! A brilliant plan. Suddenly, an excruciating pain strikes, and even if it means being bedridden for years, he'll risk it all and collapse in agony. With this injury, even if I recover, I'll never be a high-level martial artist. I'll recover slowly and show them I have no interest in martial arts. Suddenly, the master appeared and took Dees away for treatment, causing concern among his senior brothers. Could it be that father favors him? But after the eldest's display, he must have given up on that idea. No matter how hard he tries, he can't compete for the position of family head. The divine physician elder was also summoned, pondering carefully. The nursery should have been abandoned 5 years ago, and the young Master Dees shouldn't have survived. But now, he's here, healthy, and receiving the attention of the head of the family. Perhaps the master couldn't abandon his son because of Madame Gu, the one he loved most. When Dees woke up, his body didn't hurt at all. Instead, he felt full of energy. Clearly, his plan had failed. He was supposed to wake up needing years of special care, forced to give up martial arts. Damn it, I need a new plan. Father's face suddenly turned terrifying. Having fun, are we? But as my son, you can't be losing control of your inner energy like this. Deser carefully pondered this, never having spoken to his father like this in his past life, or even remembering if his father considered him a son at all. A stark contrast to the current situation. What was the reason? Desir suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy within him. The divine physician revealed that his body was inherently chaotic, and no matter how hard he trained, he would never reach the third level. The physician warned that even a slight misstep in regulating his energy could cost him his life. He revealed that both father and son possessed the heavenly martial constitution, a true marvel, akin to the impossibility of two suns existing together. It's considered the most powerful technique, containing the martial arts of the heavens, but the divine physician told them that he couldn't fully cultivate his chi. He said that if he tried to cultivate his chi, his blood would run wild, and even he couldn't save him. Hearing this, the guy looked dejected on the outside, but secretly laughed to himself. After that, his father brought him a mediocre martial arts manual, the 3-talent swordplay, a basic skill sold everywhere. Practicing swordsmanship without internal energy? Perhaps he's given up on me. Everything is going according to plan. Diso returned to his childhood home and devoured a hearty meal, then read from the sword manual before bed. Little did he know, it was full of nonsense, a ridiculous combination of heaven, earth, and man. But still wide awake, Deso began practicing with his sword, alarming his father and the divine physician, who were drinking on the roof. Is he really dancing with a fan so gracefully? Oh wait, it's a sword. Without realizing it, Deso had been practicing swordsmanship all night. A state of selflessness. When pushed to the extreme, some find the answers they seek, while others discover a new path for themselves. Only his father knew that his son was beginning his journey into martial arts, something he struggled to achieve in his past life, only reaching the third-rate level, but now it was completely different. The feeling of swinging a sword freely was strangely joyful. The next day, Dr. Lai Han examined his wounds. What would take a normal person 4 months to heal only took him a week. Was it from that fan dance? Afterward, Deso headed to the training hall. The hall's record is held by senior members who passed the training in 30, 60, and 90 days respectively, and there are 2 ways to pass this training hall. One is to pass the annual assessment, and the second is to participate in endless combat. Watching these genius cultivators train like madmen makes him shudder a bit. One guy falls asleep while training, the other brags about practicing his swordsmanship tens of thousands of times. These diligent monsters make up for their lack of talent. Deso is determined to get revenge for his past life in the upcoming annual assessment. He has to fail completely. 7 days later, Deso felt his inner strength steadily increasing, albeit slowly. At this rate, it would only take a few hundred years to accumulate enough to cultivate. Perfect. That day, Vice Strategist Nam Gung Jak Ion came to see him, a prodigy who became the youngest ever valedictorian at the age of 8. This guy was sent here by Strategist Yo to train, so he can eat, drink, and be merry here without having to lecture the branch families. His eyes suddenly turned menacing, asking if he wanted to dominate the martial world with him. Clearly, this is a madman I can't escape. He approached my senior brothers, but they all refused, so he came here. This guy went to the training hall and declared that Dexu would crush all the fools. He got a face full of beans for it, and the white-haired guy added insult to injury with a kick. Allow me to introduce the future head of the Nam Kung clan, and he immediately gets knocked out. Then he had to be taken to the hospital for treatment, and when he woke up, he started talking nonsense again. Apparently, after taking a punch to the head, he's even more delusional, claiming to have found someone who can change this foolish family. Even the divine physician Li is speechless, at a loss for how to cure his madness. Deso returned to the training hall, where everyone was watching the young master's strength. They were immediately disappointed to see only basic sword techniques. His plan to appear a failure was going smoothly. He was about to head home for a feast when he ran into John. He told him to leave the Nam Kung family and not bother him, but John said they shared the same ambition. This small place surely can't stop you from dominating the martial world, right? What a nutcase. Deso realized this guy was completely insane. A mad revolutionary who would have thrived in a chaotic era. But in the peaceful Nangong era, he's just a madman causing trouble, still calling him master. No matter how much Deso refused, he was too annoying, so Deso told him to wait a year. 4 months later, Deso's progress could only be described as going from utter trash to high-grade trash, and having only learned the basic 3 talents sword technique. Everything was going according to plan. Everyone called him crazy, but Jak Ion still called him master. He cast a menacing glare at the 2 who dared speak ill of his master, sending shivers down their spines before departing. He then brought a box of exquisite fruit, only for Deso to realize after 1 bite that it was actually lesser restoration pills. He immediately demanded to know where he got something so good. Apparently, it was a gift from the abbot of the Shaolin Temple to the noble families, and he even told the maids to enjoy it too. Is this guy a thief? Suddenly, he feels his internal energy dissipating, but he doesn't seem to care. Meanwhile, the white-haired guy is sporting a sinister smile that's seriously creepy. The next day is the annual assessment, but while everyone is frantically practicing, Du is just chilling, saying everything is ready. As expected of my lord, the time has finally come to destroy this foolish Nam Kung clan. I've prepared a plan to overthrow them all. He's rambling as usual, but I'm used to it. The final exam is here, and my father, senior brothers, and tutor are all present, making Du panic a bit. It's just the annual exam. Why are they here? Zion even brought a huge banner to cheer him on, making him jump. He even yelled, "The light of the Nam Kung clan." Nam Kung clan's dream and hope. The world's greatest Du. I'm so embarrassed. Is this guy messing with me? The elder explained the two evaluation methods. First, you may challenge anyone here to a duel. You can join any team you like, but you only get one chance to compete. If you fail, you'll have to try again next year. Alternatively, one person can enter the arena and complete all 5 rounds. The evaluation isn't about winning or losing, but rather the overall performance across all 5 matches. And with the rules explained, the test begins. A disciple recklessly challenges Vice Captain Nam Gung Yan of the Thundersword clan. His name is Nam Gung Huan, sending the crowd into a frenzy. In his past life, he single-handedly wiped out 100 enemy soldiers on the battlefield. He is Nam Bring Huan, the Sword Saint of the Sword Star Association. The vice captain declared that if he could withstand 10 seconds, he would be accepted into the Sword Clan. But enduring those 10 seconds wouldn't be easy. He moved with lightning speed, but Huan blocked his attack, followed by a powerful strike. Huan unleashed the Iron Sword third form, but the vice captain shattered it with a single blow. However, he passed him anyway, recognizing his potential. Carefully honed, he could become a great sword of the world. The next contestant, Dezo, charges forward, challenging a nameless disciple, but his exaggerated defeat is all an act. This infuriates Jack Yan, and he overhears disciples bad-mouthing him, calling the youngest master a useless bum. Hasn't he become the divine triad now? He immediately turned around and told them to shut their mouths if they were ignorant. Instead, they were flaunting their ignorance for everyone to see. How dare you run your mouths like that in front of him? His father then unleashed a terrifying aura. He criticized the younger generation for being uninteresting, questioning how they could be called the greatest family, while the strategist slyly suggested that the master fight his brothers right then and there. The thought of his core being shattered filled him with terror. The third brother immediately jumped into the arena with Deso, who considered fleeing, but the boss's stern face forced him to fight. To make the first match fair, third brother will not use internal energy. The vice strategist is happily cheering them on. In reality, he'd given Deso a great completion pill containing decades of internal energy, yet it had no effect. A feat only the Namkung family head could achieve. On the arena floor, Deso speaks to the third master for the first time, but he shows no mercy, directly attacking him. With a resounding crash, the arena floor is smashed, as if he's trying to kill him. Luckily, Deso dodged in time, or it would have been a disaster. After observing your actions and matches today, I realize you don't care about martial arts at all. That's right, third brother is relentless. I thought he'd go easy, but he's attacking even harder. The speed is too fast. He can only use the 3 talents swordsmanship to block. Though his brother's sword was heavy, he managed to block it, shocking everyone. This only fueled his rage, as his ultimate sword technique was just broken by the simplest of moves, and he charged forward in a frenzy. At this rate, he'll get a beating he won't forget, so he resorts to his clumsy swordsmanship to defend himself. Deso repeatedly strikes his opponent's elbows, wrists, and ankles, disabling his strength, but as soon as he swings his sword, the younger brother begins to feign injury and falls. He was trying to forfeit gracefully, but the third brother stopped him. Does he think he can get away with such trickery in front of me? Does he think I wouldn't notice? He wants to fight D's, and his father and teachers ask about the youngest. He's already putting on an act, pretending to be defeated, as if he has no strength to even swing his sword, let alone fight his powerful older brother. This infuriates the third brother even more. If he leaves like this, he'll be his enemy from this day forward. And in my memory, I've never shown mercy to anyone I considered an enemy. How frustrating. They won't even let me surrender. In this elimination round, they'll be using real swords and a third of their power. He can't even resist. This family is full of martial arts fanatics. Before the fight, he was threatened. Fight seriously or lose your hands. The crowd roars with encouragement, but he feels nothing but the presence of his third brother. He unleashes the Snowfall Shattering Slash. Not fast, but impossible to dodge. He can only counter with the Earth stance of the 3-power sword technique. Against his relentless assault, he unleashed a combination of heavenly, earthly, and human power, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the arena. Remembering his past life, he wonders, if his core shattered, then will he lose an arm now? He can't let that happen. But why does it feel like he's the one about to fall? Everyone's expression turned serious as the third brother, having broken the sword in two with his bare hands, admitted he had used 5 parts of his inner strength to block his younger brother's attack. It should be me bleeding, not him, so he conceded the match. After being bandaged, Deezer wakes up, overjoyed to see his arms intact. The vice instructor tells him not to get up and to lie back down. His wound reopens at the sight of him, and he feels resentful. If not for that foul mouth, he wouldn't have been slashed like this. He's told that he won the match and that the third master went into secluded training immediately after the fight. He couldn't believe he'd beaten his third brother, and the vice tutor gave him his father's reward. A 3-day pass to the Myriad School Library containing 10,000 martial arts books, including great martial arts treasures. Some who enter the Grand Library experience a surge in martial prowess, but there are also unverified mixed martial arts within. Deso bluntly declines, leaving the white-haired man stunned, an opportunity others crave, yet the young master rejects it. Does he intend to live like a rat, forever hiding in his hole, a coward who spends his life in the shadows? Clearly, this guy is provoking him. He starts laughing. From now on, everything has changed. After the competition, even if you're a rat, you'll attract a lot of attention. Of course, the cats will begin to act, and only by becoming stronger can he survive. He has only 2 choices: become their king, or kill them all. Deez is furious. This bastard ruined his plans to lay low, and he just wants to punch him. Now his words make perfect sense, but looking at that punchable face, I still have to beat him to a pulp. See, at this point, I can only survive by learning martial arts. Thinking back, after the eldest brother won the position of head of the family, everyone acknowledged the talents of the second and third brothers. He decided he had to take the fight for that position seriously. That way, even in failure, he can still enjoy the benefits. To face his brothers, what minimum level must he reach? The longest I can extend, the lasso transcendence for you, is 2 years. The same amount of time the second young master will be in seclusion. In that time, become someone who cannot be shaken by others. To fight back, you need the strength to endure. And Dezer has gone to the Wanhak Library. According to his memory, after his brother left the 10,000 Wisdom Library, he became a monster. The martial art representing Wudang in the past was the Supreme Ultimate Sword, also known as the 3 Excellences, which made him so strong. During this time, the third young master is in seclusion, leaving you vulnerable to the second and first young masters. If he could reach the palace, the 2 sons would have to face each other directly. After Du entered, everything was monitored by the 2 elder brothers. The factions quickly learned of this, and it was time for Jack Ion to make his move. The Wanhak Library was indeed vast, filled with martial arts secrets everywhere. Heona was greedy, thinking he could sell a few of these books and spend the money freely. My second brother once said he learned a technique from the back of the bookshelf called the dual polarity mind technique, which allows one to split their consciousness in 2 to perform 2 martial arts at once. But if that's all it was, everyone in the Namkung clan would have tried it. To compete with my brothers for the position of young master, I must find what he received. I must find it. Namgung Dong, the second young master of the Namgung clan. Everyone calls him a knight or hero, but those who know him well call him a strategist, because the person he considers most dangerous is the vice strategist. He immediately ordered his men to station 5 top-tier masters at the strategist's hall and 5 at the 10,000 Scrolls library, reporting back every half hour. Men's cluelessness and Jack Ion's madness were clearly putting immense pressure on him. As predicted, Deso couldn't grasp the Tuyin heart technique, no matter how hard he tried, so he summarized it himself. From the beginning, a small universe was formed. Within the chaos, order emerged, creating a world of duality, and from the Taiji yin and yang were born, known as the 2 yin Taiji. Deso began to meditate, only to find the internal energy within his body was moving at an alarming rate. If he tried to stop it, his blood vessels would rupture. He could only try to separate yin and yang by adding the 2-form heart technique to his training. He actually managed to complete it so easily, and he doesn't forget to admire himself as a true genius. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly his body felt strange, his lower half freezing cold, his upper half burning hot, followed by a wave of pain. His vision blurred, and with nothing to lose, he decided to gamble. Desire recklessly merged the opposing energies, unleashing an even more agonizing scream. But moments later, the pain vanished completely. He thought he'd gone numb from the pain, but he could feel strange energies within him. Even the ghost of the technique's creator would be stunned. He's already reached minor completion. This kid is out of his mind. The 5 elements are circulating within his body on their own. This is absurd. The kid doesn't know anything. And yet, his body automatically adjusted, allowing the 5 elements to flow harmoniously among the methods of grasping the 2 forms and 3 powers. I can't believe there's such a ridiculous method. Whether he lives or dies, this is the first time I've seen something so absurd. But if this process goes awry and reverses, he'll be ruined. Then, 2 streams of energy shot straight to his head. No matter what he tried, he couldn't stop it, like an explosion in his head. And then he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, 3 days had passed, and he hadn't learned anything, a complete waste of time. But then he suddenly felt a strange energy flow within his body. Beneath his navel, something stirs. A seed. And the 5 elements flow in harmony. They also saw the potential of the leaders. Can he become as strong as his father and grandfather, and like the heavenly demon of that year, all great figures who stood at the top of the world? This is something to look forward to. He felt lost after sleeping for 3 days and no one came to pick him up, but suddenly his second senior brother is here. This makes him a little panicked, since when has his second brother cared about him so much? He's clearly here to check on his progress this time. His second brother led him to a lavish feast, and after 3 days without food, he devoured it all. Surely his brother wouldn't poison him with such delicious food, would he? This caused his second brother to stare, completely dumbfounded by his ravenous, unmannered eating. He couldn't understand what the vice general saw in the youngest brother, who was clearly just an innocent, growing child. Suddenly, Du became uncharacteristically serious, and I thought he was going to ask something important, but then he just said the food was delicious and asked for more, leaving my second brother speechless. "How much are you going to eat?" Then suddenly, my second brother noticed that Desa's way of picking up food was the 2 forms heart technique. Yet his body was so familiar with it, he didn't even realize it. For now, the youngest was just a harmless little snake. Even Desire didn't understand why his second brother was being so kind to him. A man known as colder than anyone, ruthless, a 3-headed serpent. But soon, he would learn the reason. The second brother then revealed, "I also practiced the 2-yin heart technique at the Myriad School Library." Clearly, the first brother only mastered it last year. In any case, it's just a minor martial art. Don't worry about it too much. Just a minor martial art? I feel like something's off. My Dantian expanded because of it, and a Dantian seed has formed. It feels like I'm standing in a lush highland. Not only that, but he could also see the smallest details with his eyes. This startled the second brother. That's the same faraway look in my brother's eyes and that smug grin of the vice commander. I have to find out what's causing this distance between us. Meanwhile, Deezer was running to his father, thinking his brother must have seen something to become so strong, so he had to see for himself. Unexpectedly, his father was waiting for him. Entering the main hall, his father's aura was overwhelming, sending shivers down his spine. He knew his father was formidable, but this was terrifying. It feels like I've been stripped bare. I've watched my older brother closely, even thinking I could catch up with enough effort, but my father is beyond me. The Namgung clan is terrifying. If I want to survive, I have to escape. He also said that when he saw my grandfather succeed in cultivating the dual polarity heart, he saw a great golden dragon appear. When Namgung Dae observed me, he said he saw a great sword eager to grow stronger, the instinct of a martial artist, then asked directly, "What do you want?" Fine, I have to lie anyway for him to reveal the word, seize the opportunity. Let's be honest. In truth, I just want to go home, raise fish, and grow some vegetables. I have no talent for martial arts, and even reading in the library gives me a splitting headache. And he thought his older brother would inherit the position of head of the Namgung clan in the future. He had no designs on that position at all. He then laughed maniacally, startling him as there had been someone like that in the Namgung clan's past. He lived his entire life without a single scratch. Desire was curious who this privileged heir could be, living a life of luxury, never having to work. When he points to the heavens, does he mean that person has passed on? Du couldn't help but feel dejected, unable to fulfill his own dreams. Little did he know, his father was referring to his grandfather, the previous head of the Nam Kung family, who also fell silent for a moment. It's unexpected that father and son share the same dream. Though I suspect the boy is hiding something, I hope you'll watch over my nephew. He must experience it firsthand to realize how difficult a life of leisure truly is. Suddenly, the door bursts open, and an enraged Namgung John storms in. Namgung John respectfully greets his father, stating he has a request to witness his brother's abilities firsthand. Du is taken aback by his senior's words, utterly surprised. Nam Seung Han remained silent, his face filled with joy and satisfaction as he looked at his 2 sons, while Do slowly approached Nam Kung Jo. Finally, Nam Kung Han spoke. "What is your reason?" Nam Chung Jo was resolute, as the second son seemed uncertain, wanting to know what his younger brother was thinking. Nam Gung Han, unfazed, calmly replied, "Is that so? If you and he were to fight, it's clear you'd win without even trying. Victory or defeat is irrelevant." Du was secretly pleased, happily supporting his father. Indeed, father is truly wise. But Nam Gung Jo wouldn't give up, offering more reasons to persuade Nam Gung Han he's a direct descendant and an heir. Martial prowess is a crucial quality for anyone inheriting the position of family head. Nam Kung Han coldly retorted. "So what?" Nam Gung Jo pleaded. "He begs for you to allow them to fight." Dio can't believe his ears, and he's left speechless. Furthermore, Nam Kung Jan requests that if the second son loses, he will do anything the younger brother wishes, publicly declaring him the rightful heir of the Nam Kung clan. The second brother smiles confidently, his eyes sparkling with belief in his own talent. For him, this is an opportune moment. Whatever the outcome, the second young master would never do anything to harm him. Meanwhile, Di's Ko was frustrated, scratching his head in annoyance. How could he possibly lose? Nam Kung Han nodded in agreement, slowly being convinced. Nam Han turned to De Seo Seo for his opinion, asking what he thought. Du covered his face for a moment, trying to breathe deeply to regain his composure. He told himself to calm down, that he would ask again properly and make it as if this had never happened. Taking a deep breath, De calmly reported to his father, "From what I know of this competition, because the two sides are evenly matched, one side will be seriously injured during the contest. With such different fighting styles, victory would be meaningless. To compete, champions must be chosen to fight in their stead. Those who would fight in your stead are all healthy and skilled. I only have maids who do laundry and cook." Do Kyun insists the contest is absurd, urging his father to reconsider as it's difficult to execute, despite his gratitude. He closes his eyes, secretly pleased with his perfect rebuttal. Nam Seung-jan casually replied that he still had people on his side. Waiting for the fight to be avoided, Du frowned and asked, "Are you targeting that annoying senior brother? Are you afraid your little bird will shrink? Are we really going to have maids compete?" Nam Kung-jo pretended to stroke his chin thoughtfully. "It seems you're unaware of what transpired within the clans during your 3 days at the Myriad Archive." Dia was startled and asked, "What happened?" Nam Kung-jo replied, "Brace yourself, kid. The strategist has already gathered and created a force for you." Deezer was furious. He knew exactly who was behind it, that crazy bastard. Trust me, I don't fear strong enemies, only sleeping allies." Deseo clenches his fist, vowing to kill him, as we cut to 3 days prior, where Nam Guong-jun grumbles, feeling several years older. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Wooing allies for the young master keeps me busy enough," he thought bitterly, throwing the book on the table. "But must I oversee every little thing, from cleaning the latrines to trimming the hedges?" Nangong was more resentful than ever, every bit of resentment directed at Nangong Lim, his master, who passed all the work onto his disciple. So his master must be having a grand old time, right? He diligently picks up the book on the table and begins to read. Every day they had to clean 100 steps, a task these servants had to repeat dozens of times. Suddenly, Nam Kung-jan's eyes fixated on a mysterious page, causing him to exclaim, "Something's about to happen." He flipped through the books as if searching for something. Nam Kung-jan was eerily calm, devoid of resentment and instead intently absorbed in his reading. It was as if Nam Gung-jong had struck a pressure point, and he burst into laughter, a haunting, chilling sound. The smile on his face lost all humanity, and his eyes gleamed with malice. No ordinary person could handle that workload. The Nam Kung clan servants are the best in the world for a reason. Nam Kung-jan seems to have had a divine revelation, and he decisively slams his hand on the mirror. Before the young master steps forward, I must bring them over to his side. But one thing troubled our strategist. How to win them over, since they were martial artists working odd jobs for the Nam Kung clan to hone their skills. Perhaps each of them carries their own hidden wounds, those with glorious pasts, now just useless husks. Nam Chung was lost in thought, mulling over his concerns. Though the slave's status is undesirable, they are a force belonging to no faction. These people are truly suited to the young master as he is now. Thinking too much really gives one a headache. Burning with motivation, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, forcing him to look down. Nourishment is key. After all, he's been working tirelessly for the young master. Namgung decides to head to the dining hall, confidently striding forward with an empty stomach. "First, let's eat. Living and eating are natural, so why starve?" Nam Seung-jun pulled out his usual key, using all his strength to swing open the door. Standing before the dark room, he hesitated, his curiosity piqued by the melodious singing from within. I wonder what the elder sisters are cooking today. Oh, and I need to get them a gift. Nam Gung-hyun, living up to his title as vice strategist, wore a sly grin. It smelled delicious from outside. Was it boiled chicken tonight? He bursts through the door, a small gift in hand, and shouts, "My dear sisters, I'm here!" But what he sees is beyond comprehension. Nangongdion's eyes widen in utter shock. Since when did this become a restaurant? Countless people sat there, taking food from the meal prepared by the sisters, and looked up at him. Their eyes were devoid of warmth, as if harboring a grudge from a past life. Nangong nearly dropped his gift, stammering, "How did all these people end up in the young master's palace?" Suddenly, a beautiful woman rushed over, grabbed his hand, and pulled him away, saying, "The vice strategist invites you to sit here." Still bewildered, Nam Kung asked, "Sister Swang-han, what's going on?" Swang-han glanced at the others and cheerfully replied, "They're the ones who've been working hard. The nobles always eat everything, leaving nothing for them, so the manager always treats them like this." He was thrown to a corner table nearby. "Please, have a seat. The food will be right out." Food was served continuously, accompanied by the chatter of a maid. "We've prepared a special dish today. We're always transporting weapons and doing hard labor, so we need to eat well." The young man said shyly, "Thank you, Miss Hua-ah, for the treat. Don't be so polite. I'm just a servant." From afar, Leah Ron held a small gift box and announced to everyone, "I've prepared some snacks for you while you work." The men ate and praised the meal, pleased with the feast. Leon Ron, Chang Yan, the chief manager, they were all wonderful people, worthy of respect. Another chimed in, "Indeed, her cooking skills surpass even the head chef." Nam Kung-jon mused, "To gather such rare servants and even receive their kindness, the elder sisters are truly exceptional." Suddenly, a large man appeared next to Nam Kung-jon, sitting down beside him with a sigh. "Oh my," he spots Nam Kung-jon and greets him with delight. "What brings you here, sir? I never expected to meet such a distinguished figure here." The vice strategist stared blankly. This man remembered him. Nam Kung-jon was once again surprised as he looked at the man greeting him. Wasn't this a legendary master? Once the leader of the martial world, the Shaolin abbot who represented the Central Plains, the 8 Prohibitions monk, great master Ilchin, then after losing an arm he was rumored to have left Shaolin in a state of shock. He slaughtered anyone in his path and vanished without a trace, and now he calmly tends the garden at the Nam Kung clan. Nangongdian laughs, replying politely, "I'm just stopping by for a quick bite." He nods, adding, "The food here is truly delicious." Then he bowed and said, "The deputy strategist is only here for a meal. I was mistaken." Shuangyan approached, her voice full of anger. "Gluttonous lord, you've already eaten 3 bowls. Why are you pretending you're not eating? What are you doing sitting there? There are plenty who haven't even tasted a drop of that wine." Namkung-dion startled and quickly said, "Don't anger him, big sister. It's very dangerous if he gets angry." He chuckled foolishly. "I told you, I'm not the gluttonous lord." Shuang-yan stuck out her tongue playfully. "Have another bowl, and I'll prepare more snacks and late-night meals for you. The people here are so unpredictable." "Huh?" Su-yan softly tells him, "Ah, the manager has something to say to you." The man's face fills with panic upon hearing this. "Huh? What do you want to talk to me about?" As Yunhan explained, he helped Lian Hien when she encountered thugs at the main market. "That's what I mean. I prepared this meal to thank you. Besides, isn't he supposed to be incredibly strong? An ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance against those thugs." His face flushed as he shouted, "Yes, what else did she want to say to me?" Some onlookers eagerly awaited the gossip. "Could it be?" Rongyan chuckled, winking at him. "The rest is a secret, and the elder looks utterly defeated, his face falling in disappointment." The onlookers were used to this, laughing and mocking him. "I knew it. Look at him hoping." Someone shouted, "He's been rejected." Tang Tang is the leader of the martial arts world, yet he's been humiliated like this. The elder looked furious, his face flushed red with murderous intent. "You dare mock me for having only 1 arm with that fire in your hand?" Suddenly, the head of the house appeared behind him, telling the old man to calm down and let everyone eat in peace. "Old man, stop causing trouble and eat, and for you gentlemen I'll give you an extra chicken leg. Please wait, everyone, this vice master has certainly had his eyes opened." He suddenly realized that these slaves, these martial artists who wouldn't even give me the time of day, without power or martial arts, they're surprisingly obedient. If Master were to meet these women, he'd probably faint. Namgung suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Namgung Ryun thought to himself, isn't this the perfect opportunity? A dragon, a monster, a king, and a god. Nangunjan watched them feast, thinking that 50 such individuals would make quite the army. A flicker of unease crosses his eyes. Those who could never coexist, gathered here by the grace of the matriarchs. They've eaten their fill and get to take fruit home. Who wouldn't be happy? The crowd laughed heartily, and one man, seeing the manager, cheerfully called out, "This stew is so good, I can't leave Namkung." A fat man next to him slurped up the last drop of soup and loudly proclaimed, "Some people have never eaten this before, and some have eaten it more than once." The manager chuckled, "You're too kind. The atmosphere is truly captivating." "The time has come." Naming Gungdian clenched his fist decisively. "I can't miss this golden opportunity." He imagined the powerful army he would soon command, bringing it all back to his master. "Young master, wait for me. I will gather forces for you, so they may stand before you and await your command." No sooner said than done. Nam Kung Dun spoke with the confidence of a songbird, exuding nobility. But with a script already written, Nam Kung Dun laughed. "Everyone here, the deputy strategist of Nam Kung, has something to say to you all. I know your pasts." Batten put a piece of meat in his mouth, eyeing the vice strategist warily. He knew this visit had a purpose. Dunam Kungjan clasped his hands in a respectful greeting, well aware of what they thought of him. His face grew serious. "I want you all to serve the young master. I hope you'll agree." Batsun casually picked his nose, breathing a sigh of relief. "You had me worried for nothing." But then he flatly refused. "Sorry, but you've come to the wrong people." He turns and secretly flicks his finger, his voice resolute. "We no longer have any interest in the martial world." Nam Kungjon couldn't hide his surprise. "Huh? What do you mean?" Soon after, the others burst into laughter, some calmly replying, "You've asked the wrong people. You'd be better off going elsewhere, vice strategist." Nangong immediately thought of a drastic measure, a sinister smile on his lips. "If you all don't care anymore, shouldn't you be retiring to the countryside or the mountains? Why come to the southern palace and run errands here?" The guilty elders glanced at each other, flustered. "The thing is," one man shouted, losing his composure, "we lost." The atmosphere grew tense, their faces ashen with defeat. They hung their heads, humiliated by their crushing loss. Nam Gungjong was utterly astonished. Was the reason really that simple? Batson still couldn't forget that day when he and Nam Kung Han fought. He recalled the sword from that day, fearfully saying, "Trapped within the sword." Nam Kungjan sighed helplessly and scoffed, "I don't understand everything, but I understand a little." He immediately thought of his master. Wasn't Nam Kungjan once terrified of him too? He recounted sheepishly, "I was also disappointed tens, hundreds, thousands of times because my master's shadow was too great. The most important thing for you now is to break free from the sword that haunts you. As an advisor, I see no other way." Nangong Zun approached the 8 venerables, feigning regret. "Forgive me, I must withdraw." With that, he picked up the gift box he had brought and strode away. Namkung Dian thought to himself that the world's greatest Namkung Dian would not back down so easily, and there must be another way. Seeing Namkung Jon leave sadly, Lian Ran hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Vice strategist, are you leaving?" But Namkung Jon had another plan forming, thinking to himself that actions speak louder than words. He immediately played the victim, nodding with teary eyes. "Yes, urgent matters call me away." A coldness flickers in his eyes, tinged with ferocity. "I'll stir their sympathy and win them to my side." Poor Lia Rian, she hasn't finished her meal. Nam Kungjon pressed a gift into her hands, saying, "It's nothing much, please accept my sincerity." Before Ayan could react, the vice strategist turned and sadly fled the restaurant. "Forgive me." Lia Rhine noticed the unease on the face of the vice strategist she cherished, and it saddened her. What's wrong with him? He doesn't seem happy. She immediately approached Baton, who was devouring a chicken leg. "Old man, what's wrong with the vice strategist?" He chewed innocently, shaking his head. "Nothing special, other than us rejecting his proposal." Before he could finish, a chilling aura swept in, and someone angrily snatched up the bowl of soup from the table. Baton stared in wide-eyed surprise, watching as Li Anyan transformed into someone else entirely. Enraged, she demands why, while Baton, scared out of his wits, stammers, "Li Anyan, this." The old man watches. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the mysterious box slowly opens, revealing dozens of glittering jewels like pure gold. Every time the vice strategist came to dine, he brought a special gift. The third master's eyes lit up as if he'd found treasure, gazing intently at the object in the girl's hand. Lian Yan sighed. The vice strategist is so kind. Surely the favor he asks is a simple one. Baton repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. Gradually, everyone began to notice the glittering object in Baton's hand. They too were drawn to the strange object, and one who recognized it rushed forward, exclaiming, "Isn't that a clarity pill?" A curious man cuts in. "What's so scary about this thing?" The other man retorts angrily, "Ignoramus, do you have any idea how precious this is? How many elixirs did that great immortal create in his lifetime? One of them is the refined elegance pill. To eliminate impurities from the body, you must at least reach the rebirth stage. But with this refined elegance pill, you can completely purify your body." After hearing the explanation, they were ecstatic, shouting, "Treasure! Treasure!" Even Bone Visage curiously came to take a look. She gazed at the precious pills. "I have 20 of these in my room. If you need them, I can bring one for each of you." The crowd was stunned. "What? The Chingya pill isn't something that common." Huaya casually walked by, saying, "I'm tired of drinking this. What was that more delicious thing he brought last time?" Before he could finish, the others stammered in fear. "The lesser. Revitalizing pill enhances inner strength." With the treasure revealed, tension fills the air as they discuss the vice strategist's influence within the Namkung clan, and how terrifying it is that he would gift such a precious treasure to a mere maid. Rumors spread quickly, making the earlier offer seem pretty good after all. Ngong Dian watched them through the crack in the door, a sinister smile on his face. When the deputy strategist makes a move, success is the only option. Now I can finally relax and head back. I need to find a way to win them over. Cut to 3 days later, and Du strolls along leisurely. Fortunately, his brother's proposal has been postponed. Enraged, he rolls up his sleeves, searching for the strategist, Nam Kung Jon. "Where is that damn guy? I'll use this chance to beat him to an inch of his life, so he won't pull any more crazy stunts." Suddenly, a noise in the woods catches Desire's attention. He stops and slowly surveys the situation. It seems someone was hiding behind that tree. Suddenly, an old man with lightning reflexes rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes that made the tree tremble violently. His speed was incredible. He wielded his sword more skillfully than anyone. In the blink of an eye, 3 trees were neatly trimmed. Then he landed softly behind him, his work seemingly done. "That old man is Meng Kang, the gardener of the manor," Deso exclaimed in surprise. "Just trimming trees? Did he have to be so domineering?" Meng Kang turned to the boy, silent. It was then that Desir asked, "Old man, do you know martial arts?" Meng Kang calmly replied, "Of course I know martial arts." Dezezou laughed, pointing at him, "But you're not very good at it." Meng Kang froze, speechless, then grew visibly angry. Dezeo then pulled out a large watermelon, saying, "Yes, I think it's probably Wudong martial arts, but he's only scratched the surface. Dare he speak of the Tai Chi Sword King in such a way?" Meng Kang approached, his eyes burning with resentment as he glared at Du. "Boy, what nonsense are you spouting?" he asked coldly. The Tai Chi Sword King was once the leader of Wudong, and the current sect leader's senior brother, but after losing to Nam Kung Han, he left Wudong. No, he was actually kicked out for drunkenly causing a ruckus and destroying the ancestral shrine. Since then, he's vowed never to act rashly, no matter how angry he gets. Meng Kang silently looked down at the boy, dumbfounded. If this were Wudong, all the senior disciples, including the sect leader, would have ganged up and smacked this kid's head. I didn't expect someone so weak and lacking spirit to dare criticize my martial arts. Cut what needs to be cut. If anything happens, you're the only one who'll get hurt. You've heard about the Yu family, haven't you? Meng Kang didn't bother listening to him. He was lost in his own world. In this little courtyard, you can't cause any trouble. This arrogant brat, could he be the youngest son of the Nam Kung clan? After a moment, Deso bid him farewell and departed. "Well, I'm off. I haven't slept in 3 days, and I'm exhausted. Anyway, be careful not to get hurt." Meng Kang suddenly called out, "Wait, what did you see that made you think my martial arts were clumsy?" Dio sighed. "It's obviously clumsy." Unconvinced, Kong pointed to the neatly trimmed trees. "Where is it clumsy? These trees have been trimmed perfectly without a single flaw. These trees are neatly trimmed overall, but Meng Kang asks, 'Don't you think so?' Deo nods. Yeah, not only is it clumsy, but it's also inefficient." This kid is really making Meng Kang's face turn dark. He struggled to contain his anger, repeating important things 3 times. "I must endure. I must endure. I must endure." This kid understands nothing. He couldn't understand the profound meaning behind the pruned trees. Swords are divided into 2 types: the life sword, used to save lives, and the death sword, used to take them. As a Taoist of Wudong, my sword has always sought the path of life. Of course, this kid couldn't possibly understand the roots of Wudong. Deso Seo contemplates the tree. wondering if even the elders of the Namkung clan could comprehend this level. He casually reaches for a small branch, holding it out in front of him. Pruning is about removing the unnecessary, but your pruning leaves nothing behind. Therefore, it looks complete on the outside, but a slight shake will break the weak branches. Mengkang disagreed, loudly retorting, "Isn't it better to leave everything as is, to let them live?" Diso smiled, saying that would be true in nature, pointing to a nearby bird. Because insects or animals might use these branches for something. But this is the Namkung clan, where there are no ordinary people, not even insects or animals. It's a place where no animal dares to approach. Therefore, people must prune the weak branches for the tree to thrive. Mengkang was confused. Water flows from top to bottom, and the strong dominate the weak. Di asked cheerfully, "What if everyone was equal?" Mengkang immediately replied, "Wouldn't that be great? Everyone living equally well?" Desire suppressed a smile. "Do you really think so? On the contrary, new competitions will arise, and a new order will be born. And in the process of creating that new order, countless innocent lives will be sacrificed." Mengkang's eyes flickered, perhaps not expecting such profound thoughts from one so young. Diso calmly continued, "Therefore, discarding the non-essential is beneficial for what remains. Order must be created. Right, do you know the technique? A normal technique contains one part mystery while the rest prepares for it. If all three parts of the technique are filled with mystery, what would it become? In that case, the technique would lose its value, becoming a meaningless repetition of actions." Desire nodded in agreement. "That's right." He then quickly performed a few graceful movements, filling in the gaps with feints and streamlining the excess. Di skillfully demonstrated his martial arts in front of his senior, as if to create a technique with a natural flow. Flames erupted around him, the culmination of which was a brilliant light illuminating the entire garden. Mengkang blinked, seemingly captivated by Do's aura. At that moment, Mengkang felt dwarfed by Do's towering presence, as if facing a bodhisattva, and he suddenly perceived the profound mystery he had harbored. Dazer watches the tree intently, but if he continues like this, he will be exhausted. Mengkang's eyes widen, his breathing becoming rapid. Nangonghan said the same thing 10 years ago when I lost, and it took me a decade to understand what he meant. To hear those same words from this kid? Could he hold the answer I've been searching for? Mengkang muttered, unsure of what to do when a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Found you, kid." Annoyed by the interruption, he turned to face the approaching figure. But upon closer inspection, it was an acquaintance. The divine physician, Lai Han, approached with an angry expression, grabbing his hand and rushing toward Dazo. "Boy, do you know how long I've been looking for you?" Li Han grabs Du and drags him away. The divine physician scolded as he walked, "Come with me, I need to take your pulse." Du, yawning, explained, "I was on my way to sleep because I was so tired." Mengkang watched them leave, then looked at the trees he'd been tending, thinking, "Perhaps I was a bit too harsh." Suddenly, 8 Venerable appeared, asking, "What are you doing here?" He watched Lai Han leave, wondering, "Isn't that the divine physician? I never imagined I'd meet him like this." Suddenly, Mengkang spoke, "I found the answer I've been searching for." As he spoke, Botjan froze, not understanding what his old friend was talking about. A moment later, Du returned home and fell sound asleep, snoring contentedly in his bed. Li Han sat beside him, a joyful look in her eyes as he thought to himself, so different from before. His tendons are back in place, the hemorrhaging has subsided, and he's recovering. He will live a carefree life, never worrying about illness like a truly healthy man. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. If one didn't know his chi and blood had been damaged, even a divine physician like myself would have missed it. Now, the celestial martial body has fully taken over. Leoren quietly entered Deese's room, worriedly asking, "He's been asleep for 2 days straight. Is something wrong?" Li Han continued his acupuncture, calmly replying, "No, he's perfectly healthy. Your worries are unnecessary." Suddenly, a strange fragrance filled the room. Li Han inhaled deeply, realizing the scent. Could it be Than Na Dan? This isn't something a mere servant should possess. He thought of Nam Kung Jon. That's right, the Nangong clan must have hidden it somewhere. After a moment of hesitation, divine Dr. Han left, thinking he must have been mistaken. As she spoke, Chang Yan calmly took out a refined pill, put it in her mouth, and handed another to Lian Ran. "We're almost out of snacks," she asked. "Should we ask the vice strategist to get us some more?" Lian Ran nodded in agreement, asking him to go. That evening, Dai finally awoke. He wandered the grounds, listlessly observing everything, his face etched with fatigue. After his long sleep, he lamented being dragged from one place to another as soon as he left the library. He was exhausted, still sleepy even after 2 days of rest, and decided to stretch his legs in the bamboo forest. Unbeknownst to Desire, a figure lurked behind a rock, observing his every move until the rustling of leaves brought him to a halt. Sensing something amiss, he glanced around and noticed he was being followed. "Who's there?" he called out. Baton emerged from the bamboo grove, praising, "Impressive, you sensed my presence." Daisy Show pointed in surprise. "I felt a chill. You really startled me." "We're not close enough to meet like this in the middle of the night, are we?" Batson quickly explained. "After asking the maids, I learned you were here. I've waited 2 days, but you were asleep, so I had no choice." Dew was stunned. "You waited 2 whole days?" His eyes narrow, and he looks up. "Wait a minute." He pointed at Batson, puzzled. "You're a martial artist." Batson nodded. "Oh, you can sense it? I thought I concealed my inner strength perfectly." Deso pondered for a moment, then recoiled in fear. "Are you perhaps a bandit?" But Baton shook his head. "Don't compare me to those fools." Deo sighed in relief, sitting on a nearby wooden bed, comfortably looking at Baton. "Thankfully, I don't care where you're from. Even if you're a bandit, I won't tell anyone." He patted the seat, inviting him to sit and rest his legs. Then, in a sudden low voice, Batsuan pointed at Deso. "Aren't you afraid I'll try to assassinate you?" Deo chuckled, sighing. "If you were dangerous, the maids wouldn't have told you where I was." Batson laughed and sat down next to Deo. "This strange kid." The two silently gazed at the sky, each lost in their own thoughts. A cool breeze rustles the bamboo leaves, creating a peaceful scene as Batson speaks softly. "Indeed." He lay comfortably on the large bed, laughing. "It's as comfortable here as Nguyen said." Deo reminds him that he didn't tell him to lie down, and Batson looks at him with dissatisfaction before instinctively sitting up. He coughed a few times, admitting, "After all, I am a martial artist. I used to be someone greater than you can imagine." Deo excitedly asks, "How do you compare to my father?" Batsu retorts, face reddening, "Anyone but him. You ungrateful wretch." Du laughs, "I was just kidding." 8 Virtues clutches his left arm, saying seriously, "I once fought your father and lost an arm in my crushing defeat." Tears welled in Do's eyes, somehow understanding that feeling. A statement that caught the old man off guard. 8 Horns scratched his head, embarrassed. "Are you pitying me for losing an arm?" Du wiped away her tears, shaking her head. Deezer Soso lowered his head, tears silently falling as his heart overflowed with emotion. "You must have gone through so much." Batsu wiped his nose and nodded, as Du suddenly grabbed his hand, suspicion rising within her. Could this sniveling kid actually be the one hiding in the Nangong clan, seeking revenge? My father really is just a martial arts fanatic, so rigid and old-fashioned. 8th Lord blushed, embarrassed, and turned away. Deezer suddenly had an idea. If he really wanted revenge, there was only one way. Though uninterested, Baton was curious and asked, "What way is that?" "He's young, but so cocky." Du smirked. "That is, if you live to be 130 years old, then you might be able to defeat my father. No one can defy age. It is what it is. Give up." Dizzer feigned contemplation, looking up at the sky, advising Baton. "If you give up, you'll be more comfortable." He usually thinks regression can achieve everything, but whether it's regression or transmigration, nothing ever changes. In the past, you were stabbed in the gut, so seeking revenge on the Nam Kung clan and your brothers is absurd. Dezer sighed alone. "You should go back to pruning trees." The martial god immediately turned to leave in a panic, but suddenly stopped, erupting with power. Flames spread throughout the forest, and a golden light emerged. Baton roared, "It took me decades to realize something so simple." Deso nearly fled in terror. The angrier Baton became, the more his power exploded, like a massive flame radiating crimson light. He was enlightened, thinking to himself, "Yes, if I give up, I'll be more comfortable." Baton's eyes shone like lamps in the hall, and he was like a giant god, full of mysterious power. Hiding in the corner, Dizizo watched Baton's power erupt, thinking to himself, "Shaolin's golden age." Baton possessed goodness. He was clearly a renowned martial arts master. He clasped his hands and walked away, as Deo asked in surprise, "Did you learn Shaolin martial arts?" Baton smiled and nodded. "Amitabha." He added, "Please relay this message to the vice strategist. If I live in return, I will accept his offer." With that, Baton flicked his sleeves and departed, saying, "I'll be going now." Still in shock, Du called out, "Wait, you're planning to avenge my father, aren't you? Why not just let things be?" But 8 Venerable's eyes hardened with resolve. "Didn't you say it yourself? Giving up would be easier. Now, I'm going to let it go." Dishu awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't mean give up on life. Before he could say more, Batan vanished, leaving only his echoing voice. And so, until we meet again. Du sighed, gazing at the stars, wondering if that day would ever come. He wondered what tricks that vice strategist was planning now, as 8 Venerable sought out Nam Kung Han. He appeared before the Nam Kung clan head's estate, gazing at the sign with a heavy heart, thinking, when we meet again, I will properly greet you. And he wondered what kind of world the master would create. Mon Kong, already beside Batan, softly asks, as I said, it's good to see the youngest master, isn't it? Batan nods, laughing heartily. Indeed. Together they stride confidently into the enemy's hall, and Main Kong says, let's go. The invisible chains of the Nam Kung clan head, the chains that have bound them for 10 years, tighten around them. Mon Kong and Batan strode in to meet Nam Kung Han, and Batan confidently said, it's been over a decade since we've met like this. I'm here to challenge you today, Mon Kong declared. Amitabha, may we both fight you at once. Nam Kung Han slowly rose, his voice chilling. Very well. 2 of you are indeed worthy of challenging me. He channeled his divine power, each step majestic and awe-inspiring, as if a single footfall could crush his opponents. You must already have your answer, so what's the point of this duel? Despite the immense pressure, Mon Kong resolutely replied, I'm just a gardener now, but I'm still a martial artist, and that's why I'm here to challenge you. Bayekson added, would I come to face you without resolve? Nam Kung Han scanned them both, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He can see that they've changed. Why have you changed? If we win, I'll tell you why, Batan replied, glancing at him. Nam Kung Han laughed, intrigued. Interesting. The 3 clash, divine energy erupting, a maelstrom of light and death. A deafening explosion rocks the hall and flames erupt. As the smoke clears, Mengkang and Bazun are gone, leaving only 2 deep craters in the hallway. Nam Kung Han watches with interest, having taken the bait. Indeed, the 2 were battered and bruised, limbs torn, in so much pain they couldn't stand. Nangong Han coldly asked, well, what's the reason? Mengkang laughs. You know, you've changed too. Still not understanding, Nam Kung Han asked suspiciously, why? Batan softly replies, look into our eyes and you'll see why. We've changed just like you, haven't we? Nam Kung Han immediately thought of his son, his expression shifting as he muttered, I've changed. Ultimately, Meng Kang and Bazun succumbed to their internal injuries and collapsed unconscious, while Nam Kung Han, a bloodthirsty man, prepared to strike again. Suddenly his eyes changed. Nam Kung Han retracted his power, his arms slowly lowering. He realized himself. Perhaps he had changed. Looking back, Meng Kang and Bazun had fainted on the spot, completely unconscious, adding to the intrigue. The next morning, in a small room behind the manor, Dio stealthily entered. Sisters, what are you doing here? Leo Ran asked, startled. Young master, what brings you here? Du offered a small gift, giggling, please accept these pills. The headmaid told me that you sisters always take care of me, so I thought I'd say hello to the 2 in the room as well. Lianian was touched and began to sob. Du approached the sickbed, her eyes widening as she recognized 2 familiar faces. What are you 2 doing here? Mengkang and Bazun covered their faces and sighed. Namtung noticed something was off and clapped, saying, I'm glad you 2 survived. Mengkang glared at him, annoyed. You make it sound like you wanted us dead. Dizo recoiled in fear. Now I get it. You 2 weren't trying to die, were you? The 2 stammered. That's true. But it really was fortunate. Lian Ran slowly approached, asking in surprise, Young master, do you know them? Di looked at them and nodded. Yes, let's just say that. He then asked Lian Ran to step outside for a moment, his voice becoming urgent. Sui, I have something to say to these 2 stubborn old men. With the maids gone, Mengkang and Bazun slowly sat up, their bodies aching, and Di's quickly got to the point. Now tell me why you 2 are still here. Mengkang looked around, stammering, Gee, I don't really remember anymore. Du's smile loses its humanity, so he decides to jog their memories. He brings up the past, inquiring about the appearance of the Yudong sect leader and the Shaolin temple abbot. Upon hearing this, the 2 men were startled, and Do feigned playing his flute leisurely, before suddenly announcing that there were 2 rats hiding in the Nangong clan. Mengkang immediately jumped out of bed, while Batan, unable to hold back his tears, promised to tell the whole truth. Mengkang was filled with bitterness, thinking about being defeated by Nam Kung Han, losing his position as head of the family, and now being discovered as a servant in his house. This bizarre situation takes him by surprise, and he sees that Batan is even more agitated, his hands clenched and trembling, frozen in place. Monkong anxiously advised, "If you do that, I'll get my teeth knocked out." Batan was too frustrated to speak. Du continued to question, "What happened when you left the Shaolin temple that made you so panicked? Or did you destroy the ancestral hall again?" Batan confessed it was him, and for the first time ever his master was so enraged he crushed a wooden tablet to dust. He said sadly, "I'd rather be scolded by my master." His eyes burned with intensity. Deo finally understood, thinking that their reactions confirmed his suspicions. These two had learned unorthodox martial arts, perhaps stolen, and were hiding in the Nangong clan to escape Shaolin and Wudang. He demanded they answer his questions truthfully, while Ming Kong whispered to Bazoon, "Don't you smell the Taoist incense on him?" Bat Tan nodded, whispering, "This child might just defeat the monster we gave up on." Dee suddenly remarked, "Lovely weather for returning home." Then, looking at them seriously, he summarized the events. "You challenged my father, lost, returned to Wudang to cause trouble, and were caught and expelled by someone of higher status. Isn't that right?" The two nodded in confirmation. Deso continued, "So you're saying that besides my father, you fought about 50 other members of the Namkung family?" Deso asks, "But why are you two clinging to me like flies?" Mengkang whispered to Batsoon, "I have nowhere else to go, so we have to help each other." Dees retorted, "You challenged my father, failed, and got fired, and now you're coming to me to take responsibility?" Cornered, Mengkang whispered, "He's right, isn't he?" Dees turned red with anger, but tried to remain calm. The Supreme Sword King and the Jai sect are both powerful forces, and that vice strategist Wu Zhe is begging to become one of my men. It's a little embarrassing to admit, but I guess I need power to face the future, too. He looked at them both, asking seriously, "I know you're both extraordinary, but people can't run on intuition alone. Maintaining power requires money. Do you two have any money?" Mengkang asked, looking at Bazoon, who chuckled, "I spent it all on booze." The two laughed hysterically, naively saying, "What does money matter?" Desuo thought angrily, "These two old men aren't really from a noble family, so don't even dream of getting financial support from them." His eyes suddenly hardened with resolve. "No, if you want to join me, you'll have to pay a 100 silver tael entrance fee. Of course, there will be rewards for victory." Suddenly serious, Mengkang stares at Do. "Young hero, I think you're mistaken. The entry fee you speak of isn't ours." "Is that so? How does that compare to my father?" The two immediately shook their heads. "No, that's not it." He coughed a few times, then chuckled. "After all, I have a conscience. As long as I get money, I'll help you two adjust your martial arts." Mengkang and Bazoon's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" Outside, the three eavesdroppers listen intently as Li Anran leans against the door, muttering, "This is getting more and more complicated." Shuang Yan and Huaya were curious as well, wondering how the three of them knew each other, as Li Anran looked down at her stomach, which was rumbling. "Am I hungry?" The other two nodded in agreement, realizing they were hungry too. Li Anran laughs, "Then let's eat together." She opens the pouch Dees gave her, revealing several shimmering, elegant pills. Huaya is surprised. "Didn't the young master give these to you? What if he asks for them back after we eat them?" Li Anran doesn't care. She has more in her room to replace them. There's plenty of time, so let's eat. Shuangyan encourages Huaya, saying the doctor said a good night's sleep is all she needs to recover. Huaya nods, asking if it's true. The gentleman seemed fine just moments ago. The three of them simultaneously grabbed a few of the delicious clarity pills. "Okay, eat up." Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from afar. The three men quickly popped the clarity pills into their mouths, as Li Han, like a man possessed, rushed over, his face as red as hot coals, and shouted, "Stop, all of you!" The three men were startled and looked at him in fear as Li Han snatched the last few clarity pills, angrily asking, "These look familiar. Could this be the clarity pill? How did you get your hands on it?" Li Ayun innocently replied, "I was given it." Li Han couldn't believe it. "Who gave it to you?" Just then, footsteps echoed and a cheerful voice rang out, "Looks like you've met your match today." Then, Nam Kung Jon appeared, holding the box of elixirs as he slowly approached. Furious, Lai Han snatched the box from his hands. Upon opening it, he was devastated to find only one clarity pill left. Trembling, he asked, "Where are the rest?" Nangong Ren calmly replied, "Of course, we ate them all." Li Han's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. "Do you even know what this is?" Nam Gung Ryan laughed, pointing at the box. "It's a clarity pill. It says so right on the box. Are you already going blind from old age?" Tears welling, Li Han roars at the sky, then turns to Nam Kung Jon, radiating fury, his voice icy. Even the maids reek of the Thang in Ha Dan. Just how many pills did they eat? 5, 7, 10? Startled, Nam Kung Dion stammered, "Why are you like this?" Then he hastily added, "Ah, I get it. Could it be that even the divine physician wants to eat one too? If that's the case, you should have told me. I would have slipped you one." Already enraged, and now faced with this annoyance, Li Han's eyes turned bloodshot as he crushed the box in his hand. Nangongjue, terrified, fled, shouting, "No, I said I'd give it to you. Why are you doing this to me? Someone, help!" The sudden noise caught the attention of the 3 people in the room. Curious, Days opened the door to investigate, asking loudly, "What's all the commotion?" when he saw Nam Kung Jon, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Tearful and desperate, Nam Kung Jon ran to him, pleading, "Young Master Dis," who upon seeing him immediately snapped, "What are you doing here?" Before he could finish, Nam Kung Jon hid behind him, seemingly terrified, leaving Des even more puzzled. "What's going on?" Li Han also approached, inquiring about Ming Kang and Bazoon, who seemed lucid and immediately thanked him. "Thank you. We were able to rest comfortably thanks to you, but you should still rest for a few more days." Li Han advised, but Meng Kang and Bazoon shook their heads. "No need. We have urgent matters to attend to." Beside Dion, still clinging to his leg, Dezo just wants to beat him senseless, while Li Han glares at Nam Kung Jon with murderous intent. In that case, there's nothing else to be done. I have my own business to attend to. Deso grinned wickedly. "Ah, I understand the situation now." He then handed Nam Kung Jon over to Li Han. "Looks like you want to have a longer chat with him?" Li Han nods in agreement. Then he grabbed Nam Kung Jon by the collar and dragged him away, as Nam Kung Jon could only scream in vain. "Young master, please don't. Do just ignores him and turns to chat with the maids. You go on ahead. I need to speak with these 2 a bit longer before I join you." After a while, everyone left, and the 3 headed to the bamboo forest behind Deso's manor, as if they knew the way. He could lead them here. "Use any martial arts you know, and I'll observe. If there's anything wrong, I'll let you know." Meng Kang drew his sword and accepted the command. The blade rose high, and a deathly aura began to fill the air. Meng Kang followed the sword's movements, and divine energy shifted accordingly. With each graceful stroke, immense power was unleashed, and Deezer felt the chilling touch of death approaching with every swing. A surge of spiritual energy pushed him back. A gust grazed his face. Was that wind? Next to him, Batan asked, "Did you really do it?" Man Kang becomes one with the sword, unconcerned with the world, as he gracefully wields it. The blade follows the wind, guided by its currents. In harmony with nature, his martial arts are based on that foundation. Finally, Ming Kang's swordsmanship has reached its peak. Sweating and relieved, Kang asks, "How was that?" De claps, signaling, "Not bad. Not bad at all." Meng Kang was suddenly confused, unsure if it was a compliment or an insult. "If it's your pride, just say so. We understand." De Ser Soso is tense, racking his brain. "What am I supposed to do? That's really how I saw it." To prove his words, Desire directly snatches the sword from Mang Kang's hand. "Give me the sword. I'll mimic your swordsmanship." He steps forward, and the elder Ming Kang calls out after him, "All right, if you can do it, go ahead and try." Man Kang laughed, a smug look on his face. From a young age, he had spent decades practicing Tai Chi, honing it to perfection, and he understood that only those with profound enlightenment could wield the wisdom sword. Dees closed his eyes, focusing on the sword's spirit, recalling every move, gesture, and technique that Man Kang had just demonstrated. Then Deso swung his sword forward, skillfully moving the wisdom sword in the way that Man Kang had shown him. At this point, Man Kang looked at the young master, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Du is just like he was back then. From the graceful movements of the sword rising and falling left and right, there's no mistaking it. Batten approached his friend, exclaiming, "Looking pretty good." Dezo was still engrossed in moving with the sword. The first stance of the secret technique was nearing its end. Holding the sword tightly, Du realized this martial art grew stronger with each move. Now he understands why martial artists would sacrifice their lives for supreme techniques like this. "Shall we dance with the sword a little more?" Suddenly, Batten realizes something, while Mang Kang is utterly stunned. He witnesses the martial art he has painstakingly honed for years, now being easily recreated by a child. The sharp point of the sword pierces the falling leaf beside him, and a surge of spiritual energy erupts, the second level of the wisdom sword. Desire gracefully wields the sword, showcasing its fluidity as it envelops his body with swift and decisive movements. His body soared, becoming one with the sword in every step, every swing, every thought as the leaves dance to his rhythm. As he dances, his mind races. He doesn't want to stop here. He wants to train more. He told himself just a little more, to show those two old geezers. Inside Deezer's body, the green seed trembled, emitting a powerful energy, and Batoon exclaimed in surprise, Once he's done, we might have to go back to the sect and steal. He suddenly stopped and said, That's enough for now. I can't think of anything else. He added, Don't force it. Just follow your instincts, understand? This technique is perfect for that old tree trimmer who stole from the Wudong sect. The more he practices, the lighter and more comfortable his body becomes. That's why martial artists risk their lives for this technique. Tai Chi Wisdom Sword isn't stolen, is it? Du's words were eye-opening for Meng Kang, who trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the old man shouted, Do you want to create the greatest martial arts sect in the world with me? His face lit up like he'd struck gold, eagerly grabbing Dassault's hand and proposing, I'll take responsibility and make you the sect leader. The monks nearby chimed in. Amitabha, have you ever heard of the 1,000-year-old Shaolin? Do you want to join me in making Shaolin the #1 Buddhist sect in the world? Hearing this, he shook his head vehemently in refusal, and Dezo waved his hand and left. Then I'll be off. Bring 200 taels and I'll teach you more. Find me at the hall when you've made up your mind. Seeing his refusal, Bat Ton pondered. Mon Kang had his wisdom sword stolen by that kid. I can't reveal my moves so easily now that he's seen them. He recalled Daisei Shou's moves, wondering, why do I sense the aura of the great master Bodhidharma from that child? Not giving him time to think, Meng Kang walked away muttering, 200 taels, all I need is 200 taels. This startled Bazun, who asked, where are you going? Looking defeated, he replied, I'll just go steal 200 taels from the Wudong sect, right? He screamed helplessly, have you lost your mind? Patzun patted his friend's shoulder, comforting him. That kid copied the martial arts you've practiced your whole life in one go. You must be shocked. He has a talent rare in this world, no different from a genius. But geniuses are rare, so don't worry. But Meng Kang seemed to ignore the words with a sad look. No, you don't understand. There's a story only passed down to the successor of the Azure Wisdom Sword. He suddenly recalled his master's words from long ago, as they stood on the grass, his master's voice calling out, Meng Kang. He was but a young boy then, eagerly answering his call. Yes, master. The old master sighed, his voice full of disappointment. I took you as my disciple for your talent, but you lack the character of a true martial artist. Meng Kang blushed, scratching his head. Sorry, I've been less hot-tempered lately, and I won't fight my fellow disciples for no reason anymore, master. His master gently called his name, and Meng Kang quickly replied, Yes, master. Bathed in the golden light of sunset, the atmosphere grew somber as his master continued. A true martial artist never strikes another. Then the old man drew his sword and said gently, Now that you've become the heir to the Azure Wisdom Sword, I'll tell you the legend passed down only to its inheritors. The master began to demonstrate a martial stance, the sword creating swirling winds around him, leaving Meng Kang in awe. His master instructed him that when his sword no longer carried wind, the world would tremble beneath the blade of martial arts. As the lesson ended, Meng Kang, still naive and uncomprehending, blurted out, Well, of course there's wind when master swings his sword. The master smiled kindly. Indeed. That's why it's called a legend. Back in the present, Day walked down the road, lost in thought. What martial arts? The world will tremble under the name Nam Kung. He walked away, whistling, leaving Meng Kang to watch him go, wondering if those old men who spent their lives practicing martial arts were naive. He should have asked for more. He could have gotten more than 200 taels. He regretfully watched Disu's back. While Long was dissatisfied, was there really no other way? I don't like him. We can't just rob those kids, Bat Ton said, pulling Mon Kang along. 200 taels is equivalent to 2 years of our earnings here. It would take the average person 10 years. The only way to get that kind of money is to follow this plan. Hearing this, Meng Kang perked up and laughed. Damn it, all right, let's go see him. You think I like going? At the Golden Pavilion, a fierce argument was about to erupt, a scream shattering the silence. Who kept the books yesterday? The servant timidly replied, Sir, it was the person who wrote the last section. The vice hall master gritted his teeth in anger. It's him again. Bring him out here. How many times has he written the wrong name? How much did I sell yesterday that there's an error? Where is he? Croaked an old voice. You called for me. The vice hall master roared, pointing and scolding. Called for you? You wretch, am I under your command? Even without the master's orders, I can still send you packing. It was Jiang Mai, but he seemed unconcerned with the vice master's words, turning away in a huff. If you have nothing else, I'll be going. The vice hall master angrily yelled for him to stop. Jiang Mai turned around, but his gaze made the vice hall master freeze, thinking to himself how terrifying his eyes were. He lowered his voice. If your eyes are tired, just tell me to give you a break. I had to redo all the books from yesterday because of you. Jiang Mai coldly replied, I apologize for the mistake. This only fueled the vice leader's anger. He slams the table, pointing at Jiang Mai. This can't be solved with an apology. As of tomorrow, you're out of the Golden Pavilion. Jiang Mai's eyes widened as he retorted, The hall master allows me to leave? The vice hall master panicked. I'll convince the hall master. Leave now. The old man retorted, Are you sure you won't regret this? The vice hall master confidently affirmed, What I regret in life is not knowing my wife was cheating and giving her money anyway. To his confession, the old man laughs. Ha ha, that is worth regretting. The more he spoke, the more the vice hall master lost control as the old man mocked his plight. If not for the master's orders, I wouldn't have had time to say everything. Jiang Mai's expression turned stern, his whole body radiating a terrifying aura. I will avenge you. If it's money you need, there's nothing in this world that can't be done. The vice hall master ignored his offer, face red as a chili pepper, about to explode, and roared, You don't even know where you'll be, yet you want to avenge me? It's not even about my wife anymore, it's about you. I'm about to die of anger. Get out of here immediately. As he turned away, he tossed back one last remark. What a pity. If the vice leader's son were just a little older, he could have witnessed his father's downfall because of me. Even I feel a twinge of conscience at the thought of a child losing his father. With simple yet deadly words, he enraged the vice hall master to the point of foaming at the mouth, throwing the servants into a panic. Vice hall master, wake up! Medic, quickly, get a medic. They hurriedly carried the vice hall master away, repeatedly calling out, Vice hall master, please wake up. After they were gone, he smirked, tossing a piece of paper on the table. I was going to give this to you directly, but it was too difficult. This is my last gift. The paper read, The third house to the right outside Jushan County. That's where Fatty's wife is hiding. With his task complete, he strolled away, hands clasped behind his back, wondering, Where to now? Have I repaid my debt to the master? Or should I go home? Ahead, someone caught his attention. It was Batan and Man Kang. Batan politely extended his hand. Could you lend me 200 taels? The old man replied, I thought you were just beggars. The amount you're borrowing is so small. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes, wondering why these proud beggars would come here. Stroking his beard, he smirked. I smell money here. Jiang Mai clasped his hand sternly. So you need 200 taels to join the young master Nam Kung's faction. Kang impatiently reached out. Now that you know, lend us the money. We'll pay you back later. As if realizing something, the old man smirked. If you two join, your subordinates will join as well. About 50 people. The question made Batan anxious. He must smell the money, he thought. Batan recalled Jiang Mai's past, once known as the King of Gold, the wealthiest man in the Central Plains. A man so blinded by money that he would do anything. Jiang Mai sneers, only 200 taels? Increase the number and call all your lackeys here. His words left them stunned. What? He confidently declares, Be it 10,000 or 100,000 taels, I'll decide after meeting the young master. In Dee's palace, a sharp sword flashes through the air. He's focused on sword practice in the garden, as several girls admire his graceful movements. Meanwhile, Huana and Zhuanghan chat over pastries. He's practicing swordsmanship as soon as he arrives. Did something happen outside? Chang Nian asked, and Hua Ya added, Don't you think it's amazing? I thought martial arts weren't for us since they're fierce, strong, and rigid. But watching him, I feel at peace. Lian Ran joined in, wondering, Manager, can martial arts really be that graceful? Of all the martial arts, his is different. If that's what martial arts can be, I want to learn it too. The manager looked towards the door, sensing something was about to happen. Someone was coming. The girls, oblivious, wondered, Why do you say that? That premonition proves true, as a group of tall, menacing figures kick down the door and enter. Startled, Huaya and Lian Ran wondered why these older men weren't at work. Shi Yan quickly rushed to stop them. What brings you here unannounced? Meng Kang asked politely. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. Besides, the young master already knew about this. Shi Yan replied, Oh, really? Can you wait until the young master finishes his sword dance? He's been at it for a while now, and all this noise is disturbing Deso's concentration. The green seed within him trembled as he swung his sword, saying, Indeed, With so many watching, I had to suppress my inner power. Each strike seems to permeate every muscle and cell. I can't use too much force, so this time I'll just let my inner energy slowly regulate itself. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It's as if he can see and feel every stroke of his sword, and he can't help but be amazed. Apparently, the sword's path was stuck at this point before, but now he sees a new path. Having unraveled the knot, Desire joyfully and freely dances with his sword. So that's it. I'll need internal energy from this point on. And the green seed within him unlocks a new level, turning crimson. He laughs with joy. Ha, wonderful. Yes, this is my new sword dance. I'll call it Cloud Sword. Suddenly, Desire exclaims, "Huh?" It was then that he noticed the crowd surrounding him. Standing in the courtyard, bewildered by the attention, Dees asked what was going on. Everyone gaped in disbelief, and Desire casually asked why they were so shocked. With a face as red as a beet, Monkong suddenly lunges forward, questioning him. What was that just now? His eyes darted around as he peppered him with questions. You went from the first move to the second? I'm surprised, but that's definitely the Golden Grace I know. What was that sword technique just now? Jiang Man pushed him aside, reminding him, don't cause trouble, step aside. With eyes gleaming with greed, he looked at Deso and confidently introduced himself. You must be Deso, young master of the Namkung family. Greetings, I am Jiang Meng. Faced with the formal greeting, Deso frowned and asked, Huh? Who is this? Leaving the old man speechless and humiliated. He ignored him and turned to Changyan, asking, What are you doing here? She replied, Young master, they said they had an appointment with you. Dai roared in denial, What the hell are you talking about? I have no appointment. As Mengkang remained in shock, Bazun spoke up to remind him. Forgive my sudden appearance, but we did have a prior arrangement. You mentioned an entrance fee, don't you remember? Deezer is stunned, repeating, The entrance fee is 100 taels. Seeing that he seemed to remember, Baton affirmed, That's right. As soon as you heard money, you quoted a price. So did all of them come here to pay me the entrance fee, 100 taels per person, a total of 5,000 taels? It's obvious at a glance that they are all beggars. How can they come up with so much money? Zhang Meng steps up to Dezizhou and says calmly, If it's money you want, I have plenty. Still not recognizing him, Dezizhou asks irritably, Who are you to interfere in my affairs? Zhang Meng calmly replies, Have you ever heard of Tianxia Manor? Last year, someone called me the #1 manor in the world. That statement stunned Dezizhou, who hesitated, unsure how to react, as the man continued, I am the owner of that trading company. You've sent many interesting things to my estate once a year. Du was shocked, recalling how he asked his sister to send those items to the world estate when he was young. Zhang Meng chuckled, Our estate is very discreet. Everything you sent was kept secret. I'll show you proof that I'm trustworthy. He then pulled out a stack of gold notes and asked, Now, is this enough? Everyone around was stunned by the sheer amount of money. Zhang Meng loudly declared, Each bill is worth 10,000 taels of silver, 5 in total. These words hit Dezhou like a bolt of lightning. His attitude instantly changed, his face beaming as he eagerly extended an invitation. Oh my, what an honor to have such a distinguished guest. It's hot out, please. Come in and rest. Dezhou's sudden change surprised Chang Nian and Lian Ran, who whispered, Our young master loves everything, especially money. He's always loved money. Zhang Meng laughed. Ha ha, let's go inside first. I didn't say I'd give you money yet. Di softly flattered. Then what do you need? The elder replied, Do you know Namgongyan? Di is surprised. Namgongyan? Why does elder mention him? Zhang Meng said coldly. I want my revenge. Are you flustered? The old man's voice deepened. I want to see him beaten to a pulp. Can you do that? If you accept this deal, I promise to fully support you. Whether it's 50,000 or 100,000 taels. Di waves his hands in confusion. Wait a minute. He looked around nervously, wondering if everyone present was there to avenge the Nam Kung clan. The air suddenly grew tense, faces filled with murderous intent, as if burdened by resentment. Faced with this scene, Dezhou turned pale and could only lament their madness, when one of them spoke up, annoyed. What did you just say? Dees was speechless, covering his mouth and muttering, Oops, I blurted it all out. But then he reconsidered. Wait, why should I care what they think? Crazy? That's right, we're all crazy. He watched as the 8 venerables and Ming Kang judged those old men. They wanted revenge, but were driven out, and now, look at them. He thought everyone would be angry, but instead, they burst into laughter. Crazy? Yes, that's right, we're crazy. Deso, confused, says, Stop laughing, what's wrong with you all? Have you all gone mad? The others were crying from laughter, wiping their tears as they explained, That's the most liberating thing I've heard in ages. You could say we temporarily cast aside decades of repression and felt a sense of release. Please understand. One man praised, "Your high Guillaume is excellent, truly commendable." Sword of wisdom is indeed the sword of wisdom. To think you would break the mold like that and not only not fail but succeed beautifully. You've done what none of us here could do for 50 years. The man clasped his hands and bowed to Jiang Meng. "Jiang Meng, please help me and send him 100 taels." Seeing this, the others followed suit, saying in unison, 8 dragons, 3 demons, 7 demons. True heaven sword. Diso panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat as he exclaimed, "What in the world is going on?" The 8 venerables also clasped their hands and said, 8 venerables, 1 meditation. With a stern voice, Meng Kang announced, "Tai Chi Sword King Meng Kang." And they all bowed respectfully before Jiang Ming, chanting, "We ask for your help, Jiang Ming, but give him 100 taels." Dazed and confused by the turn of events, Dee stammered, Hey, wait a minute." Jiang Meng turned and respectfully asked for his opinion. "Young Master Nam Gung, will you accept our presents?" Dazed and confused, Diso stammered, "You've got it all wrong. I have no intention of seeking revenge, nor the power to do so." But they immediately retorted, "We saw it clearly in your sword dance." Diso shouts in disbelief, "It was just a dance. What did you see?" Meng Kang steps forward, replying sternly, "No, what you performed was not just sword dance, but the supreme ultimate sword." The old man nods, his expression stern, as Diso points to himself in surprise, asking, "Huh? Does he mean that what I just did was the supreme ultimate sword, the most powerful sword technique of Wudang?" Seeing Desiso's confusion, the 8th Lord acted, stepping aside and throwing a powerful punch, creating a gust of wind that blew Desiso's hair. The old man asked sternly, "Can you do it? If so, focus your inner energy." Without hesitation, Deezo channeled his energy and threw a punch, instantly shattering the wall before him. Deezer is shocked, not believing his eyes. "What is this?" He looked at the destroyed wall and asked, "What was that?" Batsu rubbed his chin and exclaimed, "Amazing. What you just did was the 100-step divine fist." Dees is still confused. "Huh? What's that?" Suddenly, he points to a man holding a sword and says, "Hey, old man, show me what you've got. Anything will do." The man nods, draws his sword, and a powerful gust of wind seems to emanate from the blade as he ascends. Without hesitation, Deezer draws his sword and soars into the air as light as a feather. The crowd erupts in applause. He landed amidst the astonishment and praise of the crowd, but Mayo felt dizzy from performing so many moves at once. He realized he'd actually done it. Batton laughed, impressed by his rare talent. Deezer recalls his swordplay, wondering, perhaps it's because I only learned the basics. His eyes widen as he thinks, "Master, did you really create the 3 sword techniques to master all swordsmanship?" And it seemed he finally understood everything. Jiang Meng clapped happily. "On such a beautiful day, how can we be without wine? Today, the drinks are on me, so eat and drink your fill." Immediately, servants brought in food one after another, and the atmosphere became as lively as a festival. However, Disu dejectedly waved his hand. "I'm not old enough to drink yet." That evening, everyone enjoyed the feast, chatting and laughing, celebrating the good news. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Uncle, so that's you." He respectfully poured the old man wine to express his gratitude, for it was thanks to him that everyone was happy today. "I'll offer you a drink." He laughed heartily. "Ha ha, all right, a drink from you is sure to be good." Taking the opportunity, Disu asked, "Why do you want to take revenge on the elders of the South Palace?" He pondered, then replied, "Has the young master ever had so much money that he couldn't count it all?" Jiang Meng recounted, "One day I awoke to an immeasurable amount of gold, and upon realizing this, I found the world to be quite dull. During my time as a merchant, I was bullied by martial artists, and from then on, I resolved to spend money like water. I bought countless rare treasures, legendary armor, legendary swords, legendary weapons, anything legendary, I bought it all. I spent an immeasurable fortune, eventually falling into ruin. A group of martial artists came and a crowd gathered asking curiously, 'And then what happened?' Old memories resurface, images of him with his sword, striking down one foe after another. I once faced them myself. Of course, those who came at first weren't strong at all. I could easily defeat third-rate masters in just a few moves. Even so, they couldn't pierce the dragon scale armor. When a first-rate fighter appeared, his sword flashed, and I was terrified. Just as I thought I was done for, the 9 heavens poison, worth 10 million TLs, seeped into him, and I won." The old man relived the past, his eyes wide with surprise. "It was then I realized that even martial artists are just ordinary people when poisoned. And while poisoning the top tiers was a bit difficult, I still prevailed. He quickly took a sip of wine and looked down, continuing, "And that's how I met him." In his memory, Nam Kung stood against the wall in the sunset, exuding a terrifying aura. His voice trembled as he said, "He was a monster." Jiang Meng recalled his encounter with Nam Kung, approaching him cheerfully. "So this is what it's like in the martial world. I should have lived like this from the start. Even martial arts masters can't penetrate the dragonhide armor, so I have nothing to fear." He laughed triumphantly. "Perhaps I should test myself against the greatest sect in the world." Suddenly, a figure appeared, leaning against the wall, piquing his curiosity. He looks at Nam Kung Chin, his body radiating murderous intent. And why is he blocking the path like this? Jiang Meng speaks, telling him to get out of the way, a blunt statement that makes the old man tremble, as if suppressing his anger. Without hesitation, he called the old man a bastard, who froze, pointed at himself in bewilderment, and asked, "Are you talking about me?" Unleashing a terrifying power. He growled, "Because of you, you made me break through to the transformation realm, and now I can never enter it again. Entering the realm of transformation is the moment of enlightenment. Come here." At that moment, the old man, unaware of his power, replied with disdain, "A beggar blocking the road and a madman to boot. I wonder if he's a martial artist." "What?" "You're exaggerating the transformation realm." Without another word, Nam Kung strikes. His eyes widened, too late to react as a crash echoed. Jiang Ming's hat lay crushed on the ground, and all he could utter was, "Huh?" He smirked. It fell off with just a tap." "Is it made of paper?" he roared, pulling a firecracker from his robes. "So you're just a loudmouth? Then try this." As he spoke, he lit the firecracker in his hand and launched needles toward him. Nam Kung Jung raised his hand to block, unsure of what they were. With a confident smirk, he says, "One hit from a cowhair needle and the poison will spread through your entire body." He continues, "Count to 3 and you'll lose your sight. In another 8 seconds, your muscles will begin to contract. And in 10, you'll lose all sensation as your heart and lungs are torn apart. After 30 seconds, you'll be dead." He remained still, only looking down at the needles in his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Meng approached him, holding the antidote, and said calmly, "But I can't just kill someone I've just met. I'll give you the antidote because I think you've realized your mistake." But suddenly, Nam Kung Jung burst out laughing and frantically shouted, "Hey, don't be so arrogant, drink it quickly." Ignoring him, he tilted his head back and spat the poison from his body onto a roadside stone. The stone he spat on instantly dissolves. Jiang Meng cries out, "What is this?" Nam Chung Jing merely grunted, but immediately veins bulged on his face like ropes. He tensed, and in an instant, the needles embedded in his body burst out. The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he screamed, "Impossible!" He removed the ox hair needles himself, something even a divine physician couldn't do. Naming Gongjung stood tall, his terrifying gaze fixed on the old man. He gritted his teeth and smirked. "When the needles pierced me, I contracted my muscles. It couldn't stop the poison, but you're not bad yourself. An ordinary person would have died instantly." The old man trembled, afraid to look up. Suddenly, Nam Kung Chin grabbed the armor's shoulder and continued, "It seems you have many interesting things." In a flash, one sleeve of the armor was torn off. With a trembling voice, the old man looked at the armor and whispered, "A dragon-scale armor?" Naming Gongjung was ecstatic, tearing apart the armor he was so proud of, sneering, "What do you even use this stuff for?" The old man could only listen to his berating, his heart aching as his treasure was torn to shreds by this monster. After destroying it, Nam Kung Jung wiped the sweat from his brow, a look of pride on his face, never expecting such relief. "It's been a while since I've felt this way." He waved and left, not forgetting to leave a parting remark. "Thanks to you, I feel great, so I'll spare you." Jiang Meng, with his clothes torn to shreds, leaving only his pants, stood trembling as he watched him leave. Before he left, the old man hastily asked, "What's your name?" Nan Gongjung turned back, a sly smile on his face, and coldly replied, "Do you want to know so you can get revenge?" The old man stammered, "I was just curious." He smirked, "My name is Nam Kung Chin, of the Nam Kung family." After telling his story, the old man quietly poured himself a drink, and everyone around him, including Deezer, was moved to tears. In the emotional atmosphere, one of them began to share, "I was once called a talent of 50 years. Once in the army, I thought I was a genius until I met that Nam Kung Chin." Another added, "Once I bumped into an old man who said that if I followed him, I would never be beaten again." Looking back, it was all a scam. Like a storytelling contest, one by one, they shared their experiences. A man in blue scratched his head, recalling a martial arts tournament in his village where everyone said he would win until a Namgung just happened to pass by. Another in orange said, I stumbled upon a master's secret manual in a cave, and I was overjoyed. 10 years after venturing out, I realized I was wrong. After hearing everyone's stories, Deo quietly pondered. 50 people gathered here, all locally renowned for their abilities, only to be cast down from their pedestals by the Namkung clan. He mused, among those named Namkung, I alone understand them best. Gazing into his wine, as if seeing his past reflected, he thought sadly, perhaps like him in the old days, all these people know the outcome, but still cannot give up. Suddenly a voice rang out, surprising everyone. What's so difficult about this? I'll do it. Deo slams the table, confidently declaring, I will fulfill the revenge you seek. Upon hearing Deso's official declaration, everyone cheered with joy, tossing him into the air and shouting, Long live Lord Deso! The next morning, as the sun streamed in, Deso groggily awoke, complaining, What were those old geezers drinking last night? Before he could get his bearings, Lai Han, looking fierce, who had been waiting for him, asked, Are you awake? He crossed his arms and said seriously, This is a bit unexpected, but I need to tell you. Deso suddenly asked, Huh? What is it? His eyes widened with seriousness, and he suddenly grabbed Deso's hand, pleading, Please, convince your maids to become my disciples. He recounted the events, explaining that he'd asked the maids if Nam Kung Dian had given them anything besides the Than Na pills. He continued, expressing his astonishment that they could identify all the elixirs by scent alone, even naming their ingredients. With such talent, they could become divine physicians, not just medical officials. I asked them to be my disciples, but they refused, so I had to come to you, their master. With your help, use your silver tongue to convince them to change their minds. If they agree to become my disciples, Li Han pounded his chest, vowing, I will join your group. Dees led him away, advising, I can't force this. I'll respect their decision. Lai Han offered his thanks. Thank you. Are you truly better than your father? Suddenly, Dees exclaimed, What are those piles of bodies? Before him was a scene of people passed out at the tables from the night before, completely out of it. Lai Han reassured him, Don't worry, they're still alive. Du tilted his head, wondering, Huh? Why is he here? He saw Nam Kung John struggling to drag a fat man across the ground, and he asked loudly, What are you doing? This startled Nam Gung Jun, who cried out, My lord, he saw you and complained about how late you are. Cleaning up these drunks is exhausting. My hands are about to break. But Deso simply rested his hand on his hip, smiling, and said, It's good to see you working so hard. Keep it up. Then, pushing the door open, he caused the boy to lament in anguish. I'm so tired, I could die. When Dees arrives, Chang Yan and Huaya, busy cooking, turn to greet him. Young master, you're awake? Catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, he asked curiously, Is that old duck soup? Lian Nian quickly replied, Yes, would you like to try some? He took a spoonful and tasted it, praising, This looks delicious. Then he inquired, Don't you all really want to become medical officers? Without hesitation, the three girls affirmed, Yes, we want to serve you, for life. Hearing this, Dees was flustered, unsure how to persuade them otherwise. He looked at Li Han and asked, What should we do then? Li Han asked back, Did you reject my offer because of the young master? But the three seemed oblivious, focused only on their tasks. Had Gunwoo eaten yet? Du asked, Is it really because of me? His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Why? I'm not a child who needs help anymore. Suddenly, the kitchen door burst open, and an arm appears. It's Nam Kung John, followed by Jiang Man. He loudly declared, We want you to be our disciples too. A difficult situation, now even more complicated. Dio angrily shouts, What do you want all of a sudden, you lunatic? And with that old geezer too. Upon hearing his name, Jiang Meng replied, I observed them yesterday, and their eye for talent is truly remarkable. That keen insight, I envy it. Startled by the praise, Chang Yan hesitated as Namkung Dian approached Li Ayan and called out her name. He looked at her with eyes as sharp as knives, coldly saying, You're in. Lian Ran listened intently, beads of sweat forming, when he suddenly shouted, Appoint her as Nangung Jue's strategist. You're the same age as me. Despite passing the imperial exam, the orphaned Lian Ran became a maid, a role only you can fulfill. Then, a fierce battle for her services erupted. Li Han angrily shouts, Yeah, I asked her first, but Nam Kung Dian retorts with a sneer. You're being too greedy, Jiang Man confidently retorts. Isn't their opinion the most important? Du, caught in the middle of the noisy argument, could only scratch his head in frustration. Unable to bear it, he kicks the three out so the sisters can think. Then, alone with them, Desire begins a serious discussion. Now it's just us, sisters. Speak your minds. Though unexpected, this is a rare opportunity. I want to hear your true feelings. Shiyan speaks first. Honestly, I don't know. Living with everyone is nice, but I'm also curious about the new world. Lianian continued. Thanks to Madam's grace, I was saved from slavery. I can never repay that debt in my lifetime. Serving you, Master, has been the happiest time of my life, and I will gladly follow your every command. I have only one master in this world. Desire closed his eyes to ponder, then opened them with resolve. Very well, then, that's what we'll do. He began to make his decisions. Shuanghan will follow the divine physician. Lianyan will follow the vice strategist, and Hua Ya will become Jiang Meng's disciple. All three bowed their heads in agreement, obeying his orders. Deso added, I'll always leave your positions open. If you ever get bored, just come back, your family. His words moved the three to tears, but before they could express their gratitude, Deso revealed a sly grin. Li and Yin becoming a strategist means we'll always have funds, and with Huaya as Jiang Ming's disciple, all the estates will be ours. We're about to be rich. They forced a smile, speechless at his scheming. Realizing he'd gone too far, Deo cleared his throat. I was just saying, how could I enjoy the good life alone? To live happily, you have to be a little ambitious. You all understand my heart, right? The three replied in unison, Of course, we understand perfectly. Then he led them to the three people waiting, and Li Han asked, How did it go? Did you all come to an agreement? Disu smiled as he introduced them. Shuangyan will follow the divine physician. Lianran will follow the vice strategist, and Huaya will become Jiang Meng's disciple. With a dangerous look, he said, Please take care of them. Causing the three to worry, thinking, Why do I feel so uneasy? Not wanting to waste any time, he urged them to acknowledge their masters and disciples. Then we'll talk later, everyone. Go on. After everyone finished talking with their disciples, Li Han cheerfully told Changyan to rest for the day and come to the medicine hall tomorrow. A voice called out, Lord, and he blankly responded, Huh? The new disciples, who were just listless, have now gathered with the 8 venerables and Ming Kong, and they asked loudly, You're out. What should we do? They looked at him eagerly. Our first time as disciples, we're so excited. DZ teased, looking at their vitality. Weren't you all practically corpses just a moment ago? With that, he clutched his stomach and replied, But right now, I'm not in the mood to teach anyone. I can't even protect my own stomach. I'm the one who needs to learn. Baeksan added, Everyone knows that. Your strength is about to surpass the 3rd tier. Annoyed, he retorted, When did I ever say I was a genius? A voice rose, but it was Meng Kang who said, If you want to learn our martial arts, that's different. Are you saying you want to learn the martial arts of someone stronger than the 3rd tier? The large men stared intently at him as Meng Kang continued. From what I see, the martial arts of those here are in no way inferior to Nam Kung's. Even from afar, Batan advises him that different martial arts methods require different approaches, and the fastest way to learn is to feel it firsthand. Batan laughs heartily, then charges straight at Dezo without hesitation. You're still in shock, not understanding what's happening. Amen. He throws a powerful punch, making Deso grimace, and with a sly look he unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast attacks. Caught off guard, Dees barely manages to shout, Wait! But the old man pays no heed, landing a punch to his gut that sends him flying. After the relentless barrage, Desire struggled to breathe. The 8 venerable ones wasted no time, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left Desire defenseless. He was repeatedly struck without being able to retaliate, and then the old man unleashed a fierce kick. A dragon horn aimed straight at his chin. Next came a flurry of devastating punches. Dio quickly raised his hands to defend, but the old master unleashed a final blow that filled the air with dust. Batan laughs mockingly. How long do you plan on getting beaten? Enraged, Dio curses and charges forward, determined to retaliate. He repeats the moves Batan just used, one finger zen, but he quickly dodges. Next, Dragonhorn Tiger Capital unleashes a kick, forcing him to lean back to avoid it, not forgetting to taunt him. Oh ho! He continues to unleash amazing moves, leaving everyone around him in awe. Bravo, young master, what a performance! No joke, a true prodigy. They cheered wildly. Desu blushed, waving his hand shyly. It's really not that big of a deal. It seems he's easily embarrassed by praise. Taking advantage of his distraction, Batan's tiger fist slammed into his face, sending him sliding across the ground. He approached, ready to strike again. Magnificent. It reminds me of my glory days. Deso tries to stop him. Master, wait. But he ignores him, kicking him in the chin and sending him flying. Batson shouts excitedly. Yes, this is living. It feels so good to swing my arms. After days of humiliation, Buddha has finally granted me a chance for revenge. Amen. Enraged, Deso cursed, "You damned old man!" and using the momentum of his fall, countered with Tiger Fist. Batson, even more fired up, charged forward. "I'll show you what Tiger Fist is." Finally, they clashed head-on, but Deso realized his punch lacked power and was immediately sent flying, crashing to the ground. Mockingly, Baton asks, "How long do you plan on being beaten?" Despite his injuries, Deso retorts, "Are you sure this is 10 years' worth of martial arts? How can we have the same technique, yet only I fall?" The 8 venerables scoffed. "How can this be? There's a difference between one day and a lifetime of training." Seething inside, Du now understands why his father severed the elder's hand. An unfilial son, he hadn't understood his father's wisdom. He vowed to turn that head into a snout, picturing it in his mind as the old man laughed mockingly, saying 100 years was still a long way off. Fueled by rage, Du continues his tiger-style boxing as the crowd erupts in discussion. "If I keep swinging like this, I'll just get hit again. I want to take down the young master too." He spins, gaining momentum, and yells, "Heavenly Mace shakes the earth." Then he unleashes a reverse tiger armor kick at Baton. The old man quickly blocks, retreating from the relentless assault. So raises his leg, ready to kick the old man in the face, thinking, "A light body to lock the heavy hammer. Short arms, so use my legs to fight." Who said tiger style is only for fists? Unfazed, the 8th Lord chuckled, praising, "Not bad, just as I expected. I've stopped your leg, leaving you open." In shock, Du cried out, "What?" before being kicked back with the tiger horn technique. Dazed, he's shocked by the move, exclaiming, "He uses tiger fist with his feet?" Famloat, Deserso, falls to the ground, injured and unconscious. Seeing him unconscious, Mengkang announced, "He has fainted." He turned to another and asked, "Having witnessed everything, what does he think?" A rare talent indeed, to discover the next level of martial arts and internal energy on his own. His innate ability and unwavering will are truly admirable. No martial artist could witness such talent and not desire it. Mengkang smiled and said, "To learn all those martial arts, young master will surely be busy for some time to come." Sunlight streams down as a gentle voice echoes. Du scratches the back of his head, sits up, and wonders, "My neck? How long was I out?" Before him, everyone was fighting with all their might. Fully awake and no longer dizzy, he asks in confusion, "Huh? Are they having a martial arts competition?" he asks. "What is this? Why are they fighting? Some use weapons, others fight barehanded?" He couldn't help but wonder when suddenly someone flew towards Dees, startling him. Seeing he was awake, the man quickly asked, "Young master, when did you wake up?" He continued, "While you were sleeping. Someone came looking for you, but we sent him away." Dizeo pointed to his face, asking, "Met me?" The man turned to another, remarking on how large he was. The man replied, "Just some big oaf. Have you been in the mountains so long you don't know what's going on in the world?" The taunt ignites the man's fury, and the two immediately clash. "What's your problem? You got a death wish." "Come on, I'll give you a taste of hell." Still not understanding, Du looked at them, annoyed, and said, "What's gotten into them?" From behind, the 8 venerables and Mingkang appeared, telling him to leave it be. From now on, they were on the same side, and it was time to sort out the hierarchy. Deo wondered why they weren't joining the fight, but Baton gritted his teeth and said it wouldn't be any fun if they did. "We already have our ranks." Desire observes everyone, inwardly marveling at how amazing those duels must have been. Just how strong are they? Mengkang reassured him that with enough effort he could surpass them. Dio exclaims, "Really?" And Baton adds, "If you work hard enough to bleed, you'll be stronger than both of us." He elaborated that if he trained to the point of Kai deviation, he might even surpass the heavenly demon and the god of war. Deso put his hand on his chest, feeling something, and said, "Then let's do it." His face flushed with confidence. He declared, "I want to try my best." Deso continued to observe everyone, guessing to himself a relieved expression on his face. It seemed he had roughly arranged the order. He sighed. "So many people. How will I ever remember all their names?" He walked over and pointed to the person with the scar on their face, saying, "From now on, you'll be number 1. Next, he pointed to 2 people in orange and purple. "You're number 2, 3, and 4. Everyone there was speechless at his naming sense, silently judging. But before he could name anyone else, the doors burst open, and someone rushed towards Dice, who stammered in confusion. "Second brother?" Nam Gungjo smirked. "Little brother, I accept your proposal." Still confused, Du asked, "Didn't you declare war on me yesterday? At this rate, I'll be defeated in 2 years." He was still in shock, not understanding what his brother was saying. Nam Kung Jo recounted, "Yesterday I was surprised. It was the first time you showed me your true colors." Du glares at the two who just told him everything, while Nam Gung Jo slaps him on both shoulders, finding it all very amusing. Now that's worthy of the Nam Gung name. Then his eyes suddenly changed, becoming cold. "I just thought you were a sweet kid. 2 years is a long time, but you said you'd participate directly, so I'll wait." Dassault's face paled at these words as Nam Gung Jo turned to leave, telling him not to disappoint him and to wait 2 more years. Then the door slammed shut. After he entered, the atmosphere immediately heated up, and everyone excitedly discussed, "That's what makes it interesting." "Who said 2 years? 1 year is enough." Dejor, seemingly suppressing his emotions, suddenly shouted, "Who dares say 2 years?" From the crowd, Baton raised his hand with a laugh. "It's me." Recognizing the troublemaker, Dassault exploded, "So it's you. I'll smash your head in." But Batsoon looked back without fear, instead cheering with excitement, his eyes already full of determination. "Good, they're full of fighting spirit." Meng Kang observed them with a critical eye, thinking, "What fighting spirit? That's bloodlust." Suppressing his anger, he waved his hand and said, "Enough. I don't have time for this. Let's get to training." At the same time, he thought of Nam Gung Jong. "If it were that madman, I would have beaten him to a pulp. I miss him." Dassault looked at the 8 venerables and asked, "Where do we begin?" The 8 venerables thought for a moment and replied, "First, let's spar with brothers 1 through 50, one by one." Hearing that, everyone cracked their knuckles in anticipation, making Du tremble in fear. "Please, wait." Of course, no one held back, and with a loud shout, the eldest stepped up. Soon, his miserable screams echoed throughout the hall, shocking anyone who passed by. In another corner, Li Han tossed a thick book onto the table, asking, "Is this your first time studying medicine?" Shuangnan picked up the book, and the divine physician continued, "I understand. You've never had the chance to read something like this, have you? Just take your time learning." Without hesitation, she replied, "I already know all of this." He was shocked. "Huh? When did you learn all this?" He flipped through the book, saying, "How is this possible?" "This herbal medicine book takes at least 5 years to learn." Li Han then opened a random page and asked her, "Tell me about astragalus." As expected, she answered fluently. Astragalus grows in mountains or rocky crevices, and its flowers are characterized by soft white fluff. The benefits of astragalus lie in its root, helping to detoxify, slow aging, boost immunity, and aid osteoporosis. The answer was so perfect, the divine physician was left speechless. "Correct, how could a mere servant know so much? What did you do before becoming a servant?" Zhuangnan confessed, "I helped my father at a small pharmacy called Heavenly Grace Pharmacy." The name struck a chord with him. The unassuming little pharmacy, Heavenly Grace, was actually renowned for its exceptional skill. He struggled to remember, hearing that it had disappeared for some reason. Besides him, the place with the best medical skills in the Central Plains was the Thien Hu Pharmacy. He then teared up and took Chang Yan's hand, saying she had suffered much. She softly replied, "No, I've been very happy since meeting you." She confessed her longing for him, while he, somewhere else, was being beaten to a bloody pulp. Footsteps echo loudly through the halls. It's Nam Kung Lim. He opens Nam Kung John's door, asking, "You're determined to fight alongside the young master?" A path filled with thorns lies before him. "What do you mean?" Nam Kung Dian replied, putting down his brush. "Wouldn't that make it more interesting?" "Master, walking a silken path is not my preference. Only those who overcome thorns know what lies beyond." His eyes full of resolve, he continued, "I believe in the young master." Witnessing such resolve, the strategist relented. "It seems you know what you want." Nangong John added, "Furthermore, I'd like to introduce someone else." He asked, "Do you wish to recommend another strategist for the young master?" He eagerly replied, "No, she'll be the vice strategist's assistant, lightening my workload. That way I'll have more time to spend with the young master, right?" Hearing this, the strategist's face darkened as he coldly snorted, while John peeked out and exclaimed upon seeing Li Ah Ran. "Sis, you're here. Let me introduce you to my master. This is the young master's maid, Li Ah Ran, and Du Huang when I was 10 years old. But due to her family situation, she couldn't continue." She respectfully bowed. Nam Kung John continued, "She's no longer a maid. She'll be my student from now on. In terms of seniority, she'll have to call Master Grandmaster twice." Nangong Lin looked her up and down, his voice trembling as he asked, "What is your name?" She bowed respectfully and replied, "I am Li Anran, the eldest daughter of Li Tianming." "I greet you, Grandmaster." Hearing the name Li Tianming, the strategist was shocked, and Long Tran was overcome with emotion. Impossible? The daughter of Li Tianming? He was lost in memories. Li Tianming was once the most intelligent man, but after the king ascended, his entire family was beheaded, his descendants either dead or enslaved. Rumor had it that his daughter was the most intelligent person in the Central Plains, and now, here she is. The strategist sighed. It seemed heaven had eyes after all. He burst into laughter, declaring it a beautiful day for wine. Turning to Namkung Dion, the strategist said, "I'm just borrowing this child for a bit." Namkung Dion, looking ashen, lamented, "Master, I'm the one who needs her." The strategist patted Lia Hyun's shoulder and boomed, "From now on, don't call me old uncle anymore. Call me master. Let's go. I can't leave you with that brat." Nangang Dion chased after them, crying out in despair, "Who steals another's disciple?" "Master, I was the one who found her first." At Golden Return Manor, the morning is quiet, the shouting gone. Nangong Yong, the master of Golden Ripple, sat in his chair and coldly said, "He asked me to take you in, but can you endure life here?" She glanced at Jiang Meng, thinking to herself that she was talking to old Jiang Meng without any hesitation. Then, observing Nam Kung Vin, she thought, "You can decide the fate of everyone in Golden Return. You must be the master of this place." Hanya thought to herself, "Everyone in the Nam Kung family has to watch his eyes, but not me." She confidently affirms that she's not the one who needs to worry, proudly declaring that she might just conquer the Golden Cat Guild. Remembering Deso, she thought, "It's because I have a home to return to." Nangong Yang watched her and smiled. "You've brought back an interesting child." Jiang Meng looked at Huanya and said, "Stay here for 2 years." He squinted, his voice full of meaning. "If you can endure 2 years, who knows how much you might change." Huanya replies proudly, "I'm very confident." 6 months later, at Deso's palace, the sounds of sparring echo. Deso overpowers his opponent, yelling, "Head!" He strikes the opponent's head with a wooden sword, sending him flying. Deso laughs triumphantly, reveling in the sensation. He taunts them, saying, "This is what a real fight looks like," as the defeated opponent trembles, wondering, how did he get so strong? Deso raises his sword, confidently challenging them. "Who's next? Pick up the pace." Meng Kang steps forward, saying, "Looks like you can finally fight us now." "You want to play by the rules? I'll use my wisdom sword." Deso takes a stance, saying, "All right, come at me." He charged forward with lightning speed, astonishing everyone. It was the sun-shooting sword technique, a secret of the Spearpoint sect, said to be able to split the sun if mastered. Deso knew the terrifying aspect of the high sword was its flow. If he fell into its vortex, he would struggle and die. He resolved to take the initiative against the Sword of Wisdom, and Meng Kang smiled, impressed. Standing firm, he blocked Dazir's attack, forcing him back, as Dazir realized his feet were caught in Commander Kang's powerful flow. "What's this?" he wondered to himself. Meng Kang smirks, caught with just a small movement. He glanced at Do with a smug look, saying the outcome was clear, and wondered if he was about to give up. But Dees refused to yield, remembering the grueling training, the countless defeats, and the relentless adversity he had overcome. Without hesitation, he unleashed the twin swallow flight, charging towards Man Kong, who was surprised to recognize Dees's martial arts. Gaibong martial arts? In the blink of an eye, Dees closed in, startling him into retreat. Meng Kang quickly thrust his sword, but Deso leaped away just in time. The first swallow was a feint, the second, the real deal. He smiled and spoke, then suddenly attacked from behind. The surrounding brothers cheered him on. "He got him! Finish him!" But Meng Kang only sneered. "From the Spear sect to the Beggar clan, I never expected to meet someone proficient in the martial arts of the 5 great families and the 9 sects." He immediately turned and struck Do in the face. With no time to react, the thought flashed through his mind. The Wudang Liangyi mind technique. After the fight, Do bitterly admits defeat. Damn it, Invincible Wanderer is from Wudang. No wonder he knows the 2 forms heart technique. He realized the Wudang techniques were a smokescreen, and the wisdom sword was not all there was. Unyielding, he continued to attack with whirlwind kick and return kick, but all were easily evaded by Meng Kang. Deso tells himself he can't stop the flow, he has to seize it for himself. But Meng Kang just stands there, blocking all his attacks with one hand, rendering them useless. But Desiree immediately followed with a sword thrust, forcing Meng Kang to dodge. He realized with shock that it was the setting sun sword technique. Seeing an opening, Desire strikes with a high kick, and Kong barely manages to block with both arms, wondering, is that whirlwind kick? No, it's the whirlwind kick. The powerful blow sends him reeling backward. Before he could recover, Meng Kang faced a barrage of attacks from Deezer, forcing him to defend himself with his wooden sword. Deezer mocked. Judging from his reaction, it seemed to be working. Stunned, Kang wondered, since when did he use hidden weapons? Without delay, Deezo threw a smoke bomb, blinding Kang. He smirked. Didn't you say anything goes as long as you win? Are you angry now? Man Kang was furious, his face flushed red. That little punk. He advanced, sword raised to strike Desire's head, but Do's eyes flashed with determination. Excellent. I've forced his movements to become hasty. He lunged forward, extending 2 fingers, thinking, this is my chance. But then Meng Kang spoke. 100 years is still a long way off. Was Deo startled? At that moment, a torrent of inner energy surged forth, engulfing him in surprise. He held his breath, pondering, what is this? I've never encountered this martial art before. Seeing Man Kang raise his sword, Do still couldn't read the attack. And Dees took the full blow, seeing stars, a huge lump forming on his head before he passed out, muttering, not the head again. It seems the man was also exhausted after taking him down. He sighed in relief, looked at the sword in his hand and muttered, I didn't expect to have to use this new Azure Wisdom sword so soon. Seeing him unconscious on the floor, he praised him without hesitation, saying that his progress in just 6 months was truly admirable. Whether Deso heard Man Kang's praise or not, he was indeed an elusive demon. It's hard to imagine what he'll be like in 2 years. Elsewhere, Deso's maids are all working hard. Huanya was busy analyzing ledgers. Changyan focused on learning the art of medicine making, and Lia Nian researched how to support Nam Kung Jan, while Du continued to train relentlessly no matter the weather. In a magnificent fortress, a voice echoes. 2 years have finally passed. How long I've awaited this confrontation. That was Nam Kung Jan's voice. The door swung open, and he bowed respectfully before the figure seated before him. The second young master cautiously said, Your son requests permission for a duel. The man before him was none other than Nam Kung Han, who replied with his chin resting on his hand, I thought I already gave my permission. Nam Kung Jan added, I heard my little brother completed his training seclusion today. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Nam Kung Han continued, Then I must act quickly. Before he could finish, someone burst in, shouting. Father, Nam Kung Jan said, I knew you'd come. So my little brother was Nam Kung San all along, he replied. What a surprise. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Nam Kung Jo continued, I was going to, but I wanted to wait a bit. Is something wrong, little brother? Why come here instead of seeing me? You can't hide anything from me, brother. Nangong Sun placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing tightly as he spoke with sarcasm. Seeing you so relaxed, it seems your time in seclusion has been fruitful. Nam Kung Sun awkwardly replied, Of course. Nam Kung Jan whispered provocatively, But I see you've become more aggressive, sharper and heavier than before. Looks like you've taken up the blade instead of the sword. How could you? Nam Zongjan pressed on. Isn't understanding my brother's accomplishments what an older brother should do? Despite the mockery, Nam Kung Sun remained calm. He reached for his sword, but then calmly said, I'll withdraw this time. It seems you were here first. Nam Gongjo chuckled. Thank you, brother. He added, but allow me to witness the fight between you and our younger brother, won't you? Nangongjao nodded in agreement. Of course, the more spectators, the better. Suddenly, a hand shot up, and Nam Kung Han announced, I'll participate too, startling them both. Nam Gongjan thought to himself, is this for his little brother? But he didn't object and suggested inviting the family members to participate, certain everyone would enjoy it. After all, aren't the Namgung clan fond of competitions? He thought to himself, I'll let everyone see who truly has the upper hand in this battle between young masters. He then imagined himself defeating Do, as Nam Kung Sun warned, Don't underestimate our younger brother. With eyes as sharp as a viper's, Nam Kung Dan retorted, You say I underestimate you. Me? He turned and left, tossing back, You know nothing. Nam Kung Sun watched in silence, a strange feeling stirring within him, thinking, if it were a blade instead of a sword. Before a voice echoed, confirming this was the place. Swanghan gazed at the imperial palace, marveling at its grandeur. Had it really become this magnificent in such a short time? A girl approaches, saying old Jiang Meng built it with the money he donated. Zhang Yan turns to see Lia Ran and greets her with a smile. Lia Ran, you're here too? Lia Nian cheerfully waved back. Long time no see, Swanghan. Are you here for the meal too? It would be wonderful if Hoan Ha were here as well. Xia softly says, I heard she left the Nangong family because of an agreement. I wonder when she'll be back. Just then, a young man opens the door from inside, inviting them in. They're here, come in quickly. Stepping inside, the two witness everyone practicing martial arts. Zhuang Han and Lai Anyan couldn't help but sigh. They were still training as diligently as ever. Noticing them, he exclaimed happily, "Sisters, long time no see." The two happily responded, "The young master is greeting us," when one of them seized the opportunity to strike while he was distracted. "If you lose focus during a fight, you'll get hit in the head. Haven't you learned that yet?" But he quickly crouched down, dodging the blow and leaving his opponent stunned. "What?" Two others stepped forward, determined to try their luck. "Today, we'll hit your head at least once." He nimbly leaps away, escaping the encirclement. And as he puts on his coat, he asks with a smile, "Are you hungry, ladies? Come in and eat. The manager has prepared everything." The two eagerly approached the table, their eyes met with a spread of delicious dishes. The head manager smiled. "Just in time. Lianian and Changyan. Though it's been a while, I still remember those memories clearly." The two women enjoyed the meal, showering it with praise. "You truly live up to your title, manager. I remember those times, the happy times we spent eating together." The head steward urged, "Eat up, there's plenty more." Diso pondered. Shouldn't they be eating beef these days? Shuangyan addresses him, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Ah," she looks at him, happily noting his maturity. "You're so different after 2 years." He proudly says, "Of course, fighting for 2 years straight, it'd be strange if I didn't change." Suangnan agrees with a smile. Indeed, someone suddenly barged in to announce, "Young master, you must come outside immediately." Young master Nam Kung Don, the second young master, is seeking an audience. Upon hearing the name, Dezhou's eyes flashed. "Is that so?" His face twisted into a devilish grin, and he laughed. Perfect timing. His attitude made the two sisters wonder just how badly their young master had been beaten. Outside, Nam Kung Jan waited patiently, thinking, "I thought 2 years would be too short for my little brother to achieve anything. Who knew they were just errand boys?" He silently assessed the people before him. "I thought this contest would end boringly, but then Deezer stepped forward to greet me." "What are you thinking?" Nam Kung Jo trembled slightly as he saw Du had grown taller. "I just came to see you." Deseo grabbed his arm. "You look like you have something to say, but let's talk somewhere else." Nam Gungdon's face darkens as he contemplates, holding my hand without hesitation. "Yeah, you reek of bloodlust, ready for a fight. I only reached out my hand, and you already want to draw your sword." But contrary to his thoughts, Diziso said brightly, "You know the place. You've treated me to so many delicious meals there." Nangong Jue replied in surprise, "Oh, you mean that place?" Without hesitation, Diz grabs his hand and exclaims, "Let's go, my stomach is rumbling." He chews happily, adding, "Indeed, a meal isn't complete without meat." Nam Sungjo thought to himself that he was all size and no sense. What if the food was poisoned? He rested his chin on his folded hands and called out to his fourth brother. Deo startled and replied, "Yes." Nam Sungjo worriedly lectured him, warning him not to trust anyone too easily, not even family. "Wouldn't you be afraid that I'd poison your food?" Do asked blankly, his mouth full, but a moment later he smiled brightly, his eyes curved. "Our family isn't just any family. We are the world's greatest clan." Nam Kung Jo frowned slightly, his voice laced with doubt. "Aren't you afraid I'll poison your food?" Du remained oblivious, mouth full, but soon smiled brightly, eyes curved. "You're my brother after all. Anyone could hurt me, but not you. You've never been bad to me, and you even give me good food." His words made Nam Kung Don blush with embarrassment, but he still cautioned him to be more careful. Du giggles, "It's okay, I have you here with me." Nam Kung Jo continued eating, his voice serious. "Eat up. I'm here today to discuss the timing of the sparring match." Du asked immediately, "When do you think we should hold it?" Nam Gungjo narrowed his eyes. "Tomorrow, you say?" Deso was shocked, unable to cover his mouth in time. Nam Gungjo continued, setting no limit to the number of participants, victory decided by surrender to avoid dissatisfaction. Do is curious. "Won't you participate directly?" Nam Gungjo nods. "Of course." Then he smiled, a profound look on his face. "Isn't our fight supposed to be for the position of young lord?" Deo wondered. "Is that so?" Namgung states his condition. "If I win tomorrow, I'll have a favor to ask of you. I've heard your maids are quite talented. If you lose, one of the 3 must come with me." Du startles everyone by slamming the table, his shout echoing through the room. Desire bursts through the door, the elders turn to him, and the 8 virtuous smiles. "We were having such a pleasant discussion." Mengkang gestures, suggesting a game. Deo urgently asks, "Where are the sisters?" Mengkang replies, "They were tired after eating, so they went back to their rooms to rest. Should I call them?" Dee's interrupted, announcing the duel would take place tomorrow afternoon, startling the two elders. Dee's eyes widened with determination. "We must prepare now. We absolutely cannot lose." He placed a chess piece on the table, reciting the rules. "There's no limit to participants. The match ends when one side concedes." "He'll definitely send out the Great Yuan Sword Clan." Dio asked, "If we face them, can we win?" 8 Peak stroked his chin, pondering. 2 years ago, we would have lost for sure. Then he clenched his fist, his brow furrowed deeply. "But we've trained for the past 2 years. It won't be easy to defeat us." Upon hearing this, Mengkang raised an eyebrow and said, "Nanggong Zheng is the elder of the Great Yuan Sword Clan. If we can't stop him tomorrow, we'll lose without even knowing it." He judged helplessly. The two old-timers are lost in thought. Suddenly, Deo darts out from behind Bat Tan, his voice full of provocation. "Is he scared? Is he afraid of getting hit?" Seeing his face flush red and his teeth clench, he continued to provoke him, saying he was truly afraid. So much for fighting for the young master. It was all just talk. Lord Bat, enraged, threw a punch behind him, yelling, "You want me to hit you?" Dai dodged the blow, a sneer on his face. "I dare you. You think I'm as easy to bully as before?" "Not all flower realms are the same," Mengkang said seriously. "One is achieved through great effort, repeated failures and successes. The other is attained without hardship or adversity, like walking a paved road. Everyone sees them both as masters of the floral realm, but the former is more weary than the latter. The former will feel his limits and want to stop as soon as he reaches the floral realm. The second has never faced hardship, so he uses that power to climb higher, like Nam Kung, a true prodigy. Not only that, he was born with a divine power that no one else possessed." Deo smirked. "Is that so? You're provoking me, so you must be afraid." The two men suddenly burst out laughing. Mengkang said, "Joking, are you jumping to conclusions?" He replied, "To be exact, in a one-on-one fight, he has a 50% chance. He's confident, saying that I'm a cut above him at 60%. Hearing this, Dees props his hand on the table and agrees to go ahead. The next afternoon, a bustling crowd gathered around the main arena, eager to witness the clash between the two young masters of Nam Kung. Suddenly, someone nearby pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look!" All eyes turned to see the strategist appear, much to their surprise. The strategist's health brings reassurance, a guardian for the martial world, and the young vice-strategist inspires awe with his exceptional talent. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, cutting through the noise, and the crowd gasped as the supreme martial god, head of the most powerful clan, appeared. He strode forward and sat regally in his seat as the crowd roared in astonishment at his arrival. The martial god's presence heightened the tension, an indescribable pressure weighing on everyone. Then another figure stepped into the arena, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the duel between the fourth young master and the third young master is about to begin." The crowd roared with excitement as the match finally began, while Huanya anxiously clasped her hands, praying for her young master. The doors open, and a tall figure enters, stirring the crowd into a frenzy. It's the great Uyun swordsman, the Nanggong family's strongest unit. People rushed to throw gold into the bin, betting on the team. One of the betting group approached Jiang Meng and asked, "Sir, who will you bet on?" Jiang Meng pulled out a bag full of silver, saying, "I'm betting it all on the fourth young master." "What are you staring at?" Jiang Meng sneered. "Who else but me would dare bet on the fourth young master?" DCO steps in, glancing at the jeering crowd, one of whom says, "Is that Nanggong's legion? This is ending worse than I thought." Ignoring them, Desexo walks up to Nam Kung John and says, "Before we start, there's something I want to say." Nanggong John frowned as Xiongdu continued, "We have 53 men, but you have more. If we fight one-on-one, it'll take too long." Nanggong John retorted, "So, do suggest a simple and effective team battle between the Great Garden Sword Clan and the Heavenly Dragon Clan." Nanggong John scoffs, "Of course, you can refuse if you're scared." The taunt darkens Nam Kung John's face, veins popping as the others prepare to draw their swords. Do feigns innocence, standing stiffly as if pondering, "Was that a bit much?" Ha 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 ha, like he's never laughed before. Nam Tung Chin stood and boomed, "The young master's proposal is interesting, but I'd like to make one of my own." Do asked with suspicion, "What is it?" Nangung Jung smirked, "We'll have a team battle. Each side picks a captain. Interesting, isn't it? Not only must they worry about the fight, but also protect their captain, while trying to take down the opposing captain." The audience agreed, many nodding, "Interesting, not bad." D'Souza also showed his displeasure, thinking a team battle was fine, but he didn't expect this proposal. Elder Nam Kung Chin may seem simple and foolish, but he's one of the second brother's poisonous snakes. I need to figure out what they're planning. If I refuse, the team battle is off the table. Whatever, let's see what happens. Dio turned to Baton for his opinion, then said loudly, I understand. I accept. Oh, one more thing. Let's each pick the other's team captain. Sounds more interesting, right? Nam Kung Chin grinned. Hold on, the captain we're designating is Dezo. He points to him, and Deso is taken aback, thinking that if he becomes the captain, the match will be even easier to win by defeating him. In the stands, Namgung Dion sneered, Ha ha ha, you've fallen completely into the second young master's plan. If you run, the outcome of today's match will haunt you for the rest of your life. Well, let's see how the young master deals with the perfect trap set by the second master. In that case, the captain we appointed, that newbie, was a good choice, though I'm also afraid he might be quite strong. Deo points to a man smaller than the rest and asks his teammates, You all remember what we prepared yesterday, right? Of course, isn't that what we do every day? Every day? Just routine, his teammates replied in unison, full of vigor. The match begins with the referee's call, and Nam Gung Jong, a sinister smile on his face, charges forward with a dark glint in his eyes. The others immediately charged towards Deezer, a fierce look in their eyes. He couldn't react in time and fearfully backed away. What's this? A hand slams into his back and golden light erupts. These are the three venerables. Surprised. This is the fear you feel when facing Nam Kung. Du turns to look at the old man. His teammates laughed. Is that all you've got? You pissed your pants when you first met us, and I even shat myself. Some mocked, some laughed, and chaos reigned. Enraged, Theo shouted, Hey, get it together! How can you get stronger with such filthy minds? Just then, the enemies charged forward all at once. Give the order. We'll be wiped out at this rate. Deez raises his hand and shouts, leaving his enemies dumbfounded. What is this? From behind, Deezer's men suddenly appeared, surrounding their opponents. Everyone present was shocked. What? Isn't that Nahanjin of Shaolin? Son Nahanjin is at the Namgung clan. Wait, on closer inspection, that's Grandmaster Baton, the abbot of Shaolin. It's said his whereabouts are hard to predict, yet here he is at the Namgung clan. A master on the platform clasped his hands. Amitabha, Baton is still alive. Nangong Zheng maintains his detestable facade, so that's the plan. The Great Circle Sword formation splits into three, creating a central point to combine with the formation. Not bad, Desire smirked confidently. Nangsong China, if you think this will stop us, you're sorely mistaken. His Wudang 5-element sword formation is just the same old trick, he scoffs. He continued his attacks, but failed again, this time facing the confusing 7-star sword formation. This is the Supreme Polarity Sword Formation. The CXO stood there smiling. You can't break it so easily. This is a special gift I prepared for the elder. He shows no fear, daring to stall me. Interesting idea. He channeled his energy, causing the sword to emit a purple light, his face darkening with menace. Don't underestimate me. Don't think the great Uyun sword clan will be headless without me. Man Kong chuckled. Didn't Master say to never underestimate that monster? Namkung fiercely raised his sword before him. Then I have no choice but to trust him. The two teams clash, neither willing to yield. From afar, Desire commanded 9 in the front, 9 in the back. The Great Wish swordsman obeyed, immediately shifting to surround them. They're here! Intercept them! Deez shouts, and they all charge in. They immediately charge back into the drawn-out battle, constantly shifting formations with 15 in front and 3 in the rear. That's right, 18 people are behind us. The vice-captain worried that if this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold out. The ever-shifting formation throws the vice-captain into disarray, but with a clenched fist and unwavering resolve, he commands, Charge! We must converge! The formation has fallen into chaos. Seeing the dire situation, Nam Kung Hung says, Vice-captain, the situation is critical. Hai Un, panicked, looked at Nam Kung Hung and asked, Captain, won't it be dangerous if we just charge in? He reassured him, Don't panic. The commander believes in us. From afar, Nam Gung Jo intently watches the unfolding events as Nam Gung Hyung takes a stance, sternly commanding, From now on, do your utmost to protect Hun. Everyone around him rejoiced, asking if he had a plan. He focused his energy, calmly explaining that this method was quite explosive, but it seemed to be the best option. Right now. He raised his sword, and golden light enveloped his body as his teammates cried out in shock. Team leader Batten watches the terrified Nam Kung Hung. Is he planning to sacrifice himself? An unusual surge of power? Nam Kung Hung enters battle mode, his eyes blazing as rage engulfs him. He shouts, "Not an elder nor a grand elder. This is merely the realm of a team leader." Baton turns back, his voice resolute. "Do not be afraid, not even for a moment." Everyone responded in unison, awaiting orders. But another surge of energy suddenly erupted from behind, startling Nam Kung Hung. A shout rings out. "Team leader, how can you be so calm?" Namingung Hyung is stunned, the elder enraged. Namingung Jong clenches his fist and laughs. "Who are we?" "We are the Namkung clan." His confidence spread like a wave, invigorating everyone. Nangung Jeng shouts, "Are you just going to stand there? Show them what the Nangong clan is made of." Nam Kung Hung smirked, impressed by the elder's command. He roared, declaring that no one would stand behind him from now on. The entire team roars in response, and as Nam Kung Hung charges forward, they follow, their momentum threatening to tear the sky asunder. He commanded, and the entire team surged forward, their overwhelming momentum causing the enemy to panic and be pushed back before they could react. Nam Kung Hung thought to himself excitedly, "At this rate, they definitely won't be able to resist." Dezo desperately tries to command, using every means to stop the enemy. If they break through, all plans will be ruined. He pointed his sword forward, and Baton, along with the veteran soldiers in their 30s and 40s, advanced. Everyone quickly followed Baton, running in the direction he indicated. Amidst the chaos, Deso cried out, "How long can we hold them back?" As Mungkang braced himself against an attack, he grimaced and replied, "2 more rounds. I can't take much more." Deso shouts, "Do you want to die?" Mungkang angrily turns back and yells, "You little bastard!" Do muses, "We must win in 2 rounds." He signals to the Arhats, first formation. The team scatters, leaving the vice-captain in disarray. "What's going on?" He panics. Nam Sung Hung is alarmed. "What's going on?" "Attack the young master now." Seeing Dezizo standing alone, unprotected, they rushed forward to capture him. Sweat dripped down Desire's face as he thought, "The moment I've been waiting for has arrived." Desire pointed his sword at the enemy and shouted, "All 13 of you, except for the 5 elders targeting the rear, jump and attack with your weapons." One unleashes the Moonfall sword art, Moon Shadow, while another strikes with 1,000 hands, and the rest swing their swords, Leafcutter, scattering their opponents with 3 moves, sending them fleeing in terror. We're under attack from behind. The vice-captain shouts not to turn back, but to keep moving forward as they charge towards D's with their swords. Those watching on laugh, saying it's over. Had he been more seasoned, he might have stood a chance. Yet Dizir deftly dodges each attack, leaving them bewildered. "What's this?" As they thrust together, Dizir Soho quickly leapt into the air. A swarm descends, determined to prevent his escape, but Desire's body flickers, evading every attack. They're surprised. Can he evade everything? One raises his sword, gritting his teeth, determined to capture him, but before the strike lands, Du knocks him away. Dio's face pales as he coughs up blood, muttering, "Damn it, my inner energy is depleted." Seeing his chance, the vice-captain lunges forward, sword aimed at him. His face contorted with rage as he growled, "Even if you're from the main branch, I didn't expect you to dodge every move. Deeze's body is heavy, don't freeze. The vice-captain is confident, but I'll end this easily with this move." He advanced, sword raised, eyes full of malice, thinking, "I've won." Nangong Zhao stepped into the arena with confidence, a triumphant smile on his lips. "It's over," he declared, and the crowd erupted in cheers, going wild. Could it be? That statement left Nam Kung Jo confused, and when he turned back, Desir was standing there unharmed. Nangong Zhou couldn't believe it, wondering, he avoided the sword strike of a master like the vice-captain? Nangong Hyung turned to the vice-captain with dissatisfaction. "Vice-Captain Yukya, what are you doing?" "Attack now!" The vice-captain paused, then charged at Deezer with his sword, his voice full of anger. "I don't know how you survived that last attack, but this is the end." Seeing the blade about to strike, Desire was terrified, but Batson appeared just in time, his powerful arm descending to block the vice-captain's sword. He muses, "Amitabha, you've held on admirably." Batsu clenches his fist, channeling immense energy around his arm, and delivers a devastating blow to the vice-captain's abdomen, sending him flying. Deezer Soso clutched his shoulder, complaining, "You should have come sooner. I almost died." Batson looked at him, helpless. "I did save you." That son of a gun. Suddenly, a massive explosion reverberates. Lao Mengkang appears before Dezo, shouting, "Enough is enough." Nanguangjung stomps his foot, his eyes resolute. Deo watches the scene unfold, sighing, "It's always something." Namkung Chin emerges from the smoke, his large hand gripping the head of a team member. "Not bad, young master." he sneered, then hurled the man away. The throne man slams into the ground before Deo as Nam Kung Chin speaks calmly. Cloud-drifting steps from the Spearpoint sect, the elusive heavenly secret steps of the Zhug family, the swift stream steps of the Qingcheng sect, from the Qiyun sect to the Tai Chi swordplay of Wudang. It's truly miraculous how freely you wield the martial arts of other sects. He stroked his chin and smirked, saying that it wouldn't be surprising if he died from disrupted meridians and exploding internal energy. Nam Gungjung approached Di Su and asked, "How is a monster created?" Man Kang pointed his sword at him, taunting, "He was born that way, of course." Nam Gungjung shouted excitedly, "Is that so? Will the young master become a little monster?" Man Kang chimed in, "That's right, he's still just a kid." The two were in perfect sync, as if they had planned it all along, causing desire to bristle with anger. Ugh, this kid talk is getting on my nerves. Nguyen dusts off his hands and orders, "Fall back, all of you," and they immediately obey. Dee looked at everyone retreating, still confused, wondering, why are the team members falling back? Wait, isn't this an opportunity? He approached Mengkang, pointing forward. He's alone. If we all charge, wouldn't victory be easy? Mengkang turned, angrily shouting, "Get back!" Deser. So was confused. Huh? He stepped back, wondering, what's going on? Why is he suddenly angry? Batson looked at him and sighed. You've never seen a duel between masters, have you? He looked at Mengkang, thinking, it seems he wants to show the young master something. Batong turned to Dis and said, "Young master, from now on, carefully observe their every move." The ground beneath Mengkang's feet began to crack, and then both men suddenly sank, the tiles splitting further. All of this would become valuable experience for Dezisho, greatly aiding his future martial arts training. Nangongjung smirks, "Stop posturing, it's not too late to ask for help. Even if you teamed up against me, I wouldn't consider it dishonorable." Mengkang retorted, "Amitabha, I want to test my strength against you." Nangongjung throws a punch at Mengkang without hesitation, yelling, "After you're dead, that old monk is next." But Mengkang blocks the blow with his sword. Each of Nam Kungjung's attacks were precisely blocked by Ming Kang, who turned to Deso and instructed, "Observe carefully, young master." Though he didn't fully understand, Deso watched the two intently as Meng Kang began demonstrating the moves, explaining them as he went. These are the most basic yet most important skills of Wudang martial arts. Meanwhile, Nam Kung Chin continues to launch dangerous attacks, shouting as he fights, "How ridiculous." He focuses his rage, like a volcanic eruption, into his fist. "Let's see you break this." Mengkang gripped his sword, his eyes serious as he watched, closing them to feel each drop of water fall. Whirlwinds of energy surge around him, terrifying Deezer. He's trying to break through all those senseless attacks. The battle suddenly subsides, and Mengkang smirks. "As expected, you're talented. I truly envy your strength, a strength others can only dream of." Nangongjung's anger made his veins bulge as he bit his lip. "You mean I was born with more divine power than others? That kind of brute strength?" Mengkang laughed. "That's right. Born with it. Brute strength, as you say, isn't wrong. You've admitted it. No need for more words." Nangongjung gritted his teeth in anger, as Dexu, both furious and panicked, shoved the old Eighth Lord and shouted, "No, this old man is crazy. Why provoke people so they show their true strength?" Eighth Lord explains, "Don't you understand, young master? He's doing this so you can see their full power." In the arena, Nam Kungjung's aura explodes, but Mengkang remains calm and collected. Di awkwardly asks, "Yes, see what?" Old Eight Reverence intently watches the two, for when they fight with all their might, they will achieve the impossible. Take a good look, that is the figure our young master aspires to be. Nanchung Ching stands in the arena, his aura overwhelming all around him. He grits his teeth. The weak always find excuses for their failures. His pressure terrifies Mengkang. He's furious. "You only see the present, not the effort I've put in." His eyes widen as he makes a powerful declaration. "The more people there are, the less I care. Today, I'll use my power to crush you." He exploded forward, charging towards Mengkang, shaking the entire arena. "I'm coming." Seeing the powerful punch before him, Mengkang grimaced in fear. His sword blocked the attack, but he lost his footing, sliding backward. He quickly flipped his sword, redirecting the punch. However, the wrath remained on the sword, its terrifying power making it difficult to defend against. Dees panicked. What was attacking the big-nosed old man? "I don't see Chief Nangong anywhere." Mengkang still stands, but the lightning from the wrath is constantly overwhelming him. The Eight Venerable One advises, "Use your five senses to perceive. Then you can detect his slightest movements." Do extends his hands, awkwardly using his five senses. He closes his eyes, sensing every current of energy around him. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, and he shouts. He sees him. Nam Kung Chin appears, leaping into the air and striking at Man Kang. The powerful blow descends, and Meng Kang decisively raises his sword, the clash creating a blinding light. In a panic, Dao landed a hit. Nam Kang swiftly turned and threw another punch. Meng Kang parries each blow with his sword, flashes of light erupting between them, yet his eyes remain closed. Dizou is shocked, eyes closed. How can he possibly know where to strike? He could sense Nam Kung's every move, every attack within his control. From the smallest details, every punch is blocked. Nam Kung Chin is knocked back, but undeterred, he presses forward. With a high leap, he chose to attack from above. The surrounding waters surged violently, making his opponent think the resonance was so great that he couldn't see his anger. Calmly, Kang recalled Dessau's question. Old man, what if you can't read your opponent's inner energy? He stood before him, patiently teaching that all he needed to do was create a new flow of inner energy. As he blocked each attack, Meng Kang thought to himself that the supreme ultimate sword was originally a sword technique, aimed at the enemy's flow of anger. Nam Kung, still unaware, smugly targets Man Kang as lightning strikes the arena. Dees is horrified. How could anyone anticipate lightning from the sky? Man Kang turned to him with a smile. If I hadn't met this child, I fear I wouldn't have been able to break free. Jing sensed the surrounding waves. This wasn't just about following inner energy. He brandishes his sword, revealing a new internal energy sword technique. Sharp strikes materialize in his mind, a free and unbound swordsmanship worthy of its name. With a fierce look on his face, Nam Kung Lao lunges forward, but Man Kang calmly swings his sword, instantly cutting him down. He thinks to himself, invincible swordsmanship. Even with a burn on his wrist, Nam Kung was excited. I've never seen martial arts like this before. Amazing. Man Kang panted in the arena, smiling. You as well. The lightning you wielded has truly opened my eyes, and I have a title I wish to bestow upon you. Thunder Emperor. He scratches his chin, grinning with delight. Thunder Emperor, you say? Excellent, truly excellent. He widened his stance, gathering energy in his palms. To honor that title, I have a technique for you to behold. Bolts of lightning enveloped his fist, radiating an oppressive aura, shifting to a dense, violet hue. Man Kang watched, horrified, wanting to blast it apart with his rage. Huh? He taunts, saying it would be a shame to miss it. Nangung Zheng laughs, shouting, I like you, old man. He unleashes his strongest punch, a roaring cross attack, but Meng Kang is ready, channeling his rage into his sword. As the blow approached, he unleashed the continuous, unceasing, enduring, and infinite technique. The two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion that filled the arena with smoke. Dee strained to see through the dust as the shouts of the crowd echoed around him. Who is it? Who won? He widened his eyes in fear, desperate to make out the figure in the smoke. As the smoke cleared, Nam Kung Chin stood tall, his team cheering. Our elder couldn't possibly lose. Dees and the others paled, muttering, This is bad. Nam Kung Zheng's body fell heavily, leaving him bewildered. His body slams against the training ground as Ming Kang appears. Relieved, I thought I was a goner. The crowd cheers wildly, as if this was meant to be. Invincible Big Nose, Nam Kung Jo muttered in disbelief. His team was also stunned. Elder Nam Kung had lost? No way. Dexu rushed over to Meng Kang, waving his hand. Amazing. What was that final move? Teach me, old man. He grimaced. Enough talk, I'm so tired I could faint. He glared at the other side, muttering that they seemed intent on fighting to the bitter end. Dao chuckled. Just wait, I figured out how to end this duel. Dessau calmly stepped forward, his eyes cold but confident. Great sword team, I have a special proposal to present. His voice rang out clearly, drawing everyone's attention. The vice captain, face flushed with anger, pointed his sword at Dessau, growling, You think we'll give up so easily? Dessau didn't reply, instead gently approaching Jiang Nu, whispering in his ear, The captain wants to end this match like the elder, right? These words were a veiled threat, turning Nam Kung Hung pale. He glanced around the training ground, scarred by battle, and calmly continued. Having witnessed such high-level contests, surely everyone here is itching for a fight. But if you want to fight, you should go to that cripple over there, not some young punk like me. Du smiles, his eyes full of malice as he says to Nam Kung Hung, If you stop here, I'll take responsibility and arrange a satisfying duel for you both. Whenever you wish, seek me out. He then turned to Meng Kang's team, a friendly smile on his face. But if you refuse, there won't be a fight worth watching, and you'll just join them and end things anticlimactically. Faced with this dilemma, Nam Kung Hung pondered deeply before approaching Nam Kung Jon, bowing respectfully. "Forgive me, I will take responsibility for this." Nam Kung Jon was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "What?" Without another word, Nam Kung Hyung steps down from the platform, and the host immediately announces his disqualification. Dio smiled smugly. For the warriors of the Nam Kung clan, victory wasn't the ultimate goal, but rather improving their strength through battles with worthy opponents. He looked around and asked, "Don't you all agree?" Hesitation flickered in their eyes as Deso continued to provoke. "I'll help you find worthy opponents, so just stop here." The team fell silent, swords clattering to the arena floor as they turned and respectfully said, "Young Master Nam Gung, please forgive us." Seeing this, Nam Kung Jon gritted his teeth in anger, cursing the fools in his heart as the host announced, "Deso wins this match." Hearing this, Dijao jumped for joy, cheering and celebrating with everyone. "We won. We defeated the Nam Kung clan." Cheers erupted as the Azure Dragon Squad was hailed as unbeatable, filling the 8 Venerables and Mengkang with pride. The entire stadium erupts. 9 dragons, 9 demons, 9 dragons. Dees turns away, disgruntled, muttering, "I'm the only one who can't hear anything." Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, Do, you turned back happily." "What? Who's calling me?" From the second-floor balcony, Nam Kung waved excitedly, shouting, Fourth Master, over here, over here." Dio, embarrassed, turned away as someone nudged him. "Psst, he's calling for the 4th young master." He shook his head. "I don't know him." Just then, Xuanghan, Huanha, and Lian Hin rushed over, worried. Prince Du smiled, thinking, "I'm so glad I could keep them here." They approached, patting his head and pinching his cheeks, chiding him. "What happened to you?" His face was pale, and his skin was wrinkled. Suddenly, an unfamiliar hand appeared before Dees. He looked up to see Nam Kung Jon offering a friendly handshake. "You surprised me. I admit defeat." Desire awkwardly scratched his head and shook his hand. "It was just luck. I couldn't possibly beat you in a rematch." Nangung-jo chuckled. "Little rascal, stop pretending." He calmly turned away, yielding to the victor. Suddenly realizing something, Namkung-jo turns to meet Changyan's gaze, who offers a slight bow. Deso stood nearby, and Long was shocked, thinking, "Huh? Why is the atmosphere between them so strange?" Just then, a large pouch of money flew towards Deso, who quickly snatched it. From afar, old Jiangming approached, carrying a chest overflowing with silver, and said with a smile, "Thanks to you, I've made quite the profit." Diao burst out laughing. "So, you bet on me, old man. We're so in sync, even our smiles are the same." Seeing this, Huanya couldn't help but sigh. The two were becoming more and more alike. Nangong Dion approached, beaming, "Young master, how can we let such a beautiful day go to waste?" Dio pointed to the sky and declared, "All right, today's on me." Everyone looked at him and cheered, and Jama also stepped forward, adding, "Don't worry about drinks, food, or wine. I've got it all covered." Du laughed triumphantly. "Money is no object. Being stingy today is just being narrow-minded." The crowd cheers. "Long live, master," as he angrily retorts, "I'm the one paying." Meanwhile, a group of elders sit in silence, deep in thought. One of them frowned, muttering, "This isn't normal." He looked at the main force, his face troubled, and continued, "The elders of the Nam Kung clan have failed, and even the Great Wan Yuan Sword Squad, one of their key units, has admitted defeat. To the martial world, the Nam Kung clan was an insurmountable sky. But today, because of them, that sky has cracked." Another crossed his arms, coldly remarking that monsters had returned to the world, led by the 4th young master. Dees led the group, the others silently following. Calmly, another said, "Now I'm certain Deezer So will be the successor of the Nam Kung clan." News of the Azure Dragon team's victory over the Grand Swan team spread quickly through the martial world. As spectators departed, they buzzed with excitement, marveling at the incredible match they had witnessed, drawing the attention of a beggar. The beggar gasped, "The Azure Dragon leader, Zhou Jia?" He quickly packed his things and ran back to an abandoned house, frantically calling out, "Chief, big news!" He burst through the door, shouting, big news, Chief! Wake up! Don't sleep!" The chief, lying on a tattered mat, groaned in annoyance and sat up, muttering, "Is it time to eat already?" The image of an old man appeared in Anne's mind, declaring, "Master is at the Nam Kung clan." The other man blankly asked, "What?" At the gates of the Wudang sect, shouts could already be heard. "Senior brother," one of them exclaimed. He's alive, goes by the name Mengkong, and defeated the Nangong clan elder? The other replied, That's right, our martial uncle is at the Nangong clan. Panicked, he asked if they shouldn't immediately retrieve their master from the Namkung family, to which the elder frowned and replied, That's because you don't know how treacherous the Namkung family is. If he doesn't leave on his own, there's nothing we can do. Let's wait and see for now. At the Shaolin temple, Min Chi angrily storms off with his staff as Min Thien chases after him, pleading, Abbot, please calm down. He turned back and roared, How can you expect me to stand still when I hear that our master is eating and sleeping soundly in the Nangong family while Shaolin is left unattended? Min Tian hesitated, a hint of unease in his eyes. Everything is as it was. Isn't this an auspicious sign for the martial world? The 8 venerables are still alive. Hearing this, he softened his tone, and Mingju turned to ask, Zhao, how old is the child master chose this year? Min Tian replied, About 13 years old. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Then I must go and meet him. Besides the master, there must be many others as well. The child personally chosen by the master, I'm quite curious about him. Meanwhile, their master chuckled with glee, continuing to pour wine for dough. Deezer, witnessing the scene, scratched his head in a panic. What is all this? His eyes darted around, seeing people from the strategist's hall on one side and those from the medical hall on the other. He was even more horrified to see people from the Golden Horde in front of him. Lian Yin walked over, patted his shoulder with a smile, and said, Today is a joyous occasion. Shouldn't everyone enjoy it together? Besides, the young master is treating. Du clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I never intended to treat them all. He stood up and shouted, Fine, just consider them related to the sisters. Then he pointed to another table. But why are the second brother and the Great Wan Sword Squad here too? Namgung Zhou smiled provocatively at him. I heard team leader Namgung Pil said you invited us, didn't you? He laughed, looking at Dezizou's discomfort. My brother's paying for everything. As your senior, how could I stand idly by? Dezou thought to himself. Anyone could see he was taking his anger out on the loser. Namgung Zhang approached him, slurring, So what? If it were me, I would have brought all the martial artists. As a direct descendant of the Namkung clan, you should be more forgiving. Deser Sozo's face darkened as he clenched his fist, his voice strained. Are you trying to provoke me? He continued, As far as I'm concerned, this atmosphere isn't bad at all. Deezer's fist froze. Looking around, he saw a lively scene, people embracing as if nothing had happened, all gathered together in a noisy, bustling crowd. Nam Sungjon and Mankang acted as if nothing had happened, still inviting each other for drinks. Just hours before, they were eager to point their swords at each other, wishing they could kill each other. Now they laugh and joke like families gathered for a holiday, and Dezou nods in agreement, thinking, It has to be. He turned to Nam Kungjon, asking how much money he'd made today. Nam Kungjon did some quick calculations and replied, Let's see, since you bet 200 taels, you've won 200,000 taels. Hearing this, Dee smiled and said loudly, All right, let them eat and drink as much as they want with all the money we won. Everyone shouted in unison, Drink, drink until we're drunk. Nangong Dian added, This is amazing. They cheered and drank while others danced on the tables. I can't help but dance in such a fun place. Everyone applauded him, saying, Beautiful. Nangong Zheng, drunk and flushed, patted Batzun's shoulder and pointed at himself. Batzun, fight me. Nangkung Hung pulled him back, saying, Elder, please wait in line. Even you can't cut in line. Nangkung John calmly drank his wine, ignoring the commotion. Team leader, you're drunk. The 3 maids gathered together, laughing happily. Sisters, did you see the young master fly up and dodge the attacks? Huan Ya exclaimed, Yes, he dodged those attacks like a flying squirrel. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the gate, and Nangong Han pushed the door open, stunning everyone. Seeing him, Dezou spat out his wine, stammering, Father, what brings you here? Even the drunken Nam Kungjon paused and without a shred of respect slurred, Oh, heavens, who is this? Isn't that the head of our clan? Everyone glared at him, thinking, Shut your mouth, you fool. He brazenly clapped Nangong Han on the shoulder, laughing, Why is everyone suddenly so quiet? I wanted to play some more. Silently, they begged him to stop, while others muttered in panic, If this keeps up, we're all dead. We have to find a way. Amidst someone's gasp, Nam Kung Lin rises, saying, Right, what good is a Nam Gung elder anyway? He raised his hand calmly, saying, I suddenly don't feel well, so I must take my leave. Please, young master, enjoy yourself. Nang Chungjung was stunned, watching him leave, while old Jiang Meng hastily made his own excuse. I have important business tomorrow, so I must leave early. One by one, people began to make their excuses and leave. One said, "Oh no, I forgot to care for my patients." Another said, "Ah, I'm going to bed. I forgot I have an elders meeting tomorrow." The vice captain turned to Jiang Yao and asked, "Captain, didn't you say we were going to practice for the match?" He nodded. "That's right." Seeing this, Di frowned, his eyes red with anger at the cowardly people who only cared about themselves. He thought to himself, of course, if it were his second senior brother. But instead, he simply bowed his head and said, "See you later." Dizo was stunned. Is that even allowed? Everyone had left except for the drunken old Meng Kong, passed out on the ground. Nam Sung-han picked up a bottle of wine and calmly said, "Good wine." Then, using his inner energy to lift the unopened wine bottles, he turned and commanded, "Follow me." DCO wept inwardly. "Huh? Why are you telling me to follow you?" "I don't want to go." Even so, he stammered in compliance. The father and son climbed onto the roof to drink. Deo marveled, "I never thought I'd be standing on the roof of the Lord's residence." Looking into the distance, he wondered, over there, could it be those people who ran away earlier are back, gathering like nothing happened? Dees cries out, "A bunch of heartless bastards leaving me all alone." Lihan looks into the distance and clicks his tongue. "Let's go look at that. Innocent people are caught in the crossfire because of you." Nam Gung Ha takes a sip of wine, then sighs uncomfortably. Dio watches his father, and Long Dai wonders what's so strange. He looks just like my everyday father. He wondered, why does he seem so lonely today? Is that why he came here? Daiho recalls a rumor that his father can sometimes be like a normal person, and he proactively pours Nengong Ha a drink. To Li Han's surprise, he spoke, "I've heard that if you want to learn to drink, you have to ask your father." He looked at the full glass, silent. The heavy silence makes desire anxious. Did he say something wrong? Why is he so gloomy? Just smile. He scratched his head, embarrassed, then sat up straight, flashing a brilliant smile. His father looked lonely, so he thought a smile would help. His radiant smile stunned the old man. Nam Seung Ha, as if remembering his deceased wife, wondered, why did she look at me and smile back then? His wife simply covered her mouth and giggled. He asked, "Was I that funny back then?" His wife gently replied, "How could you be? When I see you, I feel sadness and regret. I want to fill the emptiness in your eyes with a smile." He was perplexed. Why? His wife earnestly replied, "Because I want him to be happy, even without me. I hope our child will make him smile." Deoso's smile was strained. He looked into his wine glass and chuckled softly, a false gesture. He took a sip and said, "Who says a father has to teach his son how to drink? How ridiculous. Don't get ahead of yourself." Deo was shocked. He had clearly just seen his cold-faced father smile, and he exclaimed, "Father smiled!" Li Han panicked. "What? I can't keep up." Dee continues to pour wine, laughing. "Ah, so he's smiling gleefully, thinking to himself, I never thought I'd live to see this. Ha ha ha." After a night of revelry, everyone lay scattered in the courtyard, fast asleep. Dees clutches his head, lying in bed. Ugh, how much did I drink last night? Someone brings him a hangover soup, whispering, "Wake up. This soup will help." Dezer, seeing a savior, eagerly took the soup. After drinking it, he turned and smiled. "I'm alive again. Thanks, Baldy." But upon closer inspection, he was surprised to see it was his third senior brother. Flustered, Du quickly put on his robe and asked, "How long have you been in here?" "Rumors of your victory celebration have spread throughout the clans, and after watching your match yesterday, I've made a decision." Deo asked, bewildered, "What decision?" Nam Kung Sun solemnly said, "I've decided to seclude myself to prepare for the four-clan tournament, since you'll be there as well." He then looked directly at Dees and declared, "I will win this four-clan tournament and become the outstanding successor." Confused, Dees repeats the Four Kings tournament as Nam Kung Sun turns to leave, saying, "I've said all I needed to say, I'm off. Take care of yourself." Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at Do. "Yesterday was satisfying. My second brother's defeated expression was priceless." Dees suddenly realized something, muttering, "The Four Kings tournament, the Four Kings tournament." Then he slapped his forehead and laughed. "That's right. The Four Kings tournament, why didn't I think of that?" The Four Kings tournament would select the Little Kings in 4 categories: Little Sword King, Little Fist King, Little Saber King, and Little Hidden Weapons King. And the final 4 would face off, with the last one standing being crowned the true dragon of the era, an outstanding successor. Diso recalls in his past life that his older brother participated in the Four Kings tournament, wanting to compete with their father, and his second brother won and requested secret information related to the martial arts secrets. He suddenly felt excited, jumped out of bed and shouted, "I never thought I'd participate in the Four Kings tournament, but now it's different." He raised his hand and slapped his bicep, telling himself, I'm stronger than before. With 2 years until the Four Kings tournament, I must prepare thoroughly. Daeso pondered, knowing that if he won, all he wanted was to relinquish his position in the direct line of the Namkung family and confidently step out of its shadow. With newfound resolve, Daeso burst through the door, shouting, Wake everyone up! Special training for the Four Kings tournament starts today. Still dazed, Daeso continued, Everyone, wake up! We have to beat the third brother in the Four Kings tournament. As the others struggled to wake, Daeso stood before them, gesturing. Everyone must help me plan how to become stronger in the next 2 years. A hand went up hesitantly. Excuse me, one asks, clutching his stomach, face pale. When will the hangover cure be ready? Go get it yourself, another roars. That's when Batten chimed in, trying to soothe him. I understand why you're in such a hurry, young master. Is it because your progress is too slow? His words struck a chord with Daeso. Batten cheerfully patted his shoulder. There's nothing to worry about. All warriors sooner or later face their own wall. Everyone around chimed in, saying that to break through that wall, he had to figure it out himself. Another added, Indeed, we've done all we can. Now you must find your own enlightenment. No one can help him. People around him frowned and muttered, That's too much. Mengkang pointed at him and calmly said, Then why don't you try practicing the martial arts you've already learned again? Du is shocked. Huh. He clutches his head in dismay. I've trained until my head aches, and now he wants me to start all over? Mengkang gently advised, Please, hear me out. When learning martial arts for the first time, you need to understand its intent. From ranged to close combat to assassination, he explained. The strengths and weaknesses of this martial art, whether it benefits the individual or the group, whether to attack head-on or assassinate. But the young master took a different path. Mengkang sighed. You should understand with your mind before training your body, but you've done the opposite. He added gently, Though time-consuming, this is the most standard and effective method. Daeso claps his hands. So that's how it is. Mengkang asks, How many moves have you mastered, young master? Dee looked up, thought for a moment, and began to count. 33 sword techniques, 15 saber techniques, 25 fist techniques, 10 leg techniques, assassination arts, poison arts, earth arts, stealth arts, 7 movement techniques, 29 footwork techniques, plus 15 basic techniques for each of the 18 weapons, totaling about 154 techniques. Mengkang was shocked and sighed. That's a lot. If you relearn all these basic techniques, it will take at least 10 years. Dees trembled and stammered, 10 years? Mengkang tried to comfort him, but he was sure of one thing. In 10 years, you will become the most formidable warrior in the martial world. Dees screamed, No, I said I want to win the Four Kings tournament in 2 years. Those around him looked on in admiration. His will to win is so strong. If I don't, I'll end up like Vian Khan with a blade through my stomach, Daeso thought in horror. Batten stroked his chin. Well, it's not like there's no way. Daeso jumped up. What did you say? But Batten stopped him, deflating his hopes. No, I don't think that method is feasible at all. Dees points back. If you don't tell me, I'll order the headmaid to never see you again. He turns to her. Headmaid, he's grabbing me. How can you abuse your power like this? Ignoring his pleas, Desiree continued forward, shaking off the old man's grip. I know. I'll tell you, all right? Catching his breath, Batsun clutches his chest and asks, Does the young master know about Ronin? Daeser Xiao is puzzled. Are you talking about wandering warriors? Warriors who roam and drift from place to place? Batten continues, explaining that they can't approach martial arts in the usual way because they have no master to guide them. They must learn through real combat, not training, to master their techniques and find enlightenment. So, young master, you should hone your skills in real battles, like a wandering warrior. Daeso realizes the value of real combat, asking, I can't train with you elders or the Namkung clan. Eight Peaks waved his hand. You should fight opponents of equal ambition, not old men like us. He continued, and since you are the heir to the Namkung clan, we cannot fight you. Daeso stood there, a hint of sadness in his eyes, watching as everyone departed in different directions, a sense of regret welling up within him. He dazedly thought to himself that this was a big deal. Looking up at the birds freely flying in the sky, he wondered, in such peaceful times, where can I find an opponent of my caliber? Must I give up the Four Kings tournament? I was going to use it to compete for the position of young head of the family. He looks down at his hands, dejected. If that's the case, then that's fine. Memories of his victory with everyone in the battle against his second brother flood back. Daeso clenched his fist, his eyes hardening. He turned to Master Bat and said with determination, I can't give up the Four Kings tournament. Bats nods with a smile. Oh, Deso continues with a determined voice. I have to find a way. For now, I'll just have to train harder. He wandered aimlessly around the training grounds, anxiously biting his nails. Another month has passed, and my strength hasn't improved at all. Panic begins to set in. My third brother is in seclusion training. I wonder how strong he's become, and how long must I wait? Recalling the Eighth Lord's scolding, he sighed. Those old men told me to get some fresh air, so I came outside. But what am I supposed to do now? Suddenly realizing something, he turned to see the strategist's hall behind him, muttering, How did I end up at the strategist's hall? Since I'm here, I might as well visit Sister Huaya. He opened the door and called out, Sister, but only saw Nam Gongjon asleep at his desk, drooling. Dezo frowned, wondering if this guy was really the vice strategist. Young master, what brings you here? Deso replied calmly. I was just taking a stroll. He looked at Nam Kungjon, noticing something on his mouth. What's that on your mouth? Nam Sungjon nonchalantly removed the paper. Ah, I was organizing the files of those who performed well in the Four Kings tournament. Deez curiously picks up the papers to take a look, huh? Let's see. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This was exactly what he was looking for, and he immediately rushed out of the room. Nangong Dion quickly followed, asking, Young master, where are you going? Du turned back and declared, I'm going to see my second brother. Nangong Dion smiled. What kind of game are you planning? Let me join. Deso exclaimed, No way! I found a way! In Nam Kungjo's residence, he was drinking tea, looking at Do and asking, What did you just say? Dio exclaimed, I need you to find the Shaolin Temple's secret manual. Didn't you say you'd grant my wish if I win the tournament? Nam Sungjo nods. It's not impossible to find, but I have something I want to ask you. D eagerly replies, Ask away. Nangongjo stares at Do, his voice questioning. What are you planning to do at the Four Kings tournament? Nam Kungjo sneers. You want to defeat our third brother? Du nods, his eyes full of determination. Very well, I will grant your request, Nam Kungjo said, slamming his hand on the table and pointing at Do. Nam Kung, followed by Deso and carrying a large bag, claps his hands to gather everyone. I'm going to the Shaolin Temple. The first three people. Nam Kung raises his hand in delight. Ah, I'm screwed. Deez grimaces and folds a finger down, leaving two. Batsu asks in surprise, What brings you to the Shaolin Temple? Deez Exo confidently replied, I'm going to get some real-world experience. Batton looked at him and nodded. Shaolin Temple, that's a good choice. Meng Kang agreed with his eyes closed. Of course he agreed, but Shaolin isn't easy to enter, they won't accept you. Dio, looking at the books he brought back, grinned. That's why we fish. We throw them bait they can't resist. Man Kang was thrilled. How could he miss out on such an exciting event? Batton sighed heavily. If it involves the Shaolin Temple, I can't avoid it. Dio is pleased. We'll set off at once. Everything is prepared. Meet here. Nangung Dion calls to him anxiously. Young master, has the head of the family agreed to let you go? Speaking of his father, Dojo suddenly remembered, muttering, Ah, that's right. Stepping out of the main hall, he saw everyone was happy, and Dojo breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out it was easier than I thought. He suddenly remembered his father's words. When you return, remember to buy good wine. Deez chuckled to himself. Sending a drunkard to buy wine? He eyed the two old men lugging huge sacks, wondering, What's with all the luggage? Are you two moving houses? Man Kang laughed. It's been a while since I've roamed the martial world, so I have to prepare thoroughly. A foul odor then assaulted his nostrils. Deserseo sniffed, confused. What's that smell? He looked at Nam Kungjon, clutching the luggage like treasure, and asked in a fluster, Hey, what did you bring? Why so many medicinal herbs? Nam Kungjon cried. They're all my tonics. Don't touch them. Let me see. No way. I'm going alone, Nam Kungjon warned, as caravans laden with goods approached from afar. Nam Sung Dion exclaimed happily, Young master, look, a merchant caravan is heading to Hanam. What do you think about hitching a ride? Daizizo shook his head. No, we should keep our Nam Kung family identity hidden. He points to the map, saying this is the fastest route from Anhui to Henan, leaving Nam Kungjon surprised. Huh? There's no such strange road. Deezy smiles. If there isn't one, I'll make one. Is Nam Kungjon still confused? Clutching his luggage, he cried out as they scaled the cliff face, and Meng Kang warned, Don't look down, or you'll fall to your death. The four continued their journey through the hills, Nangong Dian struggling to keep up, shouting, Wait for me! Stuck in the river, he was urged on by Meng Kang. Hurry, or you'll be left behind. Batsun chuckled, while Dai sighed. Nangongdion was angry and tearful. I'm not a martial artist like them. Why did life bring me into this? He finally makes it to the shore, panting as he surveys the bustling market, wondering, is this Henan? Why are there so many martial artists? He muses that this place is truly a martial arts domain, unlike Hefei with its Nam Kung family. Meng Kong smiles at him. It'll be troublesome if you clash with the people here. Deezer agreed. That's right. Nam Sung-dan collapses to the ground, declaring he can't go any further. Gasping for air, he says, Master, I'm too tired. I can't take another step. Batsun advises him to train harder, but Dio points at himself, laughing. I was thinking of stopping by an inn for a meal and a bath. Is that okay? Hearing that they could rest, Nam Gungcheon immediately perked up. Let's go. I know a great inn. Seeing this, the two elders angrily smacked him on the head. Are your legs still working? Nangongdion fell silent, lost in thought. He lamented, I can't believe I'm stuck in this dump. Desozo laughed. Big talk for you, huh? Remembering being kicked out by the innkeeper, he recalls, who do you think you are, a low-level martial artist entering this place? Namkung-dion clenches his fist, gritting his teeth. I used a low-level martial artist's ID card to hide my identity, but I couldn't even glimpse the inn and was kicked out. When I return to the clan, I will make sure that low-level martial artists can freely enter branches nationwide. Deso gently placed the stack of books on the table, smiled brightly, and suggested, now that we're rested, let's discuss the main topic. Looking at his pile of books, Mengkang couldn't help but exclaim, so, these are the things you've been hiding. Baton's face darkened as he frowned, too many things belonging to the Nam Kung family. Then he ordered, Nam Kung John, investigate Shaolin Temple's finances and the maximum amount of money they can borrow from surrounding sources. Nam Kung John smugly asked, you want to uncover their secrets without revealing our identity, correct? Du nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Nangong John smirked, adding, the Beggars sect can gather information quickly, but they're part of the 5 families like Shaolin, so there's a risk of our information being leaked. Du asked curiously, so what? Remember, the remaining gang is full of profit seekers. Namsoon continued, we also have the lower 5 sects, but it will take a lot of money to convince them. Deso reached into his coat, smiling smugly. I'm not worried about the money. He holds up a golden token, saying, Jiang Meng has lent us the Heavenly Merchant Guild Leader's card. Nam Kungan shouts out, Old Jiang Meng is truly generous. Deso begins assigning tasks. Find information about the black market on the way to lower 5 gates. It's where all martial arts items are traded. Namgang accepts the order and will patrol as ordered. He turned to the remaining 2, assigning tasks. Big Nose, stay by Nam Kung John's side and offer support when needed. Baldy, you're to investigate the Shaolin Temple. The 2 from Dongqing respond. Understood. Baton wondered. What exactly are you planning to do at the Shaolin Temple, young master? Desiro wondered. What am I going to do? He pondered for a moment, then smirked, making a money sign with his hand and winking. I'm going to rob the Shaolin Temple's storage. In the training yard, powerful shouts echoed. Countless disciples trained diligently under the abbot's watchful eye. As Abbot Mingji approaches, Hailong remarks, Good, they're all training hard. Seeing this, Min Thien turns and clasps his hands. Greetings, senior brother. Mingjui nods in response. You've been working hard. Are you preparing well for the 4 Kings tournament? Mingsha smiles. As you can see, there are some standouts among the 3rd-generation disciples. He looks towards a prominent disciple in the ranks whose powerful punch is so fierce that those nearby are startled. Min Shan introduces him. This is Li Quan, a 3rd-generation disciple. After winning the Little Fist King title in this 4 Kings tournament, we will reclaim the Zhenlong that was stolen by the NC. The boy continues to focus on his training. Mingji seems quite pleased. Yes, with Li Quan, there's nothing to worry about. Min Thien added that if he keeps training, this child will surely surpass the previous abbot, but then realized he had spoken out of turn. Turning, he saw Mingji's bald head throbbing with veins as he clenched his fists in anger. So you're still relying on that damned intuition? The difficulties Shaolin has faced mean nothing to you? Min Thien said, flustered. Amitabha, your disciple has been short-sighted. The abbot then added, cease these wandering thoughts and focus your spirit on training the 3rd-generation disciples. The future of Shaolin rests on those children, Ming Shan repeated. Amitabha. Suddenly, from outside, Min Tom rushed in with urgent news, prompting the others to ask what all the commotion was about. As the young monk gasped for breath, he blurted out that the demon-subduing palm had appeared on the black market, shocking the abbot, who trembled with rage. Behind him, his junior brother exclaimed, Isn't that the secret martial art from the 10 Shaolin skills that were destroyed when the demonic sect attacked? Are you sure? The disciple, hand on his chest, confirmed he saw it with his own eyes, prompting the abbot to summon the council of elders. The old man thought to himself, the world says the 10 absolute skills are as powerful as the martial arts recorded in the 72 arts, only passed down to true disciples. When the demonic sect invaded, all who knew of it perished, and the art was lost, or so the rumors say. Surely some survived and passed it on. He was determined to find it before it fell into the wrong hands. Unbeknownst to the monks rushing at full speed, they were being watched. He rushed back to inform everyone. The 4 great Vajras have emerged. Seeing this, he laughed, knowing the fish had taken the bait. He quickly turned to ask the vice strategist, realizing this was his doing. They obtained the secret manuals through the Ha Nu Mun at the black market. As you said, each volume costs 50,000 taels of silver, and as we agreed, we'll split it evenly. 20,000 taels for the black market, 20,000 for us, and 10,000 for the Yawu Gate. Then he slammed his hand on the table, declaring the 20,000 tael checks were ours. His greedy side is showing again as he holds it in his hands. He loves it. The 2 old men looked bored, as if they were used to this sight. What a money grubber. What about our plan? The vice strategist, with a serious face, reassured everyone that everything was going according to plan, and success was assured, while the Shaolin Temple abbot trembled as he held the secret manual. Isn't that the Great Strength 3 Wonders, one of the 10 great arts of Shaolin? Those men are also happy to have the abbot's money. We quickly bought 2 volumes for 100,000 taels of silver. What luck. Just then, a disciple ran in to report to the abbot with a beaming smile. Minji is speechless, that thing. I know about it. Isn't it in my hands? But the disciple replied, that's not it. The disciple discovered the remaining 8 volumes of the Shaolin 10 Wonders scattered throughout the market. Upon hearing this, Min Chi's eyes shrunk to the size of his earrings, but Min Thien soberly cautioned that something strange was happening. A coincidence can happen once, but not a second or third time. Min Thien agreed and added, indeed, someone is clearly plotting something. I think so too. Min Chi nodded gravely. Sensing their agreement, they began to propose a plan, but Ming Zhu quickly cut them off. But no matter whose plan this is, it's still absurd. The return of the Shaolin 10 styles is of utmost importance. He frowned, his voice contemplative. This action does no harm to Shaolin. If I detect even a hint of malice or hostility, we won't care if the Shaolin 10 styles are originals. We cannot ignore the remaining volumes. How could their value compare to the Shaolin 10 absolutes? Mingji turned and asked, how much do we have left? We've spent 100,000 taels of silver, leaving us with 200,000. Acquiring the remaining 8 manuals will require an additional 400,000 taels, Min Thien reported. If we gather all the lay disciples in Henan, it might be enough. Mingzhu waved his hand, ordering, go, collect all the Shaolin 10 styles and bring them here. Min Tam and the disciples immediately rushed off, and Dongqing replied, understood. Min Thien watched them go, thinking to himself that something wasn't right. It was as if someone knew the maximum budget Shaolin could spend and had taken advantage of it, but there was nothing he could do. He reassured himself, perhaps I'm overthinking this. Knowing Shaolin's circumstances and the state of the lay disciples, could an outsider really devise such a perfect plan? Back at the inn, Baton, looking pale, muttered, I don't know if what I'm doing is right. Holding a conical hat, Deezer asked with a smile, are you scared, old man? Isn't this a win-win situation? I have the money and Shaolin gets their precious manuals back. Now let's move. We've set our trap where the fish gather. Deso implies that the Shaolin disciples are tired of collecting the manuals for the sect, then holding a package. He smirks. Now, let's cast our bait to catch a big fish. Minchi reached out, his voice trembling. The Shaolin 10 styles have finally returned to Shaolin. He took the manual from Ming Xin, who was panting. Mingzhe praised, you disciples have worked hard. From now on, we'll be very busy choosing a new Shaolin 10. If we're quick, the world will witness the Shaolin 10 at the Four Kings battle in 2 years, where the martial world gathers. The disciples responded in unison, vowing to obey, when suddenly a masked figure appeared, gasping for breath. He patted his hunched back, saying, I need to move around a bit. Getting here made my back sweat too much. The person next to him teased, didn't I offer to help you? The two bickered, I don't need your help. This commotion surprised Mingji. A disciple steps forward to guide them. Amitabha, this path leads to inheritance. Pilgrims, please use the side gate. Deo tipped his hat and chuckled. Looks like I'm on the right track. I wish to consult the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. Minji reluctantly stepped forward. I am the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. What brings you here? Dasuo unwrapped the cloth from his hand. "I've come to give you something." Minji was shocked, frowning, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "Could that be the great monk Brahma Heart Sutra, a tattered manual in Dao's hands?" Upon hearing that name, Minchi was so startled that he dropped all the books in his hands. Shaolin's ultimate martial art, along with the Yijin Jing and Shisui Jing, was the rare skill of Bodhidharma's first true disciple. Dao smirks triumphantly. The bait has been taken. On the other side, the disciples whispered to each other, "Master, please calm down. How could that be?" Many copies of the great monk Brahma's Heart Sutra have surfaced, but all are fake. The real one is kept by the Nam Kung family. Mingjai wasn't easily swayed, and he said loudly, "You jest, benefactor. According to the rules, anyone who dares blaspheme Shaolin will be punished by caning, but today I am feeling generous, so I will let it pass." Without hesitation, Dees tossed the manual to the stunned abbot, saying, "I'll let you see it. This is a copy of the first half. Read it. If you still want to punish me after reading it, then do as you wish. If you dare deceive us, you won't leave here in one piece." However, the disciples behind him were still uninspired. It seemed their brother hadn't learned his lesson, even after finding the new 10 absolutes. Meanwhile, Mingju's hand trembled as he held the secret manual. He scrutinized each word, then exclaimed, "This is real!" The two disciples, upon hearing this, cried out, "Huh?" With a calm voice, he said, "Now we can talk again." He pointed to the secret manual and confidently offered, 500,000 taels of silver. Would you like to buy it?" Mintian asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" At that moment, Nam Kung Dian removed his hat and greeted him, "Abbot, how have you been?" Minchi recognized him, blurting out, "It's you." He lowered his voice as if understanding everything. "So that's it. This was all part of the strategist's plan." Nam Kung chuckled, then suddenly turned manic, declaring this the first step to conquering the world. "I'll start with Shaolin first." Seeing his subordinate suddenly acting strangely, Di Zhao immediately slapped him. "What is this madman talking about?" Mingju paled as he surmised that someone who could strike vice strategist's neck must hold a high position in the Nam Kung clan. Du then removes his hat, muttering, "Looks like I can't win over Shaolin with money. Then I propose, let me fight all the third-generation disciples of Shaolin Temple. I'll trade this book for it. Isn't that better than 500,000 taels of silver?" He finished with a bright smile. Mingji was stunned. So this was the young master he'd heard about. "So that's how you knew about the Shaolin Temple, all thanks to that meddling old man." Batzun, who was watching from afar, was shocked to hear this, but Deso ignored them and continued. "So, do you agree, Master? It seems you're no longer interested in the great Brahma Prajna Heart Sutra." Before he could finish, he turned to leave, saying he would have to visit the nearby Mount Hua sect. Seeing this, Abbot Mingju cried out, realizing they had fallen for the boy's trap. "To revive Shaolin, I squandered the temple's wealth and the disciples' possessions. I was blinded by greed." Minji's expression darkened as he questioned himself, then steeled his resolve, grabbing the prayer beads around his neck and snapping them. This act left everyone speechless. But before Bat Tan could react, Man Kang rushed to stop him. "Wait, we can't show ourselves just yet." Dao heard the noise behind him, his mind racing. What are those old guys doing? He turned back to face the person in front of him, thinking everything would go smoothly, but never expected such a headache. To renounce the position of abbot himself. From now on, no one will covet the great monk's Brahma Prajna heart technique. Minchi faces his opponent, exuding a dignified and battle-ready aura. The monks of the Ming heart lineage cried out in confusion. "This wasn't our decision. Why is our brother taking all the blame?" Mingshan chimed in, trying to persuade him. "Yes, brother, please reconsider." But Mingju held them back, declaring, "From now on, I am but a simple martial artist, no longer the abbot of Shaolin." "What is it?" Mingju sneered. "Didn't you want to negotiate with me?" Deuso quietly observed the shift in atmosphere, then asked directly, "What do you mean?" "I'll hear what you have to say." Deuso was stunned. "Is that so?" He analyzed the situation, realizing the tables had turned with the abbot's decision. It turns out that he was the one cornered. Minchi was now like a giant statue, suppressing Do's arrogance. "They say a frog in a well knows nothing of the ocean, but now reclaim your composure and speak." "Very well, I agree." With a flourish, Minchi throws open the doors, welcoming them to Shaolin, as Desu mutters, "He said he'd do it, but he didn't." Glancing to the right, he sees Batzun and Minchi arguing. The elder Batzun shouts, "Look at him, he's the master of the source." Minchi retorts, "Then why did you abandon Shaolin?" A monk stood there helplessly, unsure how to stop them. "Oh, how did I end up like this?" Clutching his prayer beads, he wondered, "Should I take these off too?" It was then he noticed the abbot. He chuckled, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Let's get this straight. While the previous abbot allowed me and the third-generation disciples to spar, he also wanted to fight the bald old man, right? Mingju agreed. That's right, I just need to land one blow to feel relieved. He continued, but the old bald head didn't want to be hit. Batan nodded in agreement. That's right. He smugly raises a finger, saying it's easy, he'll trade the great monk's Brahma Prajna heart technique for a third-generation Shaolin disciple. As for the two of you, you're on your own, as you're no longer affiliated with the Shaolin Temple. Huh? What? Myeongsun frowned. So what? Having regained his composure, Mingju calmly asked, after the fight with the third-generation disciple, hand the old man over to me, just for one day. He readily agreed. Okay, it's a deal. Batan cries out in anguish, who gave you the right to decide that? Outside, the Shaolin disciples practice their forms. A disciple suddenly stopped, looking into the distance. Huh? Following the disciple's gaze, Mintam saw Dishu, Mingji, and Bazun approaching. The crowd murmured, the abbot is still there. Isn't that Batan next to the abbot? And is that the rumored young master of the Nam Kung clan? Don't face Minsim. I want to spar now. Master, do you permit it? The martial arts chief stroked his chin, happily replying, Hung, very well. A chance to fight someone from the Nam Kung clan is rare. I hope you can teach my disciples a thing or two. He clasped his hands into a fist. Then I can do whatever I want, right? The martial arts master nodded. That's right. No one can interfere, no matter what happens. Standing before a Shaolin disciple a head taller than him, he asks, is your master good at fighting? He smirks, thinking, let's see who teaches who a lesson. The disciple calmly looks at him, saying, before we fight, I have a question. I heard you caused the abbot to break his vows. Is that true? He stroked his chin, considering, and replied, I suppose you could think of it that way. The disciple's forehead veins throbbed, a clear sign of his rising fury, and he was about to throw a punch. The other disciple scoffed, he's done for. There's no dodging that. But he moved with impossible speed, leaving his opponent stunned and unable to react. Huh? Without hesitation, he strikes the man's head, sending him crashing to the ground, defeated in an instant. He laughs heartily, saying how satisfying that was, leaving the onlookers in shock. Another challenger steps forward, charging in with a wooden staff, declaring that even the young master of Nam Kung shouldn't underestimate Shaolin. He offered no taunt, only a smirk. Wow, is it Tai Bong's turn now? He swung his staff relentlessly, but the other dodged each blow with ease. Not a bad technique, he said, but I'm not so easily fooled. He simply smirks and rushes toward him. Master, what footwork did I ever use? The 4 C's flying heavenly peak of the Hainan school. He retracted his staff and attacked relentlessly, but he still evaded. Where? Let's see if you can dodge this. The staff was about to hit him, but he braced his right hand on the ground and blocked the blow with his left leg. A counterattack. He was stunned. You can block my iron staff with that. He maintained his stance, gaining momentum to leap high. Returning arrow. First style repeated, returning arrow. First style repeated, added weight, layered mountains repeated. The staff snapped in two, and he couldn't believe his eyes. No, it can't be. He struck him on the head again, knocking him out instantly. Someone shouted, another win! And all the Shaolin disciples charged at him. Let me go next, let me go next. The true terror of Shaolin was only just beginning. He laughs. Ha ha, coming to Shaolin was the right choice. Soon, all of its disciples will be defeated, leaving no one standing. One disciple wondered, how did he master the Vajra heavenly ring so well, and with greater proficiency than even I possess? Gritting his teeth, he leaps into the air, attacking with his legs, declaring, I absolutely won't lose when it comes to martial arts. As he's about to strike, the disciples cheer him on, but he dodges the attack. Watch and learn. He's shocked, unable to believe he somersaulted again. He kicks him in the chin from above. Diamond illusionary kick. True intent, triple strike. He's sent flying, eyes rolled back. The Shaolin monks clutched their heads in worry. He's already defeated 7 people. What will become of the third-generation Shaolin disciples' reputation? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Don't worry, a large master will appear, followed by Li Quan, showing off his skills. That should be enough. His eyes were full of confidence, as Mingji pondered. I thought it was just a legend, but I never expected to witness the celestial martial body. Should I use a sword now? He wondered, unaware he was being watched. The master assessed him, a perfect body for martial arts. He smirked, but remembering Li Quan's golden aura, it was too soon to face that child. At least 2 more years were needed to determine victory. He waved his hand. Today's match ends here. Li Quan knelt and said hollowly, "Third-generation disciple, Li Quan, humbly requests the master to continue the competition." He blankly thought, this child never asks for anything. Does he really want to fight that young master? Seeing Li Quan still kneeling, he didn't know what to do. Nangong Dian suddenly appears, his voice full of excitement. "Aren't you all curious? A battle between the celestial body and the diamond body. Who will prevail? I really want to see this fight." Mingzhu glanced at Mingxin and nodded in agreement. Nangong Jian continues enthusiastically. "Consider it the final match of the day. There's still plenty of time. Don't you all want to see it?" "Why the silence?" Minji responded. "Very well, I permit the 2 of you to compete." "Phew, good. Meng Kong's joining the bet too. I'm betting on the young master." Bazun stood silently, seething with anger. Li Quanjing stood upright, hands clasped, and asked, "Are you ready?" Li Quan calmly replies, "Of course." He furrows his brow. "Why would you say something so empty?" Li Quan remained nonchalant. "I'm 17, you're powerless, so I can say whatever I want." Is he mumbling? An aura of power emanates from Li Quan, pushing him back. What is this? Why am I constantly being pushed back? Li Quan says emotionlessly, "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." He moves with incredible speed, face to face. He swung his sword to attack, but was shocked by the boy's speed. It was too fast. The staff strikes Li Quan in the face, but he just smiles. "All right, bring it on. Looks like I got a little careless." Li Quan clenches his fist, telling him to attack without holding back. As the fist neared, he gently parried with his wooden sword, with just one strike. The wooden sword snapped in two, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What? The wooden sword didn't just break, it exploded into pieces, forcing him to dodge the shrapnel. A wooden sword made of black bamboo shouldn't break so easily. Li Quan advises, "You should choose a different wooden sword." Annoyed, he thinks this was a perfect opportunity. Yet the boy didn't take it. "Are you underestimating me?" "Just throw the broken sword away," Li Quan said. "Pick up a sword. If you don't have one, I'll lend you one." He retorted, "Pick up your sword. If you don't have one, I'll lend you one." He laughed, extending his hands. "I don't need it. I'm skilled in unarmed combat." He moves quickly and rhythmically, advancing with the 8 trigrams, striking at Li Quan's face with 2 fingers, only to have his attack redirected into a kick to the calf. Li Quan stood firm, his calf swelling and red. He was shocked. "What?" "Li Quan's body is as solid as iron," Li Quan explained. "That's why I told you to use a sword." He leaps into the air, throwing a punch while chanting, "Amitabha, let this be the end." Knowing he can't dodge, he wonders, can I evade it? Otherwise, he was sure to die. He decided to take a gamble, clenching his fist. If that's the case, he plants his feet firmly on the ground, gathering his energy, saying, "If you're so confident in your diamond-like strength, then take this. 100-step divine fist." The 2 fists collide in a violent explosion, and he clutches his swollen, aching hand. "That hurts," Myungji exclaimed in disbelief. Jinam Kungtrin asks, "Yes?" He explains that despite facing the 100 steps divine fist head-on with a diamond body, he didn't fall. Li Quan is worried, wondering how this could be. He angrily shouts, Don't touch me, you monster," as the boy excitedly blushes. "This is the first time someone hasn't fallen after I gave it my all," Minchi remarks. "It seems the Shaolin Temple has nothing left to teach that child. Perhaps Deezer could. Quick, get the medical team." Namkung John painfully hands over his lost bet to Man Kang. Mingqi watches while Li Quan chases after Du, infuriating him. "Why are you following me?" The royal physician gently took Desire's hand, smiling faintly. "It's a pity. A bit more force and the bone would have broken, but this is better." He then asked, "Does it hurt a lot? Does it hurt so bad you want to die? If it does, just scream." Then he wondered if this was normal, or if he was just enduring the pain because he was a martial artist. Dee frowned, his eyes full of annoyance as he looked at the physician. Knowing his place, Li Quan added, "Luckily nothing's broken, so you'll recover quickly." Li Quan calmly replies, "I'm just worried about you." Du retorts that if he sees that he's fine, then he should just leave. Li Quan smiles, his eyes full of fervor. "No, I'll stay by your side until you're fully recovered so we can fight again. Do you have a screw loose? My bones are practically shattered." "Your bones are fine, though," Li Quan says with a pitiful expression. "This is the first time I've fought someone who's remained so unscathed," Deso seethed inwardly, cursing this monster. In Dee's eyes, Li Quan was an insurmountable wall. A testament to talent and relentless training, like a body of diamond. Touching the wound on his hand, he thought it would take a long time to build such a solid foundation, but that's not what he needs right now. His eyes fixed on Li Kuan's body, encased in diamond-like fortitude. Deezer suddenly realizes what he's missing. A body like that. If he had a body like Li Kuan, could he control it as he wished? Would his speed be greater, his strength unmatched? If that's all it takes, I can break through that wall. Without another thought, Deezo rises, saying, "Perhaps my time at Shaolin will be longer than I thought." Li Kuan was overjoyed to hear this. "Very well, you can stay here forever if you like." Meanwhile, an old man was slowly descending the mountain when he stopped, noticing a strange sight. Huh? From the foot of the mountain, Deezo is carrying a large rock on his back, slowly making his way up. The old man exclaims in surprise, "A turtle!" But Deseo paid no mind, continuing his climb. He recalled the martial arts stances, remembering that lower body training began with the horse stance. Then there's the gradual increase method, so the perfect combination of the two is the knee bend. He practiced moving forward while reducing the pressure on his legs. The mountain range was endless, but he didn't hesitate, continuing to train. Even walking on flat ground is difficult, let alone climbing Song Mountain, the most dangerous mountain in the Central Plains. The old man rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Before he could recover, he saw a group of Shaolin Temple disciples carrying stones and struggling up the mountain, chanting, "Nam Kung Clan." Dezer hears the call and turns around. But when he turned back, he was truly stunned. Li Kuan had brought a group of Shaolin disciples to follow him and train. Completely helpless, Du asked, "Why are you following me?" Li Kuan cheerfully replied, "We tried it out and found it's great for training the lower body." Then he breezed past him, saying, "I'll go on ahead." As he left, Li Kuan turned back and said, "You're too slow. I've been yawning all day. I'll go on ahead. You follow behind." This infuriated Do, who wanted to beat him to a pulp, but he was no match for him. He could only mutter, "You'll soon know." Seeing his spirit, Li Kuan praised him. "Oh, good form." The other disciples, seeing them pull ahead, were at a loss, falling further and further behind. What should they do? Should we chase after them? No, let's just stick to our own pace. From afar, the two masters watched from a cliff, Minthine smiling, comforted by the sight of his disciples training diligently. Mingju chuckled. "We've been neglecting our training lately." Then, remembering something, he asked, "Oh, right. How's the selection of the new 10 greats going, brother?" Min Tian watched the group and said, "Junior brother is thinking of choosing 10 disciples from the 3rd generation. He also felt that his junior brother's idea wasn't bad." "I see. Do as you wish." Finding nothing else to say, he nitpicked, "Did you sweep the front yard this morning, senior brother?" Then, with a suggestive tone, he added, "You should go sweep. The number of incense offerings has increased significantly lately, so there's a lot to sweep. I really have to go." "Yeah, last year I was still the abbot of Shaolin Temple." He gave a smile, half pity, half jest. "But you're not the abbot anymore, which is why I told you to come back." Reluctantly, he turned to leave and sweep the grounds, muttering, "Where's the broom?" He dropped the rock and wiped his brow, realizing it had already been 3 months. He tried a stance, feeling his lower body muscles tighten as he thought. His speed so fast that those masters couldn't keep up. But even if his body got better, he still couldn't keep up with Li Kuan. Thinking of this, he felt angry again, asking himself, "But why hasn't the distance between me and that guy shortened?" Then he realized it wasn't speed, but that he was deliberately keeping his distance. He continued practicing with his wooden sword, muttering, "At this rate, I'll never catch up to Li Kuan." He swung his sword back and forth, then closed his eyes to focus. As expected, his mind was at its best when practicing the 3-power sword technique. "I feel my body brimming with life." "Wait a minute," he thought, stroking his chin. "Why do I have to separate martial arts from training? What if I could use the 3-power sword technique in my daily life? Though it's different from focusing on internal energy, if I can train and recover at the same time, he's finally found the key. Yes, it's worth a try. The reason I practice the 3-talent sword formation is that if I can unlock the heavenly, earthly, and human wisdoms, I can unite heaven, earth, and man, and resonate with the life force of the world." The more he practiced the 3-talent sword formation, the more his inner energy increased. If the human body is a universe, then the heaven intellect doesn't necessarily have to be the sky. If a person is a universe, then the head is heavenly wisdom, the chest is human wisdom, and the lower body is earthly wisdom. He practices with a real sword, using it as a medium to connect the 3 wisdoms, but the key is to find a way to combine them without it. He scratches his head, thinking, "How am I going to do this?" He sighs deeply, contemplating. He exhales and inhales through his mouth, stacking stones for quite some time. His face lights up, realizing he's found the way. Breathing. Batzun is startled, pointing. Look at the old man. Hearing the old man call out, Menkung glanced in the direction he was pointing. Huh? He was startled by what he saw. What is that? Du's body is enveloped in spiritual energy, drawn from the earth, merging his breath with the world's fire. And even the trees are drawn to him. Realizing the problem, Ba Ton Nu explained that the child was at a critical stage, and to achieve the 5 energies unifying and the 3 flowers gathering, he must overcome the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, he would never reach the highest realm. The 2 elders immediately began meditating, emitting a powerful aura that enveloped all 3 of them. He kept his eyes closed, focusing on the surrounding spiritual energy, and hummed. One of the elders sternly warned, "You must concentrate absolutely. This may be the only chance of your life." Just then, from afar, Nam Kung frantically ran towards them, shouting, "Young master!" The 2 elders in unison scolded, "We told you to focus, you crazy fool." He still happily ran over, unaware of the danger lurking. "I found a way to take over Shaolin Temple in the shortest amount of time." Before he could get close, he slammed into an invisible wall, exclaiming, "Huh? What's this?" Just then, a rock came flying out of nowhere and hit him square in the head. Nam Kung Diun cried out in agony, "Hey!" One of the 2 elders angrily roared, "Did you throw that rock?" We almost had a serious problem because of this madman. He fell to the ground, his head throbbing, seeing stars. He looked back at him, relieved to see that he hadn't broken through yet. Thankfully, the heavenly conduit hasn't been destroyed. He was just awakened by the noise. Peeking around, he muttered, "What the hell are these old guys doing?" Seeing them seriously protecting him, he wondered, "What celestial cannon?" "I was just resting after practicing the 3-talent sword formation. What's with all the noise?" A hint of pity suddenly welled up inside him. Nam Kung Jan is so pitiful, always getting beaten. To help him, I've decided that starting tomorrow I'll make him train. Unconscious on the ground, he had no idea his days ahead would be hellish. On the road to Shaolin Temple, pilgrims looked down the mountain, laughing. "We've arrived. No wonder it's Shaolin. They train hard every day." Leading the disciples, Li Quan carried stones up the steps, and looking at him, our hero resolved, "Today I will close the gap between us. Let's go." Seeing the example set by the 2, the disciples became more enthusiastic. "Ha ha ha, I need to catch up too." Nam Kung Rian Lia was falling behind. He panted, sweat dripping, muttering, "How are they so fast?" Looking up at the towering steps, he felt a pang of despair. Just 1 step is exhausting, and they want me to climb all the way to the top? Remembering his warning, he dared not disobey, knowing the consequences of failing to reach the summit. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented, "How did I, the vice strategist, end up like this?" Seeing his slowness, the 2 pilgrims mocked, "That turtle seems to have gained weight, so slow. Another break already, and you haven't even taken 3 steps. It seems he's deliberately exaggerating. We should head to where the turtle captain is." "That's right. You know the humiliation of being angry but helpless, biting your lip thinking, I will definitely overthrow this world." Above, he moved as fast as he could, but he was beginning to tire. He gasped for breath, gritted his teeth, and felt his stamina rising. If it were a few days ago, I couldn't have maintained this speed. Think about yesterday's breathing technique. He took a deep breath, and spiritual energy began to emerge, spreading from the surrounding plants and gathering in his body. His eyes widened with excitement. It was working. Fueled by this newfound power, he surged forward, thanking himself inwardly, absorbing spirit energy, and quickly catching up to Li Guan. Seeing him about to catch up, Li Guan cheerfully says, "Oh, you made it this far? That's amazing." But then, focusing his strength in his legs, he added, "But victory is ruthless." His speed suddenly surged, catching him off guard. "Even if you're a young master, I won't hold back." He couldn't believe the boy was hiding his strength, and suspecting him of cheating, he shouted, "Hey you, are you secretly channeling your energy?" He honestly replies, "I didn't. What's wrong? Is it because you can't catch up? Should I slow down for you?" Hearing that, his face twisted in anger. "What are you laughing at? If you're letting me win, you're dead," he yelled, chasing after him, spurred on by the taunts of being too slow. He began to lose his strength, muttering incoherently. His eyes glazed over and everything around him became a blur. "Damn it, I can't breathe. My heart feels like it's going to explode." His face was ashen. He couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes and a light appeared in his mind, emanating from his feet. He marveled at his own consciousness as the spiritual energy grew stronger, giving strength to his legs. "Aunt Nee, I can feel it now. Spiritual energy rising from everywhere. This feeling is truly magical." He slowly awoke, clearly feeling the firmness of the ground beneath his feet. This earth was hard. Stepping on it would significantly reduce the body's weight. Realizing the key, he quickly catches up. The boy is startled to find him right behind. Ah, he raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Does he still have something to hide from me? Without a word, he shouts, pouring all his strength into the race forward. He's determined to win. Neither of them would yield, pushing each other as they turned their gaze towards a single point, a large rock emanating spiritual energy. Whoever steps on that rock first will have the advantage, and without a word, they both leap towards it. He shouts, "It's mine, of course." Diamond stillness movement. Li Quan couldn't stand by and watch him gain the advantage, quickly giving chase. It's useless. They both head towards the spiritual energy, using it as a springboard, and dash forward like arrows. The summit is now right before their eyes. This is the final moment to determine victory. I'll go first. Moments later, he lay flat on the ground, panting. Beside him, Li Quan was long exhausted, trembling. After all that, we still haven't settled things? Instead of gloating, he calmly consoled him. Congratulations on mastering immobility. He looked confused, so he explained, You've learned immobility, which will help you unlock the diamond first step. You don't know? He honestly replied, This is the first time I've heard of it. He smiles, his eyes full of admiration. You are truly admirable, young master. He asks what it is, and the boy takes a stance, explaining that stillness begins with the horse stance. What do you think about moving in this stance? If you falter, you lose the stillness. He nods. Indeed, motion and stillness are opposing concepts from which the diamond stillness body technique arises. He strokes his chin, thinking, Until now, besides the 3-power swordplay, I've simply done what I've seen without truly understanding. As if reading his mind, he reassured him, I know what you're worried about. He clasped his hands, his whole body radiating light like an enlightened being. The young master's on the right path, so there's no need to worry. His radiant aura was almost blinding. He continued to lecture. Your efforts have not been in vain. You can become even stronger, I'm certain of it. Startled, Li Quan saw this and was moved to tears, realizing that the young master had seen his true heart and stomped his feet in joy. Now, let me explain further. To understand the true meaning of stillness, you must feel the earth. Li Quan was impressed, but his leg cramped in pain. Stop talking. Help me. Sadly, his words went unheard as the lesson continued. You must feel the earth's sounds and rhythm, then you'll know where to step and how to walk. That's the first step. You stomped your foot down as an example, but the force was so strong it shook the ground. He was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, cursing inwardly. Stop shaking the earth. After mastering the first step, everything became easier, and the ground shook even more violently. He was confused, not understanding what was happening, what was going on. He approached, smacked him hard on the back, and said, The ground will guide you then. He couldn't control his strength, making him feel like his soul was about to leave his body. He screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground unconscious, unaware that he was the cause. The apothecary smiled, saying, In my 60 years, I've never seen a patient so muscular. Li Quan puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, I carried him here myself. His eyes lingered on the boy's exhausted face, thinking, I'm in this mess because of you. He pointed to the bed beside him, adding, There's another patient here. I found him passed out on the way here. Li Quan glanced over, saw Nam Gung-jun unconscious on the bed, and suddenly remembered forcing him to train, blurting out, Oh, I forgot. He raised a hand to his body, grimacing, This earthy smell is awful. I need a bath. But as he tried to stand, he suddenly staggered and collapsed. What is this? I can't move. Li Quan quickly explained, Of course, young master. You've only just learned the first step. It's like a baby learning to walk. Deso frowned, his voice full of dissatisfaction. I'm hardly a baby learning to walk. Li Quan patiently guided. Imagine the feeling of bending your knees. Only then can you perform the first step. Strange. This feels completely different from before. Suddenly, Deso's eyes widened. Huh? He saw streams of blue spirit energy swirling rhythmically around Li Quan's body. I see it now. The steps, the breath, the muscles, all in perfect harmony? Li Quan proudly shows off his bulging muscles. Though it may seem like just swinging a sword now, later you'll be able to wield a blade with skill. Li Quan envisions the prince with a body as strong as his own, and he's determined to help him achieve it. Imagining his face on Li Quan's body, Dio recoils. Forget it. But I must admit, his words were helpful. He clenched his fist, determined. Looks like I'm on the right track. I'll definitely become stronger. A year later, on a mountain at Shaolin Temple, Li Quan and Di were still racing each other while carrying rocks. Li Quan smirked. Adding yesterday's match, I've lost 45 out of 99. If I win today, we'll be tied, 45 to 45. He shoots forward like an arrow, ignoring all obstacles. If this keeps up, he'll win. Then I'll do it my way. Deso moved gracefully, each step relying on the firmness of the ground. I've learned the proper way to walk, so I'll use everything I can. He steps on the tree in front of him, bending it into an arc, then springing up, propelling him higher. Hearing a strange noise, Li Quan turns around. What is that? Dio steps on his head, sneering as he borrows a little boost to jump even higher, leaving Li Quan bewildered. What's this? Dio places his hand on the stele, his voice deep. The time has come for me to leave Shaolin Temple. Li Quan remains silent. Let's continue, but before we go, let's have one last fight. Li Quan clasped his hands, his eyes resolute. This day has finally come. I will give it my all. Ming Tian reminds them, everyone is here today, so be careful. The disciples below are surprised to hear him say that, since they're allowed to use martial arts in today's practice. Du smiles confidently with his arms crossed as Ming Tian continues. Of course, using internal energy is dangerous, but all of you have worked 1,000 times harder than anyone else. Ming Tian encourages the disciples. You are strong, fear nothing, and give this match your all. The disciples listen intently, their faces filled with determination. Failure is just a stepping stone to further practice. That is the Shaolin spirit. Deser silently marveled, realizing that just a few words had completely changed the atmosphere. He couldn't help but compare Min Tian to Min Chi, feeling he was more suited to be the abbot. The referee signaled for the competitors to enter the arena. The crowd roars with support for the Shaolin Temple disciple. Number 1 buzz cut, go get him. He eagerly steps into the match, a far cry from our first encounter. Du asks, really? The man roared as he charged forward. Go get him. With a single hand, Deezer delivers a blow to his opponent's left cheek, causing him to spit blood. He responds curtly. Me too, Min Tian yelled, face red with anger. You idiot, number 1. Next, the next one was defeated in the same manner as number 1, Du simply stated. Next, Min Tian called up number 3, who was immediately defeated. He called up number 4, but the result was the same. And then number 5. This disciple no longer looked as eager as number 1. He's flustered. Wait a minute. We've clearly gotten much stronger. Li Guan smiles, placing a hand on number 5's shoulder and says, Forgive me, brothers, but I'll be taking over. The Shaolin disciples are no match for Deseo. Deseo, while holding a Shaolin disciple by the collar, greets the late and loud Li Quan with a smile. Li Quan is visibly excited, declaring he'll go all out from the start as Deseo Zhou touches his sword hilt. So he draws his sword, points it at his opponent, and suggests using swords from the start. Any objections? Li Quan immediately agrees. Okay. Meanwhile, some disciples listen to Nam Kung Jun's commentary. With such powerful martial arts, this will definitely be worth watching. Things should get interesting from now on, right? But watching a fight without betting is boring. Scanning the room, Nam Kung Jun found his target in Min Chi and approached him, beginning his enticement. Hey monk, care to make a bet with me? Mingzi retorts, not interested. Nam Kung Jun quickly tried to persuade him. Don't be like that. He proposed a bet. The young master would win 600,000 taels. 600,000 taels. Min Chi was being tempted by Nam Kung Jan, who said, with 600,000 taels you can restore your face and the abbot's honor. He immediately asked what he should bet, to which Nam Kung Jan replied with a sly grin, gesturing as he spoke. A great revitalization pill. I heard the abbot of Shaolin Temple possesses 3 of them. Min Chi was stunned, thinking, how could he know something only the abbot knows? Nam Kung Dian continued to bait him, pretending to leave as he finished speaking. If you don't like it, I'll go somewhere else. Mingzhi quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait. He held up a hand, renegotiating with Nam Kung Jan. Even as the abbot, I can't freely use the great completion pills. Instead, I'll wager 5 lesser completion pills. Nam Kung Jan agrees with a smile, thinking that his goal was always the lesser completion pills, not the greater completion pill. 1 great revitalizing pill is equal to 60 years of cultivation, while a lesser revitalizing pill is only worth 10 years each. 5 of them isn't bad. Mingzhi was completely unaware of Nam Kung Jan's plans. On the contrary, he was secretly mocking him, thinking how foolish he was. You think my talented Li Quan can be defeated so easily? I won't leave you a penny. Offer me that 600,000 taels. They shook hands, sealing the deal. Dise eyed Nam Kung Jan with disdain, wondering, what is he planning? Jin Lai signals the start, and Dizesiu leaps into action, declaring, all right, quickly approach Li Quan, give it a try. Li Quan immediately defends, and Dizer's sword strikes his hand. The disciples watching outside are shocked. Blocking a sword with your bare hand, is that even possible? Li Quan channels his inner energy, shrouding himself in extraordinary power, the invincible Vajra art, mastered only by him in the Shaolin Temple. Deso charges forward, declaring, as expected, one strike isn't enough for you. He taunts Li Quan as he attacks, saying, let's see how long you can keep that up. Deso unleashes another technique, the Three Powers Mind method. He visualizes the attack, stepping into the optimal position. The sword points straight ahead, targeting the path of least resistance in the air. He then slashed down at Li Quan, asking, you're still on the defensive? Li Quan braced himself, blocking the attack, and smirked. Simple. Du gritted his teeth in disbelief. What? Li Quan focuses his power into his fist, aiming at Deso, and says, not like that. He glared at Do, saying, that's how you attack. The force behind his blow undeniable. De thought to himself that he needed to evade this oppressive force. As if reading his mind, Li Quan retorts, I wasn't avoiding anything. Deso grimaces, cursing under his breath. Li Quan puts everything he has into a direct blow to Deso's stomach, sending him flying back as the observing disciples break out in goosebumps. Deso remained unfazed, instead laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. You're angry, if you really want to. Dees unleashes his power, shouting a challenge, then try it. He swings his sword, which emits a rainbow aura. The Shaolin disciples were astonished. What was that? I've never seen anyone from Nam Kung do that before. Bazun asked Meng Kung, do you know what that is? He replied, it's my first time seeing it, but I can make a guess. Meng Kung continues, isn't sword energy derived from internal energy? The eighth master agrees. Indeed, Meng Kung continued, but the young master has another way to accumulate internal energy. That energy shouldn't be able to integrate into a body, he marveled. It's a special ability only the young master possesses. All that energy is being focused into sword energy. How fascinating, how novel. I want to smash it to pieces. But Li Quan suddenly stops, cries out, and quickly retreats a few meters before he can touch Deso, then speaks. That startled me. I thought he'd struck him. Why is Li Quan retreating? Seeing Li Quan's action, Du chases after him, determined not to let him escape. He thought to himself, aim for the sturdiest surface. Deso attacked Li Quan's supporting leg. Analyzing the situation, Li Quan prepares to strike. I've secured the surface I wanted. Du continued his calculations, but he also discovered the position I had chosen. Li Quan's blow landed squarely on Do. Deso stood firm, while the crowd buzzed about the previous blow. Lacan took a direct hit, yet remained standing, unyielding. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Li Quan, excited, says, you withstood that blow. Impressive. My body is changing as I continue, but even if you are my friend, I will crush you with all my strength. If you're not feeling well, step aside. Lacan's arms gradually transform into diamond, a martial art he is trained in. Standing nearby, Master Bat suddenly recognized Li Quan's technique, exclaiming, that form is impossible. He exclaims as Li Quan's upper body transforms into diamond, and he recognizes the diamond body technique. Mingju, standing nearby, smirked triumphantly at the sight. That's not something a newborn babe could achieve. He says that to master the diamond body, one's body must be torn apart and pieced back together hundreds of times. Without immense effort and faith, it's impossible. His gaze softened as he looked at Li Quanzong, a gentle child, but one with the strongest will in Shaolin. He would shorten Shaolin's path to success and perhaps become a once-in-a-century sage. Nam Kung Jon stood by, secretly snickering. A once-in-a-century saint? Sorry, I can't help but laugh, he says, as laughter echoes. Ha ha ha. Myungji was instantly provoked. What are you laughing at? Is that all it takes to be called a once-in-a-century saint in this backwater? I don't mean to belittle Shaolin, but the Namgung clan is full of talents like you. At least 30 of them. Namgung Jon's words immediately put pressure on the Shaolin disciples. They couldn't believe that there were 30 people with that kind of power. Namingung Jon surveyed the situation, thinking to himself that it seemed to be working. He continued to assess Dees. If I agree with him, who will support the young master? I must side with him. He glanced at Dees' opponent, Lai Quian, estimating his strength at around 5 fingers. No, maybe not even 3. After a moment, he points at Deezer, declaring, that young master over there is the second most outstanding person in all the martial world. Minji, confused, asks, second? Then who's first? Nam Kung Dian replied sternly, the god of war, of course. Yes, that's right. Meanwhile, Daisy Sho gripped his sword tightly, sighing, I'm going crazy. He continues to observe Li Quan, muttering, "Even with my rigorous training, I haven't reached this level of the three-talent sword style." Li Quan rushes to attack Deso, shouting, "Diamond immovable body technique. You swing from mid-air. If you don't advance, I will." Deso raised his sword to block, confidently declaring, "Keep coming. I can stop you." But with a single finger, Li Quan pierced through Deso's sword, catching him completely off guard. "Diamond finger." Deso quickly dodges, crying out as Li Quan continues to apply pressure, unleashing a diamond kick. Desert Sawyer brandishes his sword, eyes sharp, clearly preparing to counterattack, but when his blade meets Li Quan's hand, he simply raises it to block. Dees is shocked as his sword snaps in two. Li Quan takes a deep breath. Dees is shocked by the stance as Li Quan strikes with the 100-step divine fist. Deezer's feet dig into the ground as he blocks Li Quan's attack. Heavenly strength, he also knows the 100 steps divine fist. Li Quan leaps into the air, dodging his opponent's attack and swiftly retaliates with the 100-step divine fist, striking directly at Deso, who stands firm in defense. After his attack, Li Quan immediately retreated, preparing for another assault. Deso's eyes widened in alarm as Li Quan charged again, but Deso managed to block his full-force blow, shocking the crowd. "What? He blocked Diamond Hand?" Dees braced himself against the blow, his body trembling as he cried out. In his mind, Li Guan was nothing short of a raging bull, and he exclaimed, "This is a bull, not a human." Still, Deezer told himself to relax, or his body would explode. He strained, his arms struggling to hold on. "No, my arms can't take it anymore." Dees releases his grip, and Li Quan seizes the opportunity, catching his opponent off guard as Dees closes his eyes in dismay. He's lost. The image of his brother, Nam Kung Sun, appears as he whispers about abandoning the Four Kings formation. A strange transformation suddenly occurs on his body, surprising even Du himself. This is the Tai Chi in this moment. He immediately took his stance, determined to make the most of this new power. "Fine. My body will break apart anyway." Deezer So scoffs as his limbs begin to move. "I'll try everything so I have no regrets." Li Quan relentlessly headbutts Deezer Thor as the surrounding Shaolin disciples shield their faces from the powerful gusts, marveling at the display. "What? How is this possible?" Even Meng Kang was astonished, exclaiming that 4 yin-yang forms had appeared. The technique Desu is using is 4 ounces, 8,000 pounds, using a small force to defeat a large one by borrowing the opponent's power. Old 8. Venerable takes it even further. Lei Quan roared, determined not to yield. "I will not submit." Then he switched to another technique. The indestructible diamond divine art of 3 emotions. This time, Desire was caught off guard. Could this be my moment to grow? He observes, but Li Quan's body is terrifying. Desire's eyes widened, determination burning within him. If it's now, he still has a chance. He began to manipulate his weapons. First the right hand, wisdom sword in the right, then the left, cloud sword in the left. Dees explains, the yang energy of the wisdom sword and the yin energy of the cloud sword, 2 powers that seemed impossible to combine, are now converging. The 2 old men watched in astonishment, wondering how he could use the cloud sword when they had never taught him. Li Quan knew one thing. If he could break this attack, victory would be his. He observes Dees, noting that he's become much stronger, and enduring this will be dangerous. Dees unleashes his power, roaring, "Kai teach!" Dazed, Li Quan cries out, "Huh? This isn't good." He was immediately blown away, and the surrounding Shaolin disciples were also affected by this immense power. As the dust settles, Li Quan lies motionless on the ground. Old Mingji cries out, "Quaner!" and immediately orders, "Get Quaner to the infirmary, quickly." Dio breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, looks like I can try my hand at the Four Kings formation." Meng Kang and Nam Kung Dion approached, young Master Wan Sui. He grinned and suggested, "Let's go have a heart-to-heart." "I'll treat everyone today," Desire replied. "Well, aren't you a rare sight? Don't go regretting it." After the other 2 left, Desire Armin turned to face Batazan. He spoke, addressing the bald old man, startling Bat-Tan with his sudden words. "Huh? Do it then." "If you're worried, go check on him," Bat-Tan asked suspiciously. "Is that okay?" Deso replies, "Why not? He's returned to his old home, so let him rest easy." Bat-Zun happily departed, not forgetting to thank them. "Thank you. I will repay you later." Deso smiled. "Of course." But suddenly, Min Thien intervened. "Please stop." He continued, "Shaolin will take care of Quaner. Outsiders, stay out of it." Bat-Tan explained, "I know, but I just wanted to make sure he was okay." Suddenly, Min Chi launches a surprise attack on Bat-Tan, angrily shouting, "You?" Min Chi coldly replies, "You were once called Bat-Tan." once revered more than anyone in Shaolin Temple. Even after you lost to Nam Kyung Han, who was half your age and lost an arm, we never gave up hope that you would rise again. He asked angrily, "But now what? Didn't you abandon us and leave on your own?" Batson stammered, and Minji continued, "Do you know how hard we've worked to protect Shaolin?" His eyes turned cold as he stared at Bat Tan. "You're no longer one of us. Turn back now, or be beaten and cast out." Bat Zun gritted his teeth, taking a defensive stance. "Foolish disciples. Very well, I understand. Come then." Mingji signaled, and the Shaolin disciples moved at once. He announced the Arhat formation, and the disciples quickly formed ranks. Jin Lai commanded, "Second Arhat formation, prepare to attack." The Shaolin elders echoed, "Third Arhat formation, engage." The fourth and fifth Arhat formations, defend. Sixth Arhat formation, prepare a three-way assault. Battling on, the monks observe that only 6 final formations remain. Minchi agrees, noting that only the heavenly demon has ever withstood the 6th Lohan formation. He says grimly, "If we had more time, it wouldn't have been Nam Kung who defeated the heavenly demon, but our Shaolin." As they continue their assault, the disciples urge, "Master, that's enough. Please stop." 8 Virtues grits his teeth and remarks, "Not bad." He smirks, then leaps into the air, unleashing the Han step. Shaolin elders point and command, "Capture him. Don't let him escape." Baton focuses his power, meeting the attack. He strikes with his palm, sending disciples flying, the Vajra palm of great strength. They cried out as Batong unleashed his power, striking another target with the one-finger Zen technique. Mingju ordered the group behind to withdraw their inner energy, minimizing attacks for the group in front. "He's going to attack again. Be ready," one of the men observed Baton's movements. "So that's how the martial art is used." Myungji asks, "What?" The man continued, "That's the true monstrous strength constellation. So that's why your constellation energy was so weak when you used it." Minchi shouts, "What are you even saying at a time like this?" Baton replies, "You people!" Minchi angrily interrupts, "Then let me be the one to end this, and don't you dare beg for forgiveness later." He commanded Minthin, Jinsho, Jinmu, and Mintam to surround the 8th Lord, as Minchi declared, "I won't hold back anymore." Baton muttered, "Are you just showing up now?" Minchi channeled his energy. "I'll end this myself, you don't need to be afraid." They rushed forward to attack Batan. He was pushed back, crying out as another attacker struck from above. Batan gracefully dodged, while another attacked his left flank. Batan unleashes a palm strike, remarking that his opponent hasn't been training hard enough, then scoffs, wondering if just one blow was enough to break bones. Annoyed, Mingjue remarks that the old man is still talking nonsense, so it's not serious yet. Batan laughs, "Haha, you see, old age changes one's physical strength." Growing more impatient, Minchi suggests, "Now that the pleasantries are over, let's begin. I hope you won't disgrace yourself as a former Shaolin elder." Immediately, everyone begins to circulate their chi. The first move is Twin Dragon's tail sweep. The second is White Crane spreads wings, and the others follow with White Snake licks its tongue, Golden Leopard settles, and Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Batton observes them, remarking, "You've all improved a great deal." He looked at them. "You've all worked hard." Minchi suddenly stopped. As he unleashed his techniques, Baton spoke, "I've made mistakes, and I won't ask for your forgiveness." Baton's body was enveloped in a different power, stronger than before. "At this moment, I will leave everything I have to you." The others were shocked. It was the first form of the Tendon Transformation Classic, Weida Genshu. The man was instantly blown away as the old man leaped up, performing the second form, plucking stars and switching dippers, and the third form, reversing 9 ox tails, before changing direction to attack the next person. The fourth move exposed the claws. He uses his hand to knock away another person. Fifth form, 9 ghosts draw saber. By the 6th form, a ball of power had formed. 6th form, 3 falling thunderbolts. 7th form, azure dragon's 3 claws. The monks watched intently as he unleashed the 8th form, tiger's hungry pounce. 9th form, the bow strike. The venerable one closes his eyes to perform the final form. The 10th form, the dance of the tail. When he completed it, no one dared to move. Mingchi trembled as he spoke. The great Master Dharma's muscle changed scripture. He shed tears. "And so," Mingchi continued, "Shaolin has obtained the great monk Fantian's prajna heart technique and Dharma's muscle change scripture." Baeksan says, "I've incurred so much debt over time." The other replies, "All right, let's go now." Minchi offers a string of prayer beads, prompting Batan to ask, "Aren't these your rosary?" On behalf of the Shaolin Temple, he apologizes for their ignorance of the hardships he has endured and welcomes him to visit Shaolin Temple any time. Bachan smiles, puts the prayer beads around his neck, and replies, Amitabha, thank you. Mingchi waves goodbye as Li Guan laughs. I'll be even stronger when we meet again. He thought to himself, just you wait. Meanwhile, Deezer Soso and the others had already begun their return. They joked that the old man took too long. Ha ha ha, sorry about that. Desire excitedly shouts that their next goal is to win the Four Kings battle. Dizer and the others are on the carriage returning, and Nam Kung Dian laughs with delight. He chuckled, almost tearfully saying, I've waited so long for this day. You have the lesser completion pills that the abbot gave you. He turned to observe the others, muttering, Everyone must be asleep, right? Nam Gungxian held one up to his mouth, saying, Let's see what this is all about. Before he could taste it, Dis Battan and Mankang snatched the pills, devouring them as Nam Kungjan seethed with rage. Not bad, is it? Is this elixir a lesser completion pill? It's been a while since I've tasted one of these. It's great for the body. They took the last of his pills. Oh, but there's one more. Heh heh heh. And then he tossed the empty box to the ground, right in front of a stunned Nam Gongjun. Dis chewed and remarked that Nam Kungjon was indeed good at finding these things. The wooden box falls to the ground and shatters, prompting an angry outburst from Nam Kungjun. What are you doing, you blockheads? Mengkong and the three honored ones immediately threatened him with their power, taking turns to speak. What's with that look? Lower your gaze. You know what will happen, don't you? You'll die for this, Nam Kung Dian cried, cursing them. Even bandits wouldn't give out porridge like this. Diso chuckled, his tone light. Sorry, I have a habit of eating any kind of elixir without thinking. His words made Nam Gung Jun suspicious. He thought to himself, how could he even come up with that excuse? Deso continued excitedly, but it's really good. Do you have any more? His words infuriated Nam Kung Jon, who muttered, Damn it, I'll get my revenge someday. They quickly arrived in Anhai province. As the four began to walk, they couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, it's really crowded here. They must all be here to see the upcoming Four Kings tournament. Someone hurried through the crowd, shouting, The road's already narrow. Don't block it. Move aside quickly. Others grew angry as Deso bumped into them. Hey, watch it. Another person spoke up, asking who stepped on their foot as Dee struggled to find a path, constantly apologizing as he bumped into people. Oh, excuse me. The young man he bumped into simply smiled in response. No problem, it happens. Dees excitedly pointed to the man's sword, asking, You must be a martial artist with a sword like that, right? The man chuckled. Ha ha ha. You guessed it, he continued. I came early to participate in the Four Kings tournament, but it's too crowded here. Then he introduced himself. I'm Xiaoding from Nanan. Naman, Deo muses. Isn't that far away? Was it one of the places I considered running to? He said, I'm also here for the Four Kings tournament, and I'm on my way back. Xiaoding nodded, understandingly. I see. It sounds like we've both been through a lot. Xiaoting turns to ask Nam Kungjon. This man came for the competition as well? Ngong Dion was surprised. Me? He smiled, introducing himself as a strategist in charge of a small troop. Deso irritably reminds him, Stop exaggerating. Xiaoting then asked, So, are you two bodyguards? Bazan responds, Well, that's true. Xiaoting remarks that he can tell at a glance they're all top experts. Having such powerful subordinates is truly amazing. I just hope we don't meet too early in the competition. Meanwhile, Batton telepathically asks Du, Hey, young master, do you see them? Deezer then replied telepathically, Humph, I see them. He looked up at the 5 figures on the roof as Meng Kang added, And 3 over there, exchanging information, with about 10 people guarding this one. He looks so innocent, but he's definitely not an ordinary person. Could they be from the Nanan Beast Palace, which is said to be as powerful as the 9 major sects? Meanwhile, soldiers were on the move, and a powerful aura approached from afar. Dees grew wary as the aura drew closer. Its martial prowess was immense. They gathered and knelt before Dezer, requesting an audience with their young master. Their leader spoke, The Patriarch has sent us to escort you. The surrounding people are shocked. The Crimson Blood Army? They look over at Deezer Soho, who is blushing with embarrassment. Young master, that's why I wanted to hide his identity. Some people pointed at him and spoke up. Young Master Snowcow, Young Master Loach. They eagerly recount memories that are still fresh in their minds. The way he dodges is as slippery as a loach. Deso grew angrier as Nam Kungjon added fuel to the fire. Aha! Mudfish suits you perfectly. Deso angrily punches Nam Kungjon on the head. You're the one who fits that name. Nam Kungyong cried out in pain. Deezer turned to Xiaoding and said, We've only just met, but it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Then, with a soft tone, he departed. I'll take my leave now. Tch. Xiaoting glanced over, a smile flickering on his lips, and softly asked the person beside him, What do you think of this? A figure hidden in the shadows spoke, Those two old geezers. Then he recounted what had just occurred. They've detected our presence here, Batan warned immediately. Don't cause trouble or prepare to say goodbye to your teeth, Man Kang added, his voice full of curiosity. Interesting. Is that a technique to conceal their presence? It's a bit different from what we've seen in the Central Plains. He assessed that their strength was definitely on par with, or even greater than, ours. Xiaoting replied with a smile. It's interesting to hear the master of the Southern Wilderness Beast Palace, one of the top 5, say that. He continued, What about that young master? The man replied, It's a shame we didn't meet Nam Kung San, the one with the best chance of winning. Instead, there's the young master called Loach, but he also has the celestial martial physique. Meeting him even once will surely be beneficial later on. He turned to ask, Young master, what do you think? Xiaoting replied that at first glance he seemed like a strong martial artist, but compared him to a tree grown in a garden versus one in the wild. And who's judging now? Perhaps because he grew up in luxury, I sense no sharpness from him. Xiaoting chuckled, adding, He doesn't seem to recognize the talented martial artists around him. I'd say that young master has reached his limit. He looked at him, his eyes shifting, and asked directly, If you had to face him in this competition, could you win? Xiaoting's gaze sharpened, his aura flaring, felt even by those standing far away. He chuckled softly. Ha ha, you worry too much. Do you really think I'd lose to someone like him? The soldier led Deso to the clan leader's chamber, saying, The clan leader is waiting for you inside. Please enter. Even from outside, Deso could feel the oppressive aura within. The others spoke up. We'll leave D's behind. Let's go. He turned and cursed them. You cowards. Fine, go on. Get out of here. Menkang replied that they were leaving whether he chased them away or not. Theo slowly entered, and the man above saw him and asked, So, did you bring me good wine? Dees was startled as memories flooded back. Bring me good wine when you return. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I'm done for. Deso scratched his head and laughed heartily, but his face was more tense than ever. Tears welled up as he thought, Yeah, just keep laughing. If father sees me smiling, he probably won't have the heart to punish me. Nam Kung Han replied, Never mind, I think I know already. Then he ordered the guards to bring tea. They moved instantly, under Deso's astonished gaze. He watched him, thinking. He could completely sense the stealth of the underground guard. Your time at the Shaolin Temple wasn't wasted, I see. Nam Kung Han asked, Tell me, what did you witness at Shaolin? The Shaolin I saw had a white tiger protecting the mountain for many years, and another guardian watching over it. Though young, I saw in him an Iron Man with a diamond body. In the future, his martial arts will reach an unparalleled level. Nam Gung Han then asked, Interesting, but how does he compare to Nam Gung? DC replied, If only one division of Nam Kung goes, it will be a mutually assured destruction. At least 2 large armies will be needed to completely subdue Shaolin. Nam Kung Han thought to himself that the boy's assessment was accurate. He moved to the tea table that had been brought up, saying, Let's talk over tea. Nam Kung Han poured the tea, steam rising. Deso frowned, thinking as he held the teacup, Ouch, it's hot. Why is it so hot? What are you up to? Why don't you drink it? Deezer had no choice but to take a sip of the scalding tea. Deso suddenly realized something. The tea is quite hot. Nam Kung Han followed up. Do you truly wish to participate in the Four Kings tournament? Deseo answered frankly. Yes. Nam Sung Han gravely says, At this rate, you'll have a hard time beating the third son. Du is surprised, and Nam Kung Han continues. Many may think he's been training in seclusion to win this competition. But you know the real reason why. Dees recalled Nam Kung San's gaze, the way he looked at him, and said, I know, it's because of me, isn't it? From that day on, he only had eyes for me. Deezo clenched his fist, but that didn't mean he would give up. He declares that he will defeat the third young master in this contest, no matter what. Nangung Han rises, asking, So, you did learn something at Shaolin? If you're that confident, then so be it. Very well. He suggested, If you're so sure of yourself, then convince me. Without hesitation, Dees grabbed his sword and replied, I'll show you, father. He excitedly drew his sword and continued, I've always wanted to experience firsthand why everyone is so afraid of you. Nam Gung Ha remarked, Impressive spirit. Come then. And with that, Desire charged forward. He yells as he moves, his first step targeting the ground beneath Nam Gung Han to disrupt his balance. He successfully makes him move, targeting the weakest point on the ground. Now you understand what it means to be as solid as a rock. Du continued, if there's no opening, then create one. Even father can't stand firm on such a surface. Nam Seung Han stomps the floor, surprising Dazer. Is he breaking the floor beneath him to maintain his balance? He spoke. 20 gold. That's the price for fixing the floor you just broke. 20 gold taels. Dees was even more bewildered as Nam Kung Han closed the distance in an instant. What? With a flick of his finger, Dezo's sword flew from his hand and embedded itself in the ceiling. He continued, that'll be another 10 tiles of gold. Deso exclaimed in disbelief, my pinky? His sword loosens and falls, shattering a vase below. Nam Kung Han continues, how unfortunate. His words stunned Deso. Of all the things here, you had to break that. That porcelain vase was worth 500 tiles. Deso, utterly bewildered and drenched in sweat, could only think of escaping. Run. Get away from the Nam Kung clan immediately. Nam Seung Han closed in and flicked Dee's forehead, sending him flying. Du couldn't believe he was flying, while Nam Gung Ha remarked that he'd used enough force to knock him out, but he was tougher than he looked. Dezo spots a vase and cries out in alarm. No, that vase must be worth at least 100 taels. Focusing his energy to avoid impact, he'll bet everything on this move. Desire successfully changes direction and lands. Impressive. I didn't expect you to be able to change direction mid-air like that, but that vase was just a fake. I intentionally threw you toward it. You've wasted your efforts. He continues. That broken floor cost another 40 taels, bringing the total to 570. Don't worry, I'll make sure you pay for everything, Meng Kang declared, seeing Bat Tan place a bottle of wine on the table. Oh, you finally decided to drink it? He replied. I went to great lengths to steal it from Shaolin. He continued to tease the woman. But drinking with you, madam, would not be a waste at all. Would you care to join me for a drink? She replied, please, start without me. I'll bring some food from the kitchen. Startled by Nam Kung Han's arrival, Meng Kang saw the dezo in his hand as he asked, why are you here? Nam Kung Han didn't answer. He was too busy observing the wine bottle. The one I heard you brought back is here. Batsong tried to stop him, but Meng Kang warned that if he didn't hand it over, they would both die. Batsong quickly replied, wait, there has to be another way. But before he could finish, Meng Kang offered the wine pot, ignoring Batsong's cries. No. Nam Kung Han glanced at the wine bottle in his hand and commented softly. Not bad. He tossed the decree back to the steward, ordering Lai Han to heal the boy. Then he added that it was his order as clan leader, so there would be no complaints. The manager caught the jade pendant and bowed in acknowledgement. I understand. She bowed respectfully as Nam Kung Han departed. Please, come inside, my lord, Meng Kang said. With Nam Kung Han gone, we should head inside, madam. Bazun glares angrily at Bing Ju, while the chief steward agrees with Meng Kang. Yes. Please, rest yourselves. She glanced at Do and exclaimed, it's only been a year, and I didn't even recognize you. It feels like just yesterday you were a toddler. She smiled and continued, it seems the clan leader cares deeply for the young master. At the 4 great clans, a message from the Nam Kung clan regarding the 4-clan tournament has arrived. The one reading it is the leader of the 4 great families. Where is Poison King Dong Mo? The contest details include, first, the 4 Kings contest will be held at the Nam Gung clan. Second, the date will remain as usual. Third, there's no limit to the number of participants. Fourth, contestants must be between 15 and 20 years old. Fifth, the finalists from the previous year. Sixth, only 2 people from the Nam Kung clan will participate, Nam Kung Sun and Dees. Seventh, that's all, from Marshal Saint Nam Kung Han. Eighth, if there are any complaints, bring them directly to me. The others spoke up with concern. My lord. Enraged, Dong Mu crumpled the notice. How interesting. One says, I don't know what his aim is, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another agrees, indeed. They continued, traditionally, the Nam Kung family sends about 50 disciples, while other sects send 100. If only 2 Nam Kung family members participate, as the letter suggests, focusing on them will be easy. If so, we might not only win the 4 Kings tournament, but also seize the top spot we've long sought after, thought Dong Mu. But has anyone ever seen the Marshal Saint directly interfere with the 4 Kings tournament? He wondered. The men answered obsequiously, no, we haven't. He exuded a suppressive aura as he continued. Is that so-called Marshal Saint taking an unusual interest in this 4 Kings competition? He schemes that if those 2 are brutally crushed before the Marshal Saint, the look on Nam Kung Han's face would be a sight to behold. Dang Mok slams the table. Very well. I will participate in this Four Kings tournament myself." Then he commanded, "Inform the disciples and prepare everything." His subordinates hastily complied. Similar situations unfolded throughout the martial world as they were all surprised. Only 2 people? Some factions even began to conspire together, their intentions clear, to overthrow the Nam Kung clan, while others intensified their training. But one thing is clear. With this letter, Nam Kung Son and Deezer have become the common enemy of everyone in the Four Kings tournament. Deezer clutches his head, lamenting, "Ugh, what is father thinking?" He spoke up, "It's clear we're going to be isolated." "What did my third brother say?" Nam Gungjong responded, "The third young master?" He recounted Nam Gungshan's words. "He said it's quite interesting." Deezer Seo lamented, "Of course, that's what he would say." He dashed off, continuing, "Well, this isn't the time to be lying around like this." Seo ordered, "Gather everyone at once. From this moment on, we will begin training with all our might for the next 5 months. All right, everyone, no rest until you collapse." 5 months later, the participants have gathered here for the competition. Lai Rong Yu, the elder of the Dian Kong school, spoke up, annoyed. They were just checking the identities of the participants, so why make people wait so long? Even if you're from the Namgung clan, you shouldn't be so disrespectful. The Namgung clan member stepped forward leisurely, saying, "Identification complete. If you come inside, we'll take you to your lodgings." Annoyed, Yu retorted, "Do you know who I am? After making us wait, the least you could do is treat us with respect." From behind, another voice calls out, "Oh, what are you doing here?" Hugh was startled to see the flag behind the man. "What is that? A royal order flag? This person must be a member of the royal family exchanging with someone from Nam Kung. It seems the Nam Kung clan is quite busy. I didn't expect you to be doing such menial work." The man replied that when important guests arrive, even more so than thieves, they should at least be greeted with some respect. Yu thought to himself, "Thieves?" The two continued, "We've prepared another place for you all. Please come inside." Hu politely asked, "May I ask what this place is called?" The man replies, "Oh, it seems you haven't heard my introduction yet." Yu wonders why a gatekeeper would. Suddenly his eyes change, as if remembering something. "Wait, don't tell me that the one behind the Point Sourcex disgrace incident from last year." The man chuckled, He, so you do remember. It was none other than Quan Jian of the Nangong clan. Surprised, he asks, "The elder of the Namkung clan is here?" He points elsewhere. "Then does that mean everyone here is—" "That's right." An unknown man shouts at the elder of the Namkung family. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you treat me like this?" He spat, furious that a mere gatekeeper would defy him. Enraged, the man grabs him. "What is going on? Do you think you're the heavenly demon king?" He overwhelmed him, making a fuss over such a small matter. He realizes something. They're all elders of the Namkung clan. He pales in shock, never expecting the Namkung family to use their elders as gatekeepers. He worried to himself, wondering what would happen at the Four Kings tournament. Nangong clan members lay scattered on the ground, while Do continued to train diligently. The head steward approached. "Young master, it's time for the Four Kings tournament preliminaries." He opened his eyes and replied, "I know." He rises, unleashing his power one last time. A great wind sweeps through, and he smiles contentedly. And with preparations complete, he continued, "I'm off, head butler." She smiled gently. "Have a safe journey." Du looked at the others, reminding her to give the foolish old men a small gift as compensation and let them rest. The manager acknowledged, understood. He then asked, "Oh, by the way, manager, did you bring any silver?" The head manager was puzzled. "Huh? Why? And your reasons?" Dise smirked. "Why, to make a fortune, of course." As Dees enters, all eyes turn to him, and he muses, "Looks like a lot of people have gathered here. They all have the same thought. That's the guy." To them, he was the embodiment of the Loesch, young Master Dees. Dees was speechless when a voice declared, "I will crush them all." The other participants were shocked as the man kicked Li Quan and the Shaolin disciples in the face. Desert Soso spoke up, "So, you guys are here too?" They replied, "Long time no see, young master." Another added, "So the rumors are true. They say the young master has taken over Shaolin for the greater good of the martial world." Another added, "Look, the young master is standing next to the Shaolin people and protecting them very carefully." Deso wondered what rumors they were talking about, and who would spread such nonsense. He's furious to learn who started the rumor. "I thought that white-haired guy was all talk, but it seems it's true." Deso thought to himself that the Nam Gungan bastard was hateful. Li Quan asked uncomfortably, "Should I crush him right now?" Du quickly interjected, "Please, no more." Another voice cuts through the tension. "Silence, everyone. The preliminaries are about to begin. He explained the rules. The arena has 20 sections, each with 50 contestants, and only one from each section will advance to the second round. Once the 20 winners are chosen, they will face each other, and only 2 will advance to the finals. Desire observes his surroundings, noting the palpable anxiety. He continued, I will now call out names, and those called will proceed to their designated areas. Desire thought to himself that he was the first to be called. As soon as he finished speaking, Dize moved, from the South Palace to fighting area number 1. The crowd marvels at his swift reaction, noting that he moved the instant the words left the speaker's lips. Dize thought smugly, Hey, I already know the bracket order for this round. I secretly got my hands on the list. Dize glared at Nam Kung Jon, thinking that if he dared to show his face, he was a dead man. The referee continued, You may fight using any method except for intentionally inflicting injury or manslaughter. He signaled, and the first qualifying match began. Countless opponents swarmed Dizer, eager to see what the Nam Kung's eel could do. But contrary to his earlier fear, Dizer now radiated confidence. He uses his overwhelming power to instantly defeat a girl without mercy. Even if she is Zhu Gechang, the most beautiful woman in Hubei. Soon the others swarmed him, but they were no match for De. In moments he was the only one left standing in the arena. Li Quan clenched his fist, bent his knees, and charged straight at Dao. He declares he will crush him, throwing a powerful punch, but it's quickly dodged. Another unfortunate soul takes the blow, but undeterred, he remains confident. I won't let you escape. I can see your next moves clearly. He throws another punch, but Dezeo dodges, and another unlucky soul takes the blow, flying into the air. He screams, calling him a crazy bastard. The 2 below stood aghast. If you want to hit him, aim carefully. Why drag us into this? As Desire fled, the 2 complainers took 2 of Li Quan's punches head on. His face darkened as he gave chase. I will defeat you. Dizo looked back and asked, So, you haven't been idle these past few months, have you? Golden light emanates from the monk. It seems the diamond body technique has almost fully integrated into you. He accelerates, chasing Diz, shouting, So stop dodging and fight me, Desire. Desire turned back, sweating as the thunderous fist loomed behind him. But once again, he's just a spectator, as someone else becomes the victim, spinning through the air while Deezer continues to flee. He dodged again. He keeps attacking, and everyone around him is getting caught in the crossfire, some taking blows to the face. Ouch! Another one gets hit from behind and another flies into the air. Take the hit! Dio still smiles brightly, confident that no one can match his lightness skill. Do you know how long I've trained my fists and feet? This whole chaotic scene is within the brown-haired boy's sights. What a bunch of fools. Shouting finds it all rather boring. One avoids attacks while the other focuses on offense. At this rate, they'll exhaust themselves quickly. His eyes light up while he's been hiding among the weaker contestants, conserving his strength. Shouting draws his sword. Now there are only 3 left. If he can take down one of those 2, he'll advance to the main competition. The monk stomps his foot in frustration, then channels his power into his left hand, unleashing the 100-step divine fist. With a sigh, Deso knew he couldn't dodge this attack. While he was distracted by Li Quan, a swordsman charged forward, yelling, "Give up!" He grimly drew his sword, retorting, "You're after me, not Li Quan, aren't you?" Realizing the danger, Li Quan hesitates, knowing he'd be cut in half if he intervened, as Zhao Ding launches a fierce attack on Deso. Deso swiftly parried the blow, gliding to the side as he muttered, "You were just lucky. The real battle has only just begun." Zhao Ding immediately used shadow magic, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The onlookers were stunned, one of them exclaiming, "Huh, he disappeared." Another added, "Where did he go?" Zhao Ding thought to himself, "My concealment technique hides not only my form but my presence as well." He leaps, sword aimed at Desire's head, yelling, "Got you now!" That young master is as slippery as an eel. Dee sensed the fluctuating air currents and immediately raised his sword to block the attack, leaving Zhao Ding in utter shock. "How is this possible? You knew where I would attack from." Dees calmly replies that there's nothing surprising about it. He simply saw him coming. Zhao Ding refuses to give in, continuing to use his stealth technique. "Don't flatter yourself, there's no way you can see through my shadow technique." Desire then chuckles, wielding his sword to unleash the blue wind point technique with graceful flair. "Looks like you still don't get it." White streaks intertwined, rushing towards Zhao Ding. He raised his hand to observe, his face astonished. "What is this? Am I no longer invisible?" Desire calmly replies, "I've put a lot of thought into how to deal with Third Brother. As you can see, I've mastered quite a few martial arts." Xiaoding was filled with rage upon hearing this. Xiaoding roars, unleashing the fierce tiger strike with his sword, asking why he should care. He quickly unleashed the azure wind tentacle technique, intercepting Xiaoding's attack, who cried out in pain upon impact. Without hesitation, Dizhou used a whirlwind attack to end the match, sending Xiaoding flying, disarming him, and spinning him upside down as he screamed in terror. Finally, he fell from the arena head first, and the referee announced Xiaoding of the Southern Wilderness Beast Palace was out of the competition. After that, the announcer declared Dezhou and Li Quan the winners, advancing to the main rounds. The result left Li Quan clenching his fist in frustration. He hadn't even had a real fight. Meanwhile, Diz remained silent with his eyes closed, wondering if this was enough. In another arena, a member of the Namkung clan had also just finished his match, still gripping his sword tightly. The last opponent lies unconscious on the floor, as the announcer declares the match is over. Around him, his defeated opponents lay scattered. The announcer declared that the only member of the Namkung family to advance was the second young master. At the medical clinic, Jia Gachang lay trembling in bed, mumbling incoherently. She dreamed of a horde of fighters rushing towards her, eyes closed tight, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, she startled awake, clutching the blanket and crying out, "My head! My head!" She frantically grabbed her head, trying to calm herself. It was just a dream, but I don't want to remember any of it. Just then, a menacing stranger appeared before her, his voice cold. "So you're the woman our young master has chosen." He continued, his tone even. "He's brought back countless oddities, but this is a first." Gezhichang sits on the bed, wringing his hands, and stammers, "Well, first, take off all your clothes." His face pales, and he asks, "Huh? Why so sudden?" Xian's cold gaze was intimidating. "When you arrived, your body was covered in wounds, so you need thorough treatment." She trembled as she listened to her warning. "If we discover you're a spy, we won't hesitate to end your life. And if you conceal weapons or poison, we'll burn you alive. And if you try to use wealth or status to get close to us, prepare to drown in poison." Jagachang could only regret her decision as tears streamed down her face. "Oh no, I shouldn't have come here. Uncle, I'm sorry." She recalls her uncle's angry face, sternly warning her to stay away from the Namkung family. Suddenly, a shout erupts from outside the door. "What's this?" The door is kicked open, and Huaya appears, her voice booming. "So, you're the fox spirit who seduced our beloved young master?" "It's you," they said in unison, pointing directly at her. Losing his composure, Zhuge Chang jumped out of bed and frantically asked, "Me? Really?" Huaya continued to press, "Do you owe money?" She immediately replied, "Oh no." Lian Ren quickly followed up with questions. She studied the 4 books and 5 classics, the Analects of Confucius, and understands politics, military strategy, and royal etiquette, correct? She nods honestly. "That's right." The two happily declared, "You passed." Shuangnan turned and said softly, "Well then, let's go home." Before she could react, Huana grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. She stammered, "Is the home you're talking about in Hubei?" They immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" "Of course, we're going to the Azure Dragon Hall in the Southern Palace clan." Hearing this, she panicked, wondering why she had to go there. The 3 girls turned back, smiling as they replied, "Because you're family now." But she was still full of doubt. "What? Why are they still explaining? Didn't the young master give you the nickname #1 Big Head?" She admits it, but remains confused. "That's true, but what does that have to do with anything?" Huaya grins. "That reason alone is enough." Seeing her hesitation, they changed their tune, their eyes and demeanor turning menacing, sending shivers down her spine once more. "You will come with us, won't you?" Though still trembling, she mustered her courage and asked, If I don't go to Hubei and stay here, if I work hard, can I learn martial arts?" She recalled her family's objections, wondering who she was to presume to learn martial arts. "You just need to marry into a good family." She closed her eyes, waiting, but Lian Yan's response startled her awake, telling her not to worry about anything she wanted to do. "The young master is a very good person. If it's something you want to achieve, he will definitely help you." Zhuge Chang imagined Dezhou happily teaching her martial arts, her eyes shining, and she thought to herself, "Uncle, I'm sorry." As the group set off for the Namkung family, she told herself, "I found a reason to stay with the Namkung family a little longer." Meanwhile, Dezhou, having just finished his match, clutched his empty stomach and sighed. I'm starving." That bibimbap with wild greens didn't even make a dent. Suddenly, a voice catches his attention, and Duo turns back in surprise. "Oh, who is this?" "That's right, Yang An, so you're also participating in the Four Kings tournament?" Yang An scratched his head sheepishly. "Yes, Somehow things just turned out this way. Daiso remembered the person before him, Yangon, the successor of the Mount Hua sect and his only friend in his past life. Memories flood back, from his mother praying at the temple while pregnant, to Yangon's childhood visits and his father ruffling his hair saying, "You've grown so much." Daiso smiled, remembering how lively and energetic he used to be, as another memory flooded back. He'd always thought Yangon would become a Taoist like his master, but when Yangon's master became the sect leader, he inherited the position. Of course, the other disciples of the Mount Hua sect wouldn't agree so easily, but that discontent faded before Yangon's swordsmanship. But soon, things would take a different turn. On the ground, Yangon's opponent trembled, clutching his bloodied hand, screaming in agony, "Evil hand!" Yangon injured his opponent in a martial arts match, leading him to abandon fighting and live in seclusion. Back in the present, as the two walked side by side, Du asked, "So, you've participated in 2 preliminary rounds already? How did it go?" Yangon smiles faintly, humbly replying, "Oh, I was lucky enough to make it through." Seeing this, Do is somewhat relieved. Looks like luck isn't the only thing that got you here. Even in hiding, you haven't forgotten your swordsmanship. Ahead, 3 disciples of the Mount Hua sect approach, their voices dripping with mockery. "Why is someone who should be hiding in the countryside here?" Yang Shu sneered. "I didn't expect a cripple who can't even hold a sword to have friends." Yangon simply lowered his head, not refuting, but Du couldn't hide his resentment. "Are they looking for trouble?" Yangon quickly stopped his friend's advancing arm. "It's okay, Daiso Hyung. They're all my junior disciples. That guy's provoking you, and you're still shamelessly talking back. You're about to be expelled, and you still don't know your place." Unable to contain his anger, Daiso growled, "What did you just say?" Yangon repeated the word expulsion in disbelief. Yang Shu sneered, his voice laced with threat. "If you don't perform well in this 4 Kings tournament, the master will relinquish his position before the elders, and I will be the next successor. Do you understand?" These words hit Yangon like a bucket of ice water. Yang Shu continued his threats. "You better hope you don't run into me in the next rounds. Even if you were once a disciple of Mount Hua, if you lose too miserably in front of everyone, won't we lose face as well?" Yangon would soon be defeated in the main rounds, and the sect leader would also give up his position. Not long after, Yangon's master fell ill and passed away. His master's death was the final straw, turning Yangon into a completely different person. They say that whenever he drew his sword, blood was sure to spill. He was known as the demonic sword of Mount Hua, someone I could only watch from afar. But now things are different. This time, I won't let Yangon go astray. Deo approached and asked, "Where is the old Taoist now?" Yangon turned back, surprised. "You mean master?" He explained. "He's probably at the Mount Hua estate, but I don't know the exact location since I'm not with him." Du nodded. "Okay, I understand. Then I'll be going." Yangon quickly called out to Do Young. He clasped his hands together, his voice laced with worry. "Could you visit my master for me? See if he's doing all right?" Deuso smiles, waving goodbye. "I was planning to anyway. See you later." He wondered, if he's so worried, why doesn't he go see his master himself? Dees pictured a man stroking his beard, saying mysteriously, "Now, shall we go have a chat with that old Taoist?" At the Nam Kung estate, a loud shout echoes, "Where in the world is he?" With a bundle in hand, Dazer Seo grumbled, "This Nam Kung estate is too big. It takes all day to find someone." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "This is the Huashan sect's residence. Why is it so noisy?" Unexpectedly, the man he sought was by the lotus pond. He exclaimed, "Old Taoist." Seeing this, the man spoke up. "Wait, something seems to be missing." Then he questioned, "Who are you?" Remembering his younger self, Daiso replied, "I'm Daiso. We used to meet once a year at the nursery." The old Taoist stroked his beard and laughed. "Ah, that's right. I didn't expect the little boy from back then to have grown so much." He questioned suspiciously, "But why are you here? Surely the young master of the Nam Kung family doesn't have so much free time?" Daiso held up what he was carrying and explained, "It's because of this." The aroma wafting from the package prompted the old man to remark, "Oh, it smells like roast duck." He shook his head, reached into his robes, and said, "But you're missing one important thing." Dio watched the action, his voice helpless. "You mean?" Immediately, the old man produced a bottle of liquor with a sly look. "If you have meat, shouldn't you have brought wine?" Daiso looked at the wine gourd in alarm and said, "Although the world says that the Taoists of the Mount Hua sect do not avoid the world, you shouldn't be drinking as the sect leader." The old Taoist opened the bottle, poured the liquor straight into his mouth, and lectured, Listen up, kid. Start with the filthiest things. To become a true Taoist, you must be able to drink liquor. Images of a beautiful woman and silver coins flash as he speaks of embracing women and managing money. Continuing, I was just thinking how boring it is to drink without snacks. Hurry and bring the meat over here. Deo frowned, thinking, strongest Taoist of the Central Plains. My foot? What a charlatan. After finishing the roast duck, he chats with Dees. And when Yang An smiled, his dimple only appeared on one cheek. Ignoring the drunken De Sezhou, the old Taoist looked towards the estate, muttering to himself, how adorable. He turned to see Do sleeping, and angrily said, Hey, didn't you say you had something to say? If that kid's going to sleep, he should go back to his own residence. De Sezhou mumbled, just a little longer. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, groaning in pain, his whole body trembling. De, his face flushed with wine, turned to look, thinking, so this is why the old Taoist passed away. A moment later, a question echoed in the hall. Where did the sect leader go? The old Taoist priest opened the door and entered. Were you looking for me? One of the two turned to him and said, At this crucial time, where have you been? He walked past them, explaining, I was catching up with an old friend and lost track of time. Then he asked, But why are you all gathered in my room like this? We need a definitive answer from you, one of them declared, his next words sending a chill down the man's spine. If Yang An doesn't meet the requirements, you'll strip him of his position as successor and agree to let my disciple Yang Shu take his place. Is that right? He asked gravely. That's right. The two turned to him, saying, Please make a wise decision. The door slammed shut, leaving the old Taoist standing alone in the room. Suddenly, he clenched his fist, clutching his chest and groaning in pain. He fought through the pain, thinking, No, I can't let them find out yet. Remembering the treacherous elders, he knew they wouldn't leave him in peace if they realized his condition. He recalled Yang An's face as he wielded his sword, smiling faintly at him. If he left his position as sect leader, he wouldn't be able to protect Yang An anymore. His vision blurred, and his trembling hands reached for the door. I must lock the door before they see me. Suddenly, the door burst open with a shout. Sect leader, you look distraught. No, Li Han rushed in. Good thing I arrived. I thought that kid was going to make another unreasonable request. The old Taoist fell, and before losing consciousness, he asked, Who are you? Li Han rushed to catch him, demanding, What did the Huasan sect do to put you in this state? Li Han examined him, declaring, This is serious. If those from Mount Hua want to come, let them. I'll make them pay tenfold. Dezio then entered the room, his fist clenched, his tone resolute. Do you understand? Oh, you must save him, Li Han replied with confidence. Just trust the Han family. He looks at Do, his eyes narrowing with a slight smile. Kid, there's no one in this world I can't save. Deezer Soso stepped outside, breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that's one thing done. Suddenly, Nam Kung Dion ran up, shouting, Young master, who turned back with a curious look. What is it? He continued, How did you know I was here? Nangong John, panting, wiped the sweat from his face and replied, How? I've been searching everywhere for you. He covered his face with a sly grin. More importantly, why are you at the Mount Hua sect's estate? Don't tell me you're planning to take over Mount Hua this time. Du says irritably, That's not it. Dio said irritably, Hurry up and tell me. Why are you looking for me? Nam Kung Dion announced, holding out a carefully folded yellow paper. Your next opponent in the competition has been decided. Let's see. Are you in shock? Is this for real? Nam Kung John, seeing Deso's trembling hand, asked, What's wrong? Will I face an interesting opponent? Deezer thought, Damn it, why does it have to be Yang An? He clenched the paper in his hand, recalling Yang An's awkward inquiry. Brother Day, how have you been? Deso imagined Yang An wielding his sword with bloodlust, worrying that if he won, Yang An would be expelled and become a sword demon. But if he forfeits, he'll lose his chance to escape the Nangong clan. He imagines himself sunbathing on a beach, thinking it's the perfect getaway. Finally, Deezer grabbed his head and shouted, What should I do? In the clinic, a patient lying on the bed cried out in pain, alarming the doctors as the wound bled incessantly. Shuanghan turned and ordered, Jiaket Shuang, bring more wound medicine and clean cloths. Jiaket Shuang ran off, replying in the affirmative, Understood. Suddenly, the patient's eyes widened, lips pursed as if holding something back. Unable to bear it any longer, he sat up and vomited a brownish-yellow liquid into the basin that Huang Han had prepared. Seeing her carry the basin full of liquid, a doctor exclaimed in a fluster, Oh, heavens! How can a noble person like the young lady do our work? Another added, Please, allow me. Shuanghan wiped her hands and calmly replied, What does status matter when a life is at stake? A physician's role is to anticipate and provide everything a patient needs. Zhu Xiang watched in admiration as Xiang Yan spoke with grave sincerity. Keep him still, I'll apply the medicine and bandage the wound. The physician replied, yes. Jia Cat Shuang thought to herself, now I understand why those treated by Sister Shuang Han respect and admire her so much. Jia Cat Shuang Nu saw two fairies appear behind Zhuang Han and praised her, saying if there were fairies in this world, Zhuang Han would definitely be one of them. Jia Cat Shuang remembered the way Zhuang Han raised her sharp hand towards her and felt puzzled. But what was her expression at that time? Before she could continue, Chang Nian cheerfully interrupted her thoughts. Jia Chang, we're done here. Let's go see Lianan. Listen up, everyone. Lianan stood before a line of people and announced, the official round of the Four Kings tournament is about to begin, and the entire martial world will be watching. You must fulfill your duties without fail. She ordered. Guards, inspect the arenas thoroughly. The group responded in unison. She further instructs them to inspect the contestants' weapons to ensure they comply with the competition's rules. Jiag Chang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, how wonderful! She gazed at Lian Iran's majestic figure with deep reverence. A single word from her could command hundreds. If there was a pinnacle a woman could reach, it was surely where Lady Li Anran stood. Noticing Zhu Chang, Li Anran spoke, Zhu Chang, you've arrived. With that, she tossed a book to Zhu Chang, piquing her curiosity. Li Anran explained, you mentioned it before, so I saved it for you. If you don't understand something, just ask those idiots over there. Zhu Chang takes a closer look at the book in her hand and is horrified. Sister, is this a secret art of the Zhu family? How did you get it? Suddenly, Li Anran snatched the book back, stunning Zhu Chang. She teased, saying if she didn't need it, she'd take it back. Zhu Chang quickly grabbed the secret manual, saying, no, I need it, I really do. Seeing Zhu Chang's cute reaction, Li Anran clenched her fist, determined to start practicing right away. Just then, Hua Ya's voice called out, where are you going, Jia Chang? Jia Cat Shuang replied, Sister Huanha, I'm heading back to the Azure Dragon Hall. Huanha raised a finger and smiled. The official competition is about to begin. Would you like to come with me? I was planning to go there anyway. Zhu Chang nodded. Of course, I'll go with you. Huaya then asked for a favor, saying she needed her help with something, piquing Zhu Gachang's curiosity. Oh, what is it? Huaya covered her face, winking as she whispered, you're about to witness a massive exchange of fortunes, perhaps never to be seen again. The scene shifts to the arena, where the stands are packed with chattering spectators, and one person exclaims, there are so many people already? Another replies, it seems everyone is very excited about this Four Kings tournament. He looked towards Min Qi, Jiang Dongmu, and other famous figures, saying, not only are the leaders and elders of the 9 great sects and 5 great families gathered in one place, but also the smaller sects who were lucky enough to pass the qualifiers and want to prove their strength. Then an image of Nangong Lin appeared, fanning himself from above. And we even have the strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance, who saved the Jianghu from the demonic sect, Elder Nam Kung Lam. He then looked at Nam Kung Han, who was sitting solemnly, and continued, even the head of the Nam Kung clan, who has never attended the Four Kings tournament before, has appeared. It's no wonder the atmosphere here is getting lively. Another person, seeing the crowd gathered ahead, asked, but why are so many people gathered there? The man wearing a red headband that reads, Certain Victory, shouts, ladies and gentlemen, this is your chance to change your lives. It's none other than Jia Gaksung. She claps, explaining, this is a collaboration between the Namgung clan and the Heavenly Merchant Association, the safest betting parlor in the world. The first official round has officially begun. Blue or white, place your bets now. And with that, silver coins clattered into the bowls. Blue side, white side, 1 gold for blue, silver for blue. Gazing at the tables overflowing with money, Zhu Gachang exclaimed, wow, it's only been a stick of incense, but there's already this much silver. Huaya coughed, signaling, don't lose focus. Gu Gachang replied in a fluster. And so, as Zhu Gachang's voice boomed, a figure approached the crowd, offering one last chance to strike it rich. The man said, young man, let me go first, my back is killing me. The other replied, what was that? Zhang steps forward, a gleaming gold certificate in his hand, dazzling the crowd. He loudly declares, I bet 10,000 toils of silver on buy. Silence fell as all eyes turned to the precious golden banknote. Whispers arose, saying that one of these could buy an entire small kingdom. Who is this old man, and how does he have something only emperors possess? Huanya was shocked to see Zhang. My lord, what are you doing here? The old man raised the golden check high, declaring, I made a promise. In his mind, he recalls Dees pointing at him, his words still ringing in his ears. You absolutely have to work hard for me. He promised to share a portion of the profits with me. Huanya shook her head, sighing. Tsk, young master. Zhugchang stood, raising a dazzling gold certificate, and shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, the stakes have just doubled. Are you going to stand by and miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The crowd erupted in response. Gukachang continues to stir the pot. Come on, place your bets. A man shoves through the crowd, yelling, Get out of the way, I was here first. Looking up, Daiju saw Jia Kachuang on the platform and wondered, What's she doing there? His eyes then shifted to Duangan, who was trembling as he stepped onto the stage. Du is helpless as he sighs. Things look even worse here. Yang An stands there, wringing his hands, his face tense. He tells himself he has to win. Only then can he stay at Mount Hua with his master. But how can I bring myself to fight senior brother Dio? The audience begins to shout. What's wrong with that kid? Is he shaking like a leaf before the fight even starts? Another person shouts, telling him to calm down. Do you know how much money I bet on you? Yang An clutches his head. Terrified by the harsh words from the stands, they ask if you even consider yourself a Mount Hua disciple. Get out. The crowd roars, demanding their money back, calling him a disgrace to Mount Hua. Terrified, Yang An muttered, I can't. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. Yang An looked up, eyes widening as he saw his master sitting in the stands behind him. Master, Yang An cried out. The old Taoist smiled. My boy, do whatever you desire. He closed his eyes, his face benevolent. Whatever you choose, I'll be by your side. You and I are family, after all. Yang An bit his lip, his eyes filled with emotion. Master. Then he drew his sword, while Du smiled back, thinking, he looks much better now. Looks like the divine physician's treatment was a success. Yang An raised his sword and advanced, startling Dees. Deo, he continues, his voice full of determination. I'm sorry, but from now on I must surpass you to move forward, for my master, and for Mount Hua. His red pupils widen, revealing his fierce fighting spirit. The referee announces that the final round of the Four Kings tournament will begin, a battle between Desтерani and Yang An. Zhugchang jumped onto the spectator stands, shouting, The young master will definitely win. Huanya tried to pull her down, annoyed. What's wrong with her? Dees observes his opponent, sensing a change from their first encounter, thinking, looks like he's finally made up his mind. Yang An stood there, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent as Dezo's demeanor shifted, declaring, Then show me how you'll get to Yang An. Let's exchange a few moves first. With a mighty swing, the sword descends, but Yang An swiftly evades, confidently pointing his blade forward. Yang An stomps on the tip of the sword and launches himself away, catching Deso by surprise. Oh, not bad dodging that, and as he says it, he raises his sword, preparing another attack. Realizing an opening, a light flashes before Anne's eyes, and he turns pale with fear. As Deso's sword rises, Anne quickly calculates his defense. The clash of power forces him to brace with all his might, cold sweat pouring down his face as doubt creeps in. Is this really the Deso he knows? Since when did he become so strong? The image of Deso cheerfully asking to borrow money flashed through his mind, confusing Yang An even more. He used to avoid training and only cared about money, but now his martial arts are so advanced. Dees was ecstatic, shouting, You blocked that? Then try blocking this. With that, he continued his sword attack, which Yang An skillfully blocked, causing Desai to laugh heartily. Not bad at all, but let's see if you can handle this. Instantly, Dezo channeled his inner energy, creating a massive surge of power. Lightning energy, Yang An realized. Channeling all his power into the sword, he challenged Yang An to try and block the blow, a grin spreading across his face as he unleashed the great celestial sword art. Yang An tells himself that he must persevere. As Deez's sword descends, he swiftly leans back to evade the blow, then executes a graceful somersault, landing lightly on his feet. Deez taunts that the Huasan sect is nothing special, while in the stands a man comments, How can he use our Zhongnan sect's great Heaven Gang sword style? That man is Ha Wang, the leader of the Zhongnam sect. He analyzed as he watched, now without a doubt. He's using the great Heavenly Gang sword formation, but his inner energy is the heavenly lightning divine art. Judging by the sword's glow and movements, he's using the most stable swordsmanship to control the incredibly unstable lightning energy. A cold sweat dripped down Hai Wang's face as he recalled rumors of the young master's ability to wield multiple techniques, but he never imagined it would be to this extent. An unbelievable monster has appeared, he thought as he screamed inwardly, I will crush the heads of everyone in this world. Hearing this, Hai Wang grew suspicious, as if the boy's mind was no longer sound. From the stands, He Min, the grand elder of the Hua Mountain sect, began to comment. Tsk. Just as I thought, how could a pampered pretty boy understand the hardships of martial arts? He then turned to the young man beside him and said, "It would have been great if you were the one to defeat him in the arena, Zhang Liang." "What a pity." Zhang Liang replied regretfully, his eyes full of determination. "I, too, regret that I couldn't repay that debt then." His voice grew angry, his face reddening. But if he could defeat the young master who defeated Yang An, he would prove himself more worthy of being the Mount Hua sect's successor. Hyman nodded in encouragement. Yes, he would soon reclaim the position he deserved. A guest sitting above overheard the entire conversation, his hand clenched tightly, trying to suppress his anger. His eyes are fixed on Yang An, as if contemplating something. While Du angrily shouts, "How long are you going to keep defending? If you don't want to win, just offer up your head and I'll smash it and set you free." Yang An then blocked the blow with a sword. The crowd roars, "That's the first successful counterattack. This is getting good." Yang An says guiltily, "I'm sorry, but I can't lose." With a fierce look, he attacks, shouting, "Then don't just defend, attack and defeat me." The sword fight between the two warriors electrified the audience, who rose to their feet, cheering for the Mount Hua sect to win. "I've bet my entire fortune on you, young master." Yang An landed a kick on Dezou's leg, but his opponent swiftly dodged it, and the two faced off, eyes full of challenge. Du explodes in fury, thinking, "This brat wants my spot? Fine, let me show you my true power." Dezou decided to use all his martial arts to finish off his opponent, raising his sword high for a fatal blow. Realizing he had to seize the advantage, Yang An moved before Dezou could gather his strength. Dezou advanced, a smile on his face, and swung his sword down decisively. Just as the blade was about to touch Yang An's face, a strange image appeared. A giant golden cocoon. Dezou's eyes widened, sensing that the cocoon was about to hatch. In a split second, Yang An dodges, catching Dezou off guard, the blade grazing his cheek, leaving a fresh, red cut. He thought to himself, in such a short time, "Has a coward like you begun to transform?" Déjà vu? Dezou recalls. Yang Gok's horrified reaction to blood and unconsciously glances at the scratch on his cheek, wondering, "So soon?" The audience is confused, whispering amongst themselves, "What's going on? Why is he acting like that? Is he poisoned? Why is he suddenly trembling?" Some people impatiently urge him on. "Hey ref, what are you waiting for? Tell them to continue." But the referee, Hai Min, just stood there silently, without moving. The audience's shouts echoed throughout the arena. "Get rid of him or get off the stage." Yang An's face turned ashen as he covered his mouth. While in the crowd, his master sighed, silently blaming himself. "Perhaps this is just my selfish desire." He recalls the past, when Yang An tried to explain, "Master, I didn't mean to," but he wouldn't listen, coldly saying, "I don't want to hear your excuses." The injured man beside them had fainted and was quickly taken away. Before leaving, he even shouted, "You pathetic fool," leaving Yang An standing there, helplessly staring at his bloodied hands. Now, the master regrets, "If only I had looked at you more closely back then, would things be different? We were both wrong to let you hold a sword in the first place." Yang An stammered, "I can't do it. I can't take it anymore." Du roared in anger. "What's all the commotion about?" Everyone falls silent at his outburst as he glares at the stands, snarling, "These whispers are driving me insane." He then turned to Yang An and proposed, "Yang An, fight me again." But Yang An shook his head. "Brother Day, I can't fight anymore." With fierce resolve, Dezou Soso declares, "From now on, I will use my full power to defeat you." Yang An is stunned by this. "I will crush any Mount Hua disciple who dares stand before me, especially that one I met before. I'll break him so he can never hold a sword again." How could such cruel words come from Dou's mouth? Dezou's face was smug, a provocative smirk playing on his lips. "What's this? Are you angry? So, what will you do? Run away again, like before? Don't you feel guilty towards the old man who took you in?" Hearing this, Yang An was shocked, his heart in turmoil. Dezou continued, his tone icy. "For so long, he's fought against those of Mount Hua with his ailing body, all to protect you. And now, at the sight of a little blood, you want to give up?" He raised his sword, eyes sharp, declaring the sword a mere tool, one he once used to harm, but now would use to protect. "At this level, we're no longer low-ranking disciples. If I were a successor like you, I'd change Mount Hua to my liking, even if it meant becoming a stubborn old man." With a swift motion, Dezou unleashed a powerful gust of wind, stunning all who bore witness. "Such profound inner strength," they murmured. He smirked. "So, are you ready to fight me now?" Then he added challengingly, "Isn't the martial world a world for the strong?" Yang An smiled faintly and sighed. As expected, it's you, Daiso. He regained his composure and said firmly, I know you're strong, but are you strong enough to lecture me like that? Deso sneered inwardly, finally seeing his brother's resolve. He taunted, I am the young master of the greatest family in the world. How could a mere disciple of Mount Hua defeat me? Insignificant, Yang An roared, power surging within him. Mount Hua is not yours to belittle. A spectator was stunned. It can't be. How could that brat's martial arts be so powerful? Petals began to swirl around Dee's. He couldn't believe his eyes as a mighty dragon emerged from Yang An. Now he'd seen everything. Dees thought to himself, what a stunning transformation. The dragon roared, and Deezer realized it was the sword dragon of Mount Hua as Yang An lunged toward him. Petals still lingered in the air as he struck decisively, but Deezer dodged with agility. He thought to himself that if he hadn't dodged in time, that blow would have surely hit him, and all hesitation he'd felt when Yang An swung his sword had completely vanished. Another sword strike came down, but Desire swiftly ducked to avoid it. He smelled the fragrance and the scent of cherry blossoms growing stronger. He swung his sword to attack, but Yang An quickly blocked it. Yang An's face was cold and emotionless. Desire was annoyed. This petty scent, I'll blow it all away. He swung his sword, creating a powerful gust of wind that scattered the cherry blossoms as Yang An stood still, smirking. The Huashan sword technique is ever-changing. The scent of peach blossoms only serves to distract you. As he finishes speaking, more petals appear, falling slowly. An unexpected move. What? Since when did he master the 24 plum blossom sword technique? The falling petals blanket the arena. Nam Kung Han silently contemplates that if given enough time, the Mount Hua sect might threaten the Namgung clan, as Yang An shouts, It's over. He wields his sword, creating a fierce wind, the 24th stance, heavenly peach blossoms. The disciple curses, Damn it, I didn't mean to provoke him this much. A massive explosion rocks the earth, terrifying the onlookers. My God, that's terrible. Will the Mount Hua sect win this battle? Zhuge is worried. Young master, no. Look over there. He's cutting down the flower petals, someone shouted, pointing into the distance as Deseo desperately swung his sword, refusing to be defeated. Deo, his eyes red with anger, wondered, could I really lose to such a mediocre technique? Yang An stood there, a smug smile on his face, further infuriating Deo. You dare laugh at me. The sword art of Mount Hua is truly unpredictable, leaving Deseo stunned. Could there be more to come? Just then, from within the blossoms, a ferocious dragon lunged toward him. Dezigzo was stunned, only one thought crossing his mind. Damn it, I shouldn't have used so much inner energy. The sweet scent of peach blossoms fills the arena, petals scattering everywhere. So this has all been a smokescreen from the start, Desire shouted. The dragon was uneasy. This is bad, what do I do? In his eyes, that ferocious dragon was none other than Duong An, charging forward with his sword. Daiso immediately mustered all his strength. This sword technique was created to counter the Azure Sky Sword. Today, I'll show you. His eyes burned with resolve. Haiming was shocked, unable to believe what he was hearing. What? A counter to the Azure Dragon Sword? Meanwhile, Nam Kung Han watched the fight with curiosity and interest. Deflecting the sky-piercing sword, my power is even greater. I could cleave the very sky in two. He leaps toward Yang An, preparing the final blow. A flash of the blade and the azure pill pierces the dragon. The dragon fought back, erupting in blinding light, but its majesty was severed, revealing a surreal scene as if the sky itself had been split in two, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Yang An stood frozen in disbelief. This couldn't be happening. Before he could collect himself, Yang An saw him appear right beside him. Brother Deo, wait a moment. But Do didn't care, coldly saying, I don't have time to reminisce with you. A sword struck Yang An's head. He cries out in pain as a large lump swells on his head. Daiso sheathes his sword, preparing to continue the assault. Endure it, because this is only the beginning. Blow after blow rained down on Yang An's head. Viewers can only imagine the pain and horror of this brutality as Yang An collapses, his head now swollen with welts. After the beating, Du looked invigorated. Phew, I feel a little better now. He's surprised by the silence around him. Huh? What's going on? Why is it so quiet? He gently patted Yang An's head, worriedly asking, Did I go too far? I only hit you once. Are you still alive? Haimin steps forward, praising, You've shown everyone the weakness of the Azure Sky Fang sword. This old man is truly amazed. It's been a long time since I've felt this thrilled. How strange. Hyman continues. By showing us how to counter the sky-piercing sword, you're trying to prove that Namgung isn't perfect. By defeating the disciples of Hwasan, you're showing them that arrogance leads to a similar fate. Dis was even more shocked to hear this. Hyman continues to provoke them, and the other Hwasan disciples watching him must be thinking the same thing. They must be furious now, eyes burning with rage as they glare at Hyman. To think he'd dare trample us in broad daylight, showing utter contempt for the Hwasan. I can't believe I'm being challenged like this. Dis is still dazed, unsure of what's happening. And if things continue this way, he won't be getting any sleep tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man declared, "Tonight, I'm coming for you to settle the score." Dis stammered back in alarm. Unexpectedly, Hyman raises Dis's hand, announcing to everyone that the winner of the first round of the King's tournament is Dis of the Namgung clan. The crowd of Dis's supporters erupts in cheers. Deso's victory was a sight to behold, yet he wept silently, wondering if he should even be happy. Meanwhile, unnoticed, Yangan awoke and quietly left the arena, speechless with defeat. I can no longer face my master nor my fellow disciples. I must leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice startled him. Then this time, I'll go with you. Yangan looked up, tears welling as he saw who stood before him. Master, you... It was Yangan's master, standing there with a gentle smile. He said softly, I'm sorry for everything you've had to endure. I burdened you with too much. Yangan asked in surprise, What are you planning to do? What about Mount Hua? His master laughed, calmly replying, I've left it all behind. Yangan was taken by surprise. What? But those people are looking for you. Hurry, they definitely haven't left yet. Master turned, looking weary. Oh dear, it seems they've found out. Yangan was still confused. What are you talking about? His master tossed him a small pouch, his voice full of hidden meaning. Having dedicated myself to Mount Hua for so long, shouldn't I take something with me? Yangan curiously asks, What is this? It's the elixir pill, his master replied. Just then, a group of people arrived, shouting, Wait, please stop. Yangan quickly asked his master, Do you have any more Chaos Origin pills? His master replied, I have 3 more. Yangan exclaimed, Give them all to me. Forgive me. I'll return all the elixirs to you. He quickly bowed, offering up all the elixirs. The man's face turned purple as he asked, Wait, what? Why are the Chaos Origin pills here? Yangan was stunned. If you're not here for the missing elixirs, the man then spoke with reverence. Sect leader. Yangan quickly interjected, Please wait, elder. If you want to blame someone, blame me, not him. Unexpectedly, everyone bowed, pleading, Sect leader, please lead Mount Hua once more. The master coldly replied, If you wish, I will leave Mount Hua. These words sent shivers down the spines of those behind him, breaking them into a cold sweat. Elder, how could you make such a decision? The one you should be bowing to isn't me. You're here for Yangan, not me. Is Yangan going from one surprise to another? His master calmly decides, I will let my disciple answer your question. Yangan immediately protested, Master, why would you entrust such an important responsibility to me? His master smiled kindly, reassuring him, Don't be so surprised. It's all just old news. I placed the sword in your hands because of my own greed. Whether you wield it again is up to you. Yangan was stunned as he continued, Choose as you wish. You can even demand more than you have now. Even if this choice leads to failure, I will always be by your side. This time, let's bear everything together. Those words brought tears to Yangan's eyes. He looked at his master with gratitude, and those around them were moved, choked up by the deep bond between master and disciple. Yangan declared to everyone that he deeply loved Mount Hua, a sentiment that filled them with joy. He reached out his hand and a few petals swirled gently in his palm. Yangan promised that although he was a little clumsy this time, he would definitely make the plum blossoms bloom. The plum blossoms will never wither. His voice trembled with determination. The crowd erupted in joy, rushing to embrace Yangan. Oh, wonderful, truly wonderful. You've thought this through so well. Someone asks if now is the right time, but how did you make the peach blossoms bloom in the first match? Yangan replied honestly, It just depends, I guess. In the distance, a figure departs, bringing a happy smile to his master's face. It's due. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Thank goodness, it seems everything worked out. Even though Yangan lost, he showed everyone his potential and was recognized in the arena, and will remain at Mount Hua. That way, he won't become a sword demon. He's leaving. He stopped short as he saw Gumgajang smiling beautifully. I've been waiting for you. Deo was a little confused. The young lady is waiting for me? What's going through Zhuge Chang's mind? Why is he addressing me so formally? How strange, but if I do as I'm told, it should ease the tension. Recalling the other young lady's advice, if you're embarrassed, just offer your head. So, the young master does like big-headed people. Zhuge-Chang closed his eyes, left with no other choice. She lowered her head and said, "Just for today, do whatever you want." She raised her hand in a surrender, startling Do, who wondered what was going on. Where did this strange woman come from? Ashamed, she wondered, is this really okay? Suddenly, he reached out and gently stroked her head, causing Jiexiang to blush with embarrassment. Dao secretly pities her, thinking it's a shame that such a pretty face is wasted on someone so strange. As Jiexiang returns, the young ladies stir. She's back, Lianran asks curiously. What happened? Huaya continued. Have you made your decision? Are you going back to the Zhuge family? The questions poured in, but Zhuge-Chang remained motionless, his face blank. She recalled the image of the handsome Deso and decided, I've decided to stay a little longer. The referee's voice then announced, now we will begin the next match. The young ladies are excited. It's starting. The referee gestures towards the muscular man, introducing Fan Ki from the Northern Fan clan. Seeing his massive physique, some marvel at his ox-like size. The person next to her was excited, saying he must be very strong. The referee turned to the other fighter, a very handsome and reserved young man. His opponent is Nam Kung Sun of the Nam Kung clan, and Fan Kai scoffs, wondering how such a weakling could be the strongest contender in the Four Kings tournament. To think someone so weak would dare enter this competition. How arrogant. Then, with a mighty crash, he slowly drew his sword, slamming it into the arena floor, causing cracks to spread like a spiderweb. His face flushed with anger, his voice echoing through the arena. I will defeat you and prove that the North Fan clan's swordsmanship is the strongest in the Central Plains. But Nam Kung Sun remained calm, his eyes indifferently scanning the surroundings, further infuriating Fan Kai. Where do you think you're looking? Am I such an easy target? He roared. The referee stood by, a sense of unease washing over him. I don't think the third young master will lose, but the child from the Fan family is no pushover either. The heavenly energy passed down through the bloodline of the North Fan family is fluctuating abnormally within him. With that level of heavenly energy, he must be one of the top 3 in the family. Pan Chi grew increasingly frustrated, glaring at Nam Kung Sun. If you don't underestimate me, are you underestimating this sword? He roared, but Nam Kung Sun met his gaze with a chilling, unwavering stare. It seems that even with a good sword, you're still too weak. True power comes from a strong body. He tensed his muscles, then continued. I'll show you. My sword weighs a ton. Nam Kung Sun smiled faintly, slowly drawing his blade. A ton, you say? He casually twirled his sword, his voice full of confidence. I've never looked down on swords. Fan Kai looked at his opponent's tiny blade and scoffed. What is that? A toothpick? Nam Kung Sun didn't answer, simply lowering his sword to the ground. A deafening crash followed, and the arena floor cracked even more than when Pan Chi attacked. He stood frozen, eyes wide with shock as Nam Kung Sun smirked and declared, I've never mentioned it, so few know, but my sword weighs at least a ton. The audience gasped. The arena shattered just from the sword being lowered. Could he have mastered inner strength at such a young age? The head of the Fan clan, Fan Tai, watched the scene with a contemplative gaze. That kid is a monster. He muttered, external strength is divided into 2 types, external force, which increases muscle size, and internal force, which increases muscle density. External force develops through training and rest, but internal force is different. It gives you no time to rest. As the burden of damaged tissues increases, muscles tear and fibers snap bit by bit, leading many to become crippled in the process. But if the practitioner can overcome this, a miracle will occur. The life streams hidden deep within the body will begin to flow, reconnecting the torn muscles. New muscles imbued with the power of vital energy will possess twice the strength of normal muscles. The practice of inner strength begins with knowing one's own inner power. A single misstep in the destruction and reconstruction of muscles can cause irreparable damage. With its high risk and low success rate, it's no wonder inner strength training has been all but forgotten in the martial world for years. But if that's truly the inner force I know, then the martial world may soon witness the rise of another extraordinary figure. As soon as the words were spoken, the fight began. Pan Kai lunged at Nam Kung Sun with a decisive strike, their swords colliding. But to Pan Ki's shock, his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his opponent had blocked his attack without moving an inch. Fan Kai stared intently, his eyes full of doubt, as Nam Kung Sun's indifferent expression only deepened his confusion as if his weapon had struck a mere insect. The more Fan Ki looked, the more frustrated he became, shouting, "More importantly, where have you been looking this whole time?" Following Nam Kung Sun's gaze, Fan Ki realized his opponent was staring intently at the stands. Dumbfounded, he pointed to himself, wondering, "Is he looking at me?" Nam Kung Sun smiled and announced, "Found you." Gritting his teeth in anger, Pan Chi says, "So you intend to look down on me forever? I'll shatter your sword." With that, he lunged forward while Nam Kung Sun was still looking at someone familiar. "I know you're just pretending to be calm, but you won't last long." Fan Ki attacked relentlessly, but Nam Kung Sun turned, his eyes cold and his face devoid of emotion. He unleashed a swift and decisive first strike, forcing Pan Chi into a desperate defense, nearly throwing him off balance. He worried, realizing his stance was compromised. Before Fan Kai, Nam Kung Sun blazed with power, determined to land the blow. As expected, Fan Kai blocked Nam Kung Sun's relentless attack, overjoyed that he had managed to defend himself, easier than he thought. However, Nam Kung Sun remained calm and continued his assault. Fan Kai watched his opponent's blade, thinking he could see the attacks coming. By focusing on defense, his mind clears, allowing him to calmly assess the situation. Though still at a disadvantage, Fan Kai's sword strikes become relentless, attacking and defending in equal measure. Little by little, he could feel his strength increasing. As he parried, he calculated his strategy, waiting for the slightest opening to strike. He imagines defeating his opponent, a smug smile spreading across his face. Nam Kung Jon excitedly comments that now, in the main rounds, everyone's true strength is on display. He's gradually adapting to the third young master's attacks. Dis feels sorry for him. How pathetic. Nam Gung Dian asked in surprise, "Who are you talking about, the third young master?" Du quickly denied it. "Not that idiot, I mean his opponent. From this perspective, it seems he still clings to the hope of winning, but my third master is merely warming up." Nam Gung Qian is stunned. That was just a warm-up? Unbelievable. Pan Kai perseveres to his last breath. Just a little more. Just a little more is all he needs. Nam Kung Sun takes a deep breath, and Pan Ki immediately recognizes this as his golden opportunity. With a resounding roar, he unleashes the five-leg saber, three forms, followed by the three-leg severing strike, sending ferocious tigers of energy towards Nam Kung Sun. The audience in the stands erupts with excitement, cheering, "Well done!" Pan Gu thought to himself, "I've been waiting for this moment, for Nam Kung Sun's breath to waver. If his breathing is unstable, his martial arts will be affected as well. What would I have done then?" Desir watched the scene, stunned. That stance, it's the same one third brother used to win the Iron Dragon title, the stance he took when he raised his sword high. Still full of confidence, Pan Chi shouts, "I've won, Nam Kung Sun!" But Nam Kung Sun remained steadfast in that legendary stance, gently swinging his sword down, the blade slicing through the tigers, tearing them to shreds. They vanished before Fan Kai's eyes, leaving him stunned, and the wind from the blade unleashed a powerful blow, causing him to lose balance and fall. The audience was stunned as well. Fan Kai had fallen before Nam Kung Sun's composure and extraordinary power. Nam Kung Sun pointed his sword at his younger brother, saying, "I'll be waiting for you at the top." Seeing the fighter fall, the referee quickly declares Nam Kung Sun the victor. Dis in the stands is shocked by Tam Ka's strength. His fighting spirit ignited. He yearned to battle the third young master. Seeing Deseo's joy, the vice strategist inquired what had him so amused. This irritates him, so he eavesdrops, only to have his head swell up like a roasted pig from the blows. Below, someone shouts that the next match is starting, and the fighter is the six-packed monk. He was burning with ambition after witnessing such power, eager to fight such a strong opponent. The monk emanated a powerful aura, overwhelming his opponent with fear. "Take it easy, master. Just don't try to transcend me." At that moment, he recalled Baton's words, that the essence of Shaolin martial arts was tranquility. Only by remaining calm can you unleash your full potential, and then you will surely become stronger. The master suddenly clapped his hands. "Concentrate and calm your mind." His previous momentum suddenly receded, leaving his opponent confused. Wasn't he just trying to tear me apart? Why is he so calm now? Is he on something? This is insane. He immediately unleashes his power into his fist, ready to charge. "You said you'd destroy everything, but your face doesn't match your words." He was enveloped in golden energy. His opponent is pale with fear. Is he trying to end this in one blow? Should I charge in, or will I be joining my ancestors? He could only muster all his strength into one blow, hoping to seize the opportunity for a swift victory. In a flash, he lunged toward the monk. But it's like hitting a block of iron, dealing no damage at all. All that's heard is his cry of pain as his hand swells up. It turns out the master used the diamond immovable body, an 8th-level diamond physique. With a wide grin, he lunged forward with a fist, lightning fast. "Now it's my turn, no dodging." Seeing this, the opponent immediately begged for mercy, crying and surrendering, causing the monk to freeze. "Just let me punch you once, please?" The guy was still scared, stiff, like a fish on a chopping board. "Just hit me," he begged. "I surrender," sob. He even screamed for the referee to save him, and when the master was announced as the victor, he was utterly dejected. "I haven't even fought yet, how boring." From the stands, Du realizes that guy has gotten stronger since their last fight. No one can beat that kind of spitting. Beside him, the strategist suddenly spoke. "Do you know who that is down there? He's been staring at you this whole time, and I can't figure out why." His eyes turned fierce as he declared, "I will surpass you and claim the title of Little Sword King." Diso was taken aback. Were they bullying him because he was too nice? "Just you wait, you loveless wretch." Soon after, his opponent enters the ring, greeting him with a Buddhist prayer. "Is he here at Tuvo just to drive me crazy?" He wanted to greet me normally, but my name, Gujuri-la, sounds too ridiculous, so he had to avoid it. As soon as the match began, his opponent lunged forward with lightning speed, but Gujila simply blocked the attack with a swift sword movement, seemingly surrounded by a flowing stream of water. Flustered, he said, "I don't need to announce my name to someone as insignificant as you." His swordplay unleashed a torrent, engulfing his opponent and with incredible force sent him flying. "You were defeated by Gujila?" The crowd cheers his name, but he blushes, embarrassed by it. The vice strategist laughs, tears streaming down his face, calling him a clown. But Dees thinks otherwise. Don't underestimate him, he's not to be trifled with. Old Mung is overjoyed at his Wudong disciple's performance, slapping his knee in celebration, and shouts towards Dace, "Just you wait, if necessary I'll pass everything on to Guja." He enthusiastically declares that the Little Sword King will be Wudong's champion. The following matches were found. Jason. The subsequent matches were lackluster, but everyone targeted him as an enemy. Apparently his performance in the previous match was so strong that they all saw him as an opponent to become stronger. Dees wasn't concerned and left, thinking they were just ants daring to chirp. His real opponent was the third brother, Meng Bachai. Meanwhile, at his estate, the master and disciple of the Wa sect have arrived. It turns out he's an acquaintance of the manager. After the greetings, he invites her out for a drink. How bold. She didn't refuse either. Their relationship clearly ran deep, as the Fruit Flower sect leader even held her hand. Just then, 8 Venerable happened to pass by, and eyes wide with shock, demanded to know who the old geezer was. The caretaker calmly replied, "Just an old friend I haven't seen in a while." She turned to explain, causing Batan to blush with embarrassment, and the Huaguo sect leader sensed something unusual between them. So that's why she's been looking younger and more beautiful. She was truly happy, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Still burning with jealousy, Batong asks for his rival's address, but the sect leader sees through him, asking, "Do you fancy the headmaid?" As soon as he said that, a cloud of dust appeared as the 8th Lord unleashed his power to throw them off course. From this reaction, the sect leader was certain. Immediately, Batan turns to see if this big brother would like to step outside for a private chat. That old man is playing games. "All right, let's go, little brother." His disciples are still trying to freeload like they used to. As the two were drinking, the elders of the Namkung clan suddenly barged in, clearly looking for the young master, and soon it was like a class reunion. When he returns, he's confused. Why is it so crowded? If you don't have money, don't come here to freeload. The elders surrounded him, eager to know how he broke the sword. The Mount Hua sect was truly full of surprises. Meanwhile, Nam Kung Han, the divine physician, and the strategist were leisurely drinking wine on the rooftop. The family head didn't seem too pleased, as it had been a while since he'd given those elders a good scolding. Suddenly, a figure appears, causing the elders to pale and sweat profusely. It's the clan leader, glaring at them with fiery rage. Everyone murmured, "Why has the clan leader summoned us? It can't be. Could it be the rise of the demonic sect? Yes, you have a point." The clan leader suddenly raised his hand, and his sword flew into the air, twirling before landing in his grasp. He narrowed his eyes. "All 5 of you, attack me at once. And from this moment on, I will tolerate no further questions." Without a word, he strikes down the nearest youth with a single blow. Shu is terrified, realizing he didn't even see the attack. "I thought I'd closed the gap with the clan leader after 10 years, but it was all just arrogance." The clan leader looked at them with cold eyes. "Use that," the elders lamented. "I don't know what's going on anymore. We're doomed. Why would the clan leader do this? If it's come to this, why don't we all attack together?" All 5 of us at once. Scarface suggested, we can use this chaos to escape, right? Oh, you're right, but before they could react, the chief was already slapping people around. Are you done yet? Then let's use that. Eventually, only screams echoed through the room. Meanwhile, Du and Duhan wandered the streets, Du clutching his head and lamenting. Those damn geezers, just wait, they'll get what's coming to them. Are you okay? Do I look okay to you? Duhan says his experience tells him such injuries will heal in a day, infuriating Deoseo. Is this karma? And what exactly just happened? What do you mean? Deo continued. I went through so much trouble to keep you and the old Taoist at Mount Hua, so why are you still here? Yuhan replies with a smile. Just as I suspected. You helped us, didn't you? Daesu? Daesu scratches his nose, a little embarrassed. Well, isn't that what friends are for? I'm not leaving Mount Hua, and I've decided to continue as a disciple. That's good, Yuhan suddenly says. But the master has given up his position as sect leader. Du was stunned. What? The terrifying memories of my past life are returning. Will history repeat itself? Duhan continued. Instead, you created a new position, something like a grand elder, and decided to stay at Mount Hua with me. Deo was annoyed that his brother had spoken in such a roundabout way, making him think the worst. He should have said so sooner. Duhan suddenly handed him something, and this is a small token of my gratitude. He was about to refuse. What need was there for thanks between them? But when he saw what it was, he immediately changed his tune. The scent of peach blossoms. Is this a violet restoration pill? What's given is given. Deo looks at Yuhan with sparkling eyes. Little brother, do you want another pill? Of course I do. I didn't expect you to be this happy. Should I give you another one? The next day, the atmosphere in the arena was hotter than ever, with everyone enthusiastically cheering for the 2 competitors below. In the end, the victory went to Nam Kung So. The next match is between John of the Morong clan and Trong Sun of the Than Than sect. The audience began to comment. I'm really looking forward to the next match. Why is that? This match is interesting too. Isn't the next match the one with the big-headed young master? It's not every day you see someone get hit in the head 50 times. The match ends, and John is the victor. In the next match, Du from the Nam Kung family enters, and the audience immediately starts chanting his nickname. Head knocker, head knocker. This infuriates him. Why is his nickname always so strange? Last time, I only accidentally tapped my opponent's head a few dozen times. His opponent is Jujin from the Mount Hua sect. Hearing Daezo's nickname, head-patting master, makes this old man a little nervous. I was rude last time, please forgive my impoliteness. Daezo stroked his chin, pondering, so this is the trick you'll pull. Remembering Duan's words, Brother Daezo, you know, my fellow disciples are quite pitiful, so please be gentle with them. What's so pitiful about him? Guys like that need a good beating to wise up. Come on, don't be like that, please, for my sake, thank you. I should repay the violet revival pill I consumed. Back in the match, Jujin takes a stance with his sword, and I'll put everything into this first move. Yesterday, my master permitted me to use the 7 forms of the peach blossom sword. If I can make the 7 peach blossoms bloom, perhaps I'll have a chance to win. Du suddenly asked him, do you know hidden fragrance immobility? It's something only passed down in legends in Mount Hua. Why do you know of it? He immediately brandishes his sword. Open your eyes and see. The scene unfolding before him was truly astonishing. Peach blossoms? Peach blossoms in full bloom? How could this young master have done this? He laughed, replying, I learned it from the senior brother you always looked down on. Back then, with a dumbfounded expression, Yuhan had asked him, What? You want to know about the hidden fragrance in action? I've been curious ever since our match today. If you tell me, I promise to go easy on your junior. Okay. I'll explain what I know. My interest in the elusive steadfastness actually began when I first mastered the adamantine steadfast body. Though both techniques share the word immovable, diamond immovability means stillness, while hidden fragrance immovability implies movement and fluidity. Seemingly opposites, yet he believes they represent the same thing. Yuhan's eyes grew serious, speaking of the elusive stillness, though he struggled to explain it. It is everywhere and nowhere, like a flower blooming in the dark. What is he even saying? Back to the fight, Jujin is stunned by what he sees. Suddenly, he notices something. He should be smelling peach blossoms, but he smells nothing at all. He was secretly pleased. Just as he thought, his moves were all bark and no bite. Thinking this, Jujin immediately charged forward. Even if you mimic the sword techniques, you can never grasp the essence of our sect. For daring to disgrace Mount Hua before all, I will not forgive you. With that, he raised his sword and quickly slashed at Diziseo, but despite the force, his blade was blocked. He recoils in fear. The scent of plum blossoms? No, it's not the same. This isn't the scent of plum blossoms. What is this? Swordplay is the seed that blooms into a peach blossom, and inner energy is the nourishment it needs. He's right, he hasn't learned the Hua Mountain's inner strength, so he can't make the peach blossoms bloom. But are peach blossoms the only flowers in the world? He will bloom the flower he cherishes in his heart. Above, the Namkung family head observes their duel. I thought I'd only see this in the final match. A flower is about to bloom. Time turns back to the past, when Dezo was still young. He looked at a flower on the ground and said, "It's just a nameless flower growing by the roadside." "Chief, why do you like these flowers?" The woman beside her asked softly. "Because they're small and beautiful, of course. Moreover, rain or shine, wildflowers always manage to bloom in harsh conditions, and they never fail to capture my attention." Deo chuckled. "Then I'll go out and pick a lot of the flowers you like. Thank you for thinking of this old woman, young master. Now, back to the match. This flower is my gift to you, headmaid. It's the first gift I've ever given you." Meanwhile, in the stands, an old man taunts his friend, mocking how easily his low-level martial arts were copied. The old man scoffed in response, while below, Theo unleashed his own swordsmanship, filling the sky with the life-giving grace of the high sword. Seeing this, the old man's expression suddenly turned serious. Wait, when did that little thief learn to mimic the inverse root technique? Now it was the old man's turn to be mocked by his friend. Even you were outdone by the young master? Time waits for no one, indeed. Inside Du's mind, buds have appeared, but it's not enough to make the flower bloom yet. Sword lights appear in the void, the third form of indiscernible vision. The two old men were shocked. No way, he's even imitating the indiscriminate confrontation? Dees roared. "It's time to bloom!" Duin watches in stunned silence, marveling at the raw power, but quickly regains his composure. This is no time to be standing around. He must make his own peach blossoms bloom. He quickly retaliated with his own sword technique, 7 forms, 7 flowers. But it was no match for Deezer's little flower sword style, Form 1, myriad flowers bloom. Jujin was shocked by the sight before him, a chaotic garden. Finally, Deezer unleashed his sword. Little flower sword style, Form 2, head of the world, the cold blade descending upon Jujin's head. In an instant, several lumps appeared on his head. "You used such beautiful swordsmanship just to knock me on the head?" In the end, Jujin was no match for Dees, and the flower he wanted to give the manager finally reached her. She gently reached out and took the flower fluttering in the wind, her heart filled with emotion and contentment. "It's beautiful. Thank you, young master." The referee then declared Du the victor. "What, it's already over?" the audience murmurs, hardly believing their eyes. Just how many martial arts does he know? Is he truly a genius, or has he lost his mind? On the platform, the head of the Namkung family was visibly displeased, his murderous aura so intense that no one dared meet his gaze. With a dark look, he asked, "Do you know why I feel this way?" "Oh no, I've stepped on a landmine." The monk thought for a moment and said, "I believe it's because you're unhappy." The head of the family asked, "Why is that?" Startled him, and he was grateful the man didn't ask him any more questions. He wasn't usually so talkative, so it seemed the young master was right about him becoming less taciturn. After a moment's thought, the monk uttered a sentence that left everyone speechless. "Could it be because you're going through menopause?" Ignoring the Nangong family head's darkening face, he continued, "I know a tea that's very good for Qishuan Menjing. I'll introduce it to you." Whose hand crushed the chair arm, demanding, "Who told you that?" His companions frantically tried to signal him to stop, but the monk didn't notice, replying, "It was Desu, that kid told me. I told you all father must be going through T-deviation menopause." "So, it was all that child's doing." The head of the family gritted his teeth. "I thought he could die at any moment, yet he desperately clung to life, sowing seeds alone in this vast land and bringing forth new life. That child reminds me of 2 predecessors. Yes, grow up strong. At least reach harmony before I can beat you as I please." Elsewhere, Dio shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Someone must be plotting against me. That night, Dio couldn't sleep a wink. This feeling of regret just won't go away. I should have swung my sword a few more times before bed. But when he went out to the courtyard, a girl was already there, practicing her swordsmanship. What's this? Someone's already here? It seems to be Shu. Observing her, he silently assesses the lesser heavenly sword technique. The technique Shu is practicing isn't the grand heaven sword style. Her eyes and body tremble with fear, yet the way she holds and points her sword is resolute. It's as if she feels this is her only path, filled with the same desperation I once had. She's determined to overcome this, but her hand, strained from practice, could no longer hold the sword. Strange. I remember those old fogies doing it, so why can't I? Though her hands were bloodied, she didn't give up. Just one more time. Dao couldn't help but speak up, saying it was useless no matter how many times she tried. She lacked the strength to perform the Grand Sky sword technique, and with tears in her eyes, she helplessly replied, "I know." She recalled the mocking words, "You want to learn swordsmanship? You? Just because you have some academic talent, you think you can look down on real martial arts? Suit yourself, but you'll soon realize your limits and give up. If that's all you wanted to say, please leave." Enraged, Diao raised his hand. Is she stupid? She fearfully raised her hands to protect her head. He's going to hit my head again. Watch closely. But that sword is already dirty. He then immediately performed some basic sword movements, impressing her. He's perfected the very technique he was envisioning, the third form I could never master. He demonstrated the move, drawing the sword close before thrusting it forward, then returned it to her. Does she even realize her mistake? Embarrassed, she replies, "No, not yet." This infuriates him, and he unleashes a torrent of scolding. What? Even that you can't do? I taught you and you still can't. What's the point of trying so hard? Not everyone is cut out for martial arts. You should stick to needlework. You need to channel your inner energy from your core to your fingertips simultaneously so you can fully unleash your power. Understand? He suddenly takes her hand. Now, give me your hand for a moment. Why all of a sudden? Don't just stand there. I'm checking the amount of internal energy in your body. This level of inner energy suggests about 8 years of training, at which point her face turned as red as a lobster. Is he really going this far to teach me? Hidden away, the elders watch on, unable to hide their amusement. It seems spring is coming to the Azure Dragon Hall, Dees continued, judging by the accumulated internal energy. It seems she's been practicing a cultivation method for over 10 years. What kind of technique has she been practicing? Seeing her hesitation is irritating. What is it? Spit it out. Don't make me wait, she shouts, her face flushed. It's a basic breathing technique bought at the market and a basic family mind technique. She bought it from an old man before. With this, anyone can become a martial arts master. It's super cheap, dirt cheap. He's speechless. Is she an idiot? Who would practice a basic breathing technique for 10 years that doesn't even accumulate internal energy? Suddenly, light emanates from where their hands are touching. I know it's foolish, but it's all I can do. You've done well. You've accumulated 8 years' worth of internal energy, meaning you've practiced this breathing technique every day without rest. You've worked so hard. Hearing this, she was moved to tears. Of course, she could do it alone. I understand. Perhaps my interference is making you uncomfortable. I would have felt the same way before, but if you don't mind, may I help you? Hearing that, she happily wiped away her tears and asked if it was okay. But only once. She suddenly lowered her head. To thank you, I'll let you hit me on the head once. And without hesitation, he delivers a blow that could be heard all the way in Vietnam. When a woman offers her head like that, no man can resist the urge to strike. It's a man's instinct. But did I perhaps go a little too far? Still, compared to what she'll gain, this is nothing. This is your reward. A pill that was thrown into your mouth when you were a child, still unconscious. Despair can drive you forward, but it can also become shackles you can't remove on your own. He picked her up. All I can do is lighten those shackles a little. She's truly fortunate. Though she couldn't accumulate inner energy, her foundation is solid from 10 years of relentless training. I'll use the violet restoration pill to replenish your depleted inner energy. The elixir flowed through her like rain after a drought, revitalizing her core. And then, vibrant sprouts of life began to form. The next day, she awoke. Where am I? You're awake. This is my room. Manager, why am I here? The young master carried you here after you fainted. Young master. The headmaid's expression suddenly turned dangerous. What did you two do yesterday? Flustered, she replies, well, we held hands, and then we held hands again, and then I got hit on the head. The manager was utterly perplexed, wondering what holding hands had to do with getting hit. Oh, don't get me wrong, I told him to hit me, so don't worry, the manager sweats, not understanding the youth of today. I understand, get some more rest. Yes, thank you. Did I sleep well last night? Why do I feel so full of energy? Should I try jumping a bit? With that thought, she immediately leapt. Surprisingly, with just a light push, she leaps high enough to nearly touch the ceiling. Why does my body feel so light? Wait, could hitting my head have changed something? I knew my head was amazing. The supervisor who witnessed this was speechless. Had she broken her brain? She then went to the training grounds, feeling restless and unable to sit still. Let's give it a try. There's no doubt I'm different than before. At this rate, I can do it. Her movements became more and more refined, as if a seed was sprouting and growing. What is happening? She actually succeeded? Just then, Dee suddenly shouted, "Don't stop, fly higher. The illusion of the white crane has appeared behind you." She's shocked to realize she's mastered the first level. Desire shouts, "What are you doing? Don't stop, fly higher. You can still fly higher." Hearing this, she couldn't help but recall that only a few of the older brothers in the family could practice the fourth form, and only her eldest brother could perform the fifth. Everyone told her to just find a good husband for the family, but she would rule the skies. She could never do that. Yes, this is enough. Desire shouts, looks up, and opens her eyes to the sky. Nothing stands in her way. She can conquer the skies and fly even higher. Has anyone ever believed in her so unconditionally? Or has she been pushing herself forward like this all along? Gripping her sword tighter, she chooses to believe in his words. "You believed in me." Now, with the Dagon Star Sword technique, the giant phantom in my memory is no longer frightening. Finally, she shattered it with a single strike. Desire observes that she has entered a state of selflessness, and it seems she won't put down her sword until nightfall. That's more like it. I've transferred so much inner energy to her. I was worried when she was going to stop at the third stance. From here on out, it all depends on her, and a group of people are approaching in the distance. Dio angrily tells them, "What have you been peeking at since yesterday? Don't annoy me. We're just worried about that big-headed girl. From now on, we'll watch openly. Suit yourselves." Suddenly, an old man bumped into him. "Thank you." Head number 28, Gasson. The two exchange words, "How do you know X? Are you her ancestor?" "I left the family over 50 years ago. How could I possibly know her?" "Come on, are you trying to get me killed? So you're basically an old patriarch." "I heard the young master's opponent this time is the eldest son of the Joel family?" San sighed. "They haven't changed at all, even after all this time. I hope you can give that kid a beating for me, just enough to wake him up." Deo said, "Your request isn't difficult, but you understand." "Really? Nothing between us is free." San reluctantly offers money, noting that the man has become despicable. "Who do you think made me this way? Wait, you mean this isn't enough? You're a devil. You're that big-headed girl's grandfather. Taking care of her is the same as taking care of you, isn't it? Big-headed uncle? That's right. And helping the Jago family is like helping you, right? Big-headed uncle? Perhaps." After counting the money, Daisu held out his hand and said, "You still owe me 850 teals." "What?" He feigned anger, his face turning purple. "This is highway robbery. You've already taken all my savings and you still dare to say that? This greedy, big-headed uncle. Did you really think that big-headed girl could become so strong overnight for no reason at all, huh? So, her improvement is because of something you did?" "Of course. I fed her a valuable violet revival pill, so that's it. So that's how you were able to help her strengthen her foundation." "You cunning bastard. So, can I get a discount for being a friend? No way, don't even dream about it." Cut to the arena where the referee announces that Guj of the Wudong sect has won the second match of the Little Sword King tournament's round of 16. Now, I will call the names of the participants in the final match. A purple-haired man appears, instantly captivating the ladies. "Please, just one glance over here." Jade-faced Xinjiang of the Zhou family is so handsome, but his good looks have earned him plenty of haters, especially among the men. They relentlessly cheer for Xinjiang's opponent. "Big-headed young master, we believe in you. Knock him out, big head, big head." That man is none other than Deso Zhou of the Nam Kung clan. As the two faced off, Xinjiang spoke. "I heard you were kind to our Xia, like attracts like, it seems." He covered his mouth and laughed derisively. "You two are a perfect match. It's a pleasure to meet you." The big-headed Deso suddenly boomed, "Hey, Sriang!" Being called by name like that angered him. Jago Sriang, how rude. As expected of the Nam Kung clan, all brawn and no brains. You don't even know how to show respect. "I'm looking forward to it," he smirks, wondering if you'll keep that attitude after your head's smashed in. "This kid is too arrogant. What are you doing? Aren't you going to draw your sword?" Du casually replies, "I'm fine like this. After all, it's best to deal with pretty boys this way." The match begins, and they immediately clash. Xinjiang attacks relentlessly, but Du simply evades with footwork, clearly more skilled in swordsmanship than the big-headed one. I'm not even sure if that's the same little heavenly star sword technique. The young man kept glancing at the fangirls while fighting, making the ladies blush with embarrassment, while the men were incredibly jealous. Xinjiang seizes his attacks and begins to taunt him. "Come to think of it, you were abandoned too, weren't you? Trash with trash, they always think they're special. Sua said that to me." I was speechless, shocked by his words. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "She wants to break free and live as she pleases? Those without talent always have such delusions. As soon as this fight is over, I'm going to follow through. The best thing Sua can do is find a good marriage and bring honor to the family. With that, he swung his sword again, attacking. As he parried, he replied, "You're not wrong. Just as I thought. Even you realized it after seeing Sua." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "But you know what? It's even uglier than watching you incompetent fools showing off." He gritted his teeth in anger. "What? Are you talking about me? Have you ever heard this saying? Ho Kong acts like he owns the place, but I'm talking about you, you stupid raccoon." The humiliated raccoon, not knowing his own limits, angrily decides to risk his life against him. Elsewhere, AA is moving with haste. "This is bad. What was I thinking? I overslept. The match can't be over yet, right?" Thank goodness, they're still fighting. On the arena, the two continue to exchange blows. As he watched her, he realized the realm he'd always sought was opening before his very eyes. It seemed like only days ago that he was still his superior, someone he didn't dare look in the eye. But now I can clearly see where he stands. Choose nails. The question is, can the current young master defeat his senior? That expression. It must be the same one he wore when contemplating my defeat. Great celestial star sword technique. Apprentice form. Soaring flight. If head was a pigeon, then this guy is an eagle, a lone, sky-ruling falcon. Anyone would be overwhelmed by his aura and appearance, but I've seen too much to be impressed. Xinjiang shouted as he attacked. Great celestial star sword technique, second form, twin rising flight. But it was dodged. Not bad, Eagle. But to me, you're just food. Fried, steamed, you're the best dish in the world. You're frozen in fear, Xinjiang taunts. Understandable, as this is likely the first time you've witnessed such perfect swordsmanship. I'll make you remember the essence of the great celestial star sword technique, Shuaya shouts. Too high. Indeed, the great celestial star sword technique isn't for flying in the sky. The soaring stars are just a stepping stone to reach the constellations. But all he sees is food. There's even boiled chicken in the sky. Shua Ah is speechless at his gluttony. Young master, please focus, Xinjiang shouts. Supreme Great Heaven Star Sword Technique. First form, Meteor. He thrust his sword down, a shooting star across the sky, confidently declaring the match over. But below, Du calmly assessed the falcon. Fast, clever, and an opportunity he couldn't miss. But then, he moved, landing a precise kick directly into his opponent's face. Next, he gripped the sword tightly with both hands. The key is to control your strength precisely, or the falcon's meat will toughen. But fear not. As he spoke, he struck the man's head with the sword's sheath, softening the meat with each blow. In the end, Elder Shin was knocked off the stage, sporting several large lumps on his head, thanks to that bastard. But Desu wouldn't let up, continuing to pummel the old man's head. Where do you think you're going? I'll break your leg so you can't escape. No, stop it. You can't do this. I told you to stay down. Seeing their idol being beaten, the girls were heartbroken. How could their young master just lie there and take it? At this point, Xinjiang was so disoriented he was questioning his very existence. What was happening? Why am I being beaten like this? I'm the young master of the Jago family, raised with everyone's praise. How dare you humiliate me like this? He pulls out the knife hidden in his clothes. Nam Sungdo, I will never forgive you. Someone quickly recognized the technique. No way. Is that the shadow sound dagger? That technique is so cruel it was forbidden to use on allies. How could someone dare use it in the arena? Die. Xinjiang shouts and throws the dagger at Deso. The sound of the dark sound dagger in flight can disrupt an opponent's mind and inner energy. In the past, countless martial artists have died because they weren't prepared for it. This is bad. If the young master of the Nam Kung family dies from this dagger, the Jago family will surely face annihilation. Sua is extremely worried, young master. But then, Xinjiang was stunned by what he saw. Day simply caught the dagger with one hand and crushed it. Impossible. How could the hidden dart shatter so easily? It was made of 10,000-year cold iron, however thin it was. You're not the only one who came prepared. With that, he summoned the heavenly silkworm thread, shocking Xinjiang. There are at least 5 layers of heavenly silk wrapped around your arm. Just how much did you spend? In an instant, Xinjiang was bound tight. An eagle with broken wings is nothing more than boiled chicken to Ming. Grit your teeth. This is payback for daring to ambush me. He cried out in fear. How dare trash like you? But before he could finish, Desu's punch distorted his face. Unbelievable. The young master actually defeated his senior. Wait, isn't this the Little Sword King competition? Why are we seeing more hidden weapons and fists than swords? Who cares? As long as it's exciting, anything goes. I survived. At least my family won't be destroyed. But should I be happy that I still lost even after using the hidden cyan dagger? Great. I have to pocket this thing while I can. Of course, that kid used a forbidden weapon, so he'll definitely be punished. Flaunting something so ordinary, and it's not even the shadow dagger. The legendary dagger was said to pierce through inner force defenses. At the very least, it would take the invisible dagger to stop the match. This fight is over. You should all return. Looks like we don't need to worry about either side of this match, wouldn't you agree? The head of the Jigo family trembled at his words, but ultimately dared not object. In everyone's eyes, Dees had become a formidable opponent. The Morong family's temporary residence. A man's voice echoes, "Who did you fight today?" The young man sat cross-legged in cultivation. After a moment, he opened his eyes. "I fought a battle in my mind with Nam Kung De, who is also my next opponent." The man thought to himself with joy that, despite being his son, the boy was truly an elite warrior. 100 battles a day against family elders, wanderers, the 9 great sects, hidden masters, vagrants, and beggars. He has fought countless opponents in every realm, completing his physical training through battle. And now, beyond physical strength, he's reached a point where he can battle any opponent in his mind, even those not before him. At this moment, the young man suddenly speaks. "Desire is different from any master I've faced." His father questioned, "What do you mean? It's as if you're facing not one person, but many at once." "In my mental battles, he used 153 different martial arts. How is he even capable of that?" His eyes sharpened. "Father, don't worry. You know this already. Mastering many martial arts can offer advantages, but he's too young to have truly grasped so many." He says confidently, "I will win the next match." The young master of the Nam Kung clan has mastered 153 martial arts, his father wondered. To fully integrate them into his body and engrave them in his mind would take at least 10 years for each. That would take an impossible 130 years. Even my son can only reduce the time from 10 years to 5 by fighting 100 matches a day. But for the average person, that's nearly impossible. Even at 200 matches a day, it would still take 2.5 years to master a single technique. And again, 153 martial arts is still a huge number. 300 matches a day would take a year. 400 matches, 6 months. 500 matches, 3 months. He shook his head. Remember, these are just numbers. He's only human, not a monster. Besides, to gain that much experience, you need to find suitable opponents. A mere 15-year-old couldn't possibly do that. Elsewhere. Du is training with his servants. Shouldn't we take a break, young master? How many times have we done this? What nonsense are you spouting? We've only sparred 459 times. What's with the break? No slacking until we hit 600. Hearing that, the crowd burst into tears, while others nursed fresh bumps on their heads. "Mother, why have you come all this way? After all those matches, does that stubborn brat really want to reach 600 today? Who turned him into such a monster?" "We did," he snapped, annoyed. "What are you doing? Who's next?" Switching scenes, we find Zhang awake in bed, lamenting this humiliation. "That bastard Nam Kung Do, I will have my revenge." A girl entered, asking softly, "Brother, are you awake?" "Shu, is that you?" He grabs his sword, saying he was going to look for her as soon as he woke up, and tells her to prepare to leave immediately. "We'll return to the clan as soon as possible." But her answer stunned him. "I can't return yet. What? What did you just say? You still have things to do here, and you believe that if you stay, you'll find what you've always been looking for." He angrily shouts, "What could you possibly do here? Do you look down on me too? I've always indulged you because of your pretty face, but it seems I must now discipline you as the future head of the family." She gripped her sword tightly. "I must be out of my mind, daring to point a sword at you?" A flash of steel, and the phantom of a white crane appeared. "What? How could you possibly use the 5th form, Twin Lotus Twin Heavens?" In an instant, the sword was at his throat, freezing him in place. With an icy tone, Due said, "Please forgive my impudence, but since I've already been impudent, allow me to make a request. I wish to stay here and focus on my swordsmanship training. I trust you can explain things to Father." "Understood." He couldn't believe his eyes. The girl who wouldn't even flinch at his words had changed so much in so little time. Nam Gung Do, what did that bastard do to her? The next day, 2 figures, one old and one young, stood in the arena. "Observe this arena closely, Guja, for the victor will be your next opponent. And pay close attention to the young master." "Yes, I understand." Elsewhere, an old man was asking a young monk, "Well, the young master is strong, growing stronger with each passing day. Could you defeat him?" With unwavering confidence, he replied, "There is nothing in this world that I cannot crush, as it should be." "Are you worried about the young master? Aren't you the one who's worried?" In truth, though the young master is outstanding, He can't compare to the third young master, who has reached the peak. Yes, he still has shortcomings. From what I see, he's only ever learned swordsmanship for fun. What kind of warrior would that child become if he were serious? My curiosity was overwhelming. The referee's voice echoed as his opponent, Jian from the Murong clan, stepped forward. His eyes are filled with unwavering confidence, like a soldier of the Namkung clan. This won't be easy. A pleasure to meet you. I am Jian of the Namgungdes. Our clan was once called royalty, but we lost that glory. After many years of hardship, we reclaimed the royal name and became the Sword King clan. But even that name was taken from us. He draws his sword, pointing it at him, declaring he will trample him and reclaim the family name of Sword King. Unyielding sword technique. But he isn't afraid, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. I also intend to win. John swings his sword down with incredible speed, but our hero manages to block it. However, his strength is immense, forcing him to take a step back. But their battle experience differs, and he'll use speed to catch up. He began to observe and analyze his opponent's attacks before striking, predicting his landing spot. But this guy's speed is too much. He dodged all my attacks. Did you see that? Knowing where my steps should land allows me to attack half a beat sooner. Anyone else would be thrown off balance, their rhythm disrupted and defeated by this move. Deezer is stunned. He's keeping up with his speed. Jian's eyes are full of confidence. If I know it's only half a beat, it'll be much easier to counterattack. He's even faster. You've only fought weak young masters, so you couldn't have predicted this reaction. I understand. I've been in those fights and lost. This defeat means nothing. With that, he immediately swung his sword, but the strike only hits his afterimage. He's somehow appeared behind him. What? You can still increase your speed? Are you a genius? Why are you only maintaining half a beat? He's speeding up again, faster than a beat. The two began to trade blows, each strike and kick colliding with thunderous force in the arena. Now I see. This guy is like me. Jian's eyes betray his excitement as he realizes he'd stopped training his body and only fought in his mind through meditation. I must have felt that I couldn't reach a higher level through physical training alone. And above all, I had no worthy opponents. It was as if I were wearing restrictive clothing, surrounded by people with rigid movements and thoughts. But desire was different. This was the opponent Jian wanted. He stomps the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, then throws a handful of sand at Desire to blind him. Don't think for a second I'm resorting to cheap tricks. The audience watching the match was outraged by this. What are you doing in the Sacred Four Kings tournament? That's just dirty. This is bad. I can't see anything anymore. Luckily, I can still hear something whistling through the air. He immediately thrust his sword, shattering the object. Was it blue crystal from the ground? Jian tries another feint, but he sees right through it, and somehow manages to avoid a fatal blow. He pressed his attack, suddenly switching the sword from one hand to the other as he moved, catching him off guard. And his waist took the blow. John leaped up, shouting, "I won't let you escape." Accompanied by a devastating kick, Desire manages to block, but blood trickles from his mouth as his body trembles from fresh wounds. The tide turns in Jian's favor as Dizo can only evade his relentless attacks. Jian commends Dizo, acknowledging his strength, but true power comes with experience. This is the difference between you and me. Perhaps in our next encounter I won't be able to defeat you so easily, because at this point you must realize what you lack. But the you of today can't possibly defeat the me of today. He suddenly smiles. Fine, I'll admit you're different from any opponent I've faced before, but are you sure you're all right like that? He asked, confused. What do you mean? His eyes were full of cunning. You should have finished me when I was still off guard. He stretched, saying, I was just going to crack your skull since this is a simple match, but now I can do anything, right? Like those matches I had to endure in the Nangong clan, where you could be stabbed or lose an arm, but killing or seriously injuring someone was strictly forbidden. Why would I do something so dangerous? Don't worry, I can do anything except those things. Just how far does he intend to go? Number 24. Doesn't his gaze look familiar? He's done for. Those are the eyes of someone who's taken 1,000 blows to the head. I won't hold back anymore. Don't come crying to me about unfairness when you lose. Now he suddenly lunges forward with the 10th form of the Iron Sword style. John observed silently. As long as he knew about the Namgung clan's unique greatsword technique, it wasn't a major threat. But Jayan quickly realized something was wrong. His other hand was holding the sword's sheath. What's wrong? Didn't see that coming? So you can think for yourself. Still, it's all within my calculations. You even accounted for this? You think such a petty trick will work on me? He thought the attack was nothing new, but the sudden sheath strike caught him off guard. He had to block with his leg, but the force still caused him pain. What? He channeled all his inner strength into that move in such a short time? Damn it, I was careless. Deo charges forward again. The Namkung family's secret technique. Amitabha. How could he know Shaolin's Dragon Claw? Has he trained in it before? Is this really the time to be thinking about this? The tide stance is bent, but the Dragon Claw is always straight. Just what is this? So it's not Dragon Claw. Did you think I wouldn't know? John retreats. This is actually a sword technique, mimicking the Tang clan's 3 yang palms. It looks like the 72-style sword technique of the Qingfeng sect, but it's actually the 10 strikes of the sea mist from the Hainan school. I've already prepared countermeasures for all those sword techniques through mental simulations. They won't work on me. Why do you talk so much? I wasn't even using those sword techniques. 72, killing sword technique, angle split. This is thunderous angle. I won't be fooled by such tricks. You're aiming low to strike high, and he's raising his hands in defense. I've seen through it all. But he attacks the lower body with a sweeping strike. But is it really a feint? As he rises, the attack arrives. Thunderclap palm technique. Thunder palm. What? You're using thunder palm? The lightning is too dense. There's only one way. The invincible technique of heaven and earth. The 2 palms collide, creating a powerful shockwave across the arena. He thinks to himself that all energy circulates, and even heavenly lightning will be absorbed by the earth. The easiest way to deal with lightning is with earth energy. Make your move. Heavenly Lightning Emperor skill. Flash of 10,000 demonic overlord swords, and the iron sword stance again. You've been tricked, haven't you? He suddenly raises his hand. It's not over yet. What? John paled. Could that be the 100-step divine fist or the whirlwind kick? He shouts, unleashing a 100-step divine kick, sending his opponent flying, doubled over in pain, nearly vomiting. What? How is this possible? Does that martial art even exist? I've never seen anything like it. Is that the far-sighted heavenly technique? Not the Pengahebe's mixed origin style. Wait, could that be the Arhat fighting style? John's eyes lost their confidence. He couldn't see through it. Dezo's speed increases, but he's taking more hits, to master so many techniques with a single body. When training with the young master, that was our initial goal, but we thought he'd only be able to learn 5 to 10 martial arts techniques at most. Indeed, for the first 2 years, everything went according to plan. But at some point, the young master began to change these martial arts as he pleased. 1 became 2, 2 became 3. And then he didn't just learn martial arts, he embodied all the martial arts in the world. Just watching him sent chills down my spine. What did the young master call it again? I see a vision of a crowd of people getting their heads smashed in. Ha! Right, no one survives having their head smashed. I can't believe Namgungdo is overwhelming me this much. Jian smirked, knowing his weakness. His strange obsession in these duels. The opponent's head. Every finishing blow aimed for the head. He gripped his sword tightly, and I would use that opening to turn the tables. Dezer leapt into the air, ready to strike the final blow. Just as I predicted, that kid's aiming for the head. The old man clenches his sleeve. I'm sorry, I should have told you. Even though it was long ago, I still have some affection for my former disciple. They are all like my sons, but I hope you can understand my desire to make amends for this incomplete child. Below the arena, Theo raises his sword, ready to strike. John thought he knew his moves and confidently retaliated. But little did he know it was just a feint. This time, instead of attacking the head, the scabbard suddenly changed direction mid-swing, striking his waist hard. John, in pain, quickly retreated. He had clearly just said, "So, what if I said that? I'll strike where I please. The waist it is again." Hearing this, he once again defended his waist with his sword. But once again, he falls for the trick, because John says one thing and does another, promising to attack the waist but instead striking the head, infuriating him. John, in pain and frustration, thinks, I can't fall like this. Dezo continued to swing his sword and shout, "Head," causing his opponent to grit his teeth, veins bulging. Focus. Don't let his words sway you. Watch his moves. It's definitely the head this time. But it's another feint. He struck in the lumbar region again. But the next strike lands squarely on the head, and the old man is down for the count. His one weakness has become his strength. Du celebrates his victory, but the crowd fiercely protests. That was a dirty move, Big Head. Is this even a match anymore? More like a back alley brawl? If it's a headbutt, why target the waist? The big-headed young master should apologize to Murong for leaving. Enraged, he clarifies that this isn't just a brawl, but a high-level match. Fools, do you want me to smash your heads in? After Du finished his match, the other competitions quickly named their winners as well. The Little Sword King of the later disciples is Nangguang Yilong, Little Stone King is Heilong Jiang Zhangqian, and Little Fist King is Quan Long Lu. Now, the final Little Sword King will be decided between these two. Nangu and Guija of the Wudang clan. Gujiza remembers his master's words. Never let your guard down. That boy inherited the blood of the martial saint, a true prodigy. He draws his sword as a disciple of the Wudang sect, and I will fight in a way that honors their name. Amitabha, make your move. Wait a minute, something doesn't seem right. Taoists revere the three pure ones, not Buddha. Amitabha Buddha, this is unreal, guys. On the other side, he's sweating and gritting his teeth, thinking to himself that it's unexpectedly the sword of wisdom. Of all the sword techniques I know, this one is the best for defense. If I can't break through it in one move, I'll be countered immediately. Just thinking about all the times that big-nosed geezer tortured me. Just looking at your eyes, I can tell that old big nose has helped you train a lot, hasn't he? But no matter. He charges forward, sword in hand. If you don't move, nothing will change. But he blocks his sword with ease. Damn it, I have no choice but to play his game. I can resist, but my body will pay the price. He steps back, angrily pointing. Are you just going to keep defending? Wudang's swordsmanship is defensive swordsmanship, and if you attack, I'll just keep blocking you until the end. Are all Wudang disciples slippery eels? It won't be easy to break through that tough defense with a direct attack. If I strike that point, I'll win. Even the sturdiest stone wall can be broken by a hammer. Tai Chi, you know? I was quite proficient in it myself. He looked unconvinced. You? Well, I know a little about Supreme Sword of Tai Chi. It's easy, you know? I see. Congratulations. Seeing his indifferent expression, he thought to himself, this guy is really calm. Aren't you going to take the bait? But then he grinned, revealing a dangerous smile. And did you know that I've created a new sword technique within the Supreme Wisdom Sword? I mean, the Tai Chi Wisdom Sword is really nothing special. It's so outdated, don't you think? Enraged by the insult to his martial art, the old man's face turned crimson. What did you just say? Seeing that, he smirked inwardly, just as he'd predicted. This move was incredibly effective. What did you just say about the Supreme? This stench. It's so overpowering. It makes my hands tremble. Hey, have you ever heard this saying? Rotten water above dead water, open ice above rotten water. They say the water from melting icebergs at the poles smells disgusting. Fitting for your Mount Huasek's Tai Chi, don't you think? He's being led on, his attacks growing more erratic. He's reacting, his movements noticeably fiercer, just a little more, and his mind will waver further. The Mount Huasek's ultimate defense stems from a mind as still as a placid lake. Even the slightest ripple of anger creates an opening. He spoke coldly. I intended to hold back, as my master instructed me to be mindful of my conduct, but no disciple of Mount Hua will endure such insults. That's right, even beasts can't stand it. Get angrier. The angrier he gets, the more I can wear him down. You know it too, don't you? That today you'll meet your end here? Weren't you just defending? He no longer cares, immediately unleashing the 10-section grip severance. The entire arena trembles, and dew is sent flying. I've gone too far. He lost his composure and unleashed the forbidden decachord severance. This energy won't dissipate until it tears its opponent apart. We have to stop it, or the young master will die. He anxiously said, I forfeit. Please stop the match, I beg you. All right, who's buzzing around? Are you crazy? Are you trying to kill the young master? Enough, I'll go in myself. The old man tugged at his sleeve. These horse-faced bastards always overreact, they always have. Take a good look and see who you're up against. Amidst the crimson vortex, a figure stood unwavering. That's the jewel flower? A stream of energy is appearing within the Tenjiang formation. Impossible. How can this be? Remember my words. That is the true jewel flower. That small stream is gradually devouring the fierce energy. This growing power absorbs the inner energy of its opponents, the jewel-consuming flower. To think I'd witnessed the essence of Mount Hua's martial arts from the young master, Namkung himself. Like expanding territory in a game of Go, the Ten Ghost energy is gradually being absorbed. The old man then asked him, Can't you see anything else? It's not being absorbed, but gently guided. Once trapped, the crimson energy will chase its own tail. The other streams of frenzied energy will be drawn in, colliding and annihilating each other. He sweats, thinking, while perfectly preserving and increasing his internal strength, the young master can make the enemy's frenzied energy destroy itself. You see that young master over there? I don't know if he does it on purpose, but no one in the Nangong clan is better at leading people by the nose than him. I see now. He's on a completely different level, that's it. There's no doubt I've lost this match. He sheathed his sword, preparing to leave the arena. Little Taoist, don't be too discouraged. You know, even the strongest martial artists in the world have been deceived. Hearing that, I felt somewhat relieved. At that moment, Do had just woken up, and before he could do anything, the referee grabbed his hand and declared Nam Kung De the winner. And so, the four kings of this contest have been decided. Excellent. Nam Kung Daisy, I've believed in you since you were known as the Loach Prince. Headbutt, headbutt, headbutt. And he's still as clueless as ever. Is it really over? Is that really the end? Please, step down, it can't end like this. I didn't even get to hit him in the head, that crazy kid. In the main hall, a dignified voice echoes. Thank you all for heeding my sudden summons. The True Dragon tournament is fast approaching, so I want to bring up a few points. Perhaps we should forego tradition and make this tournament more like a real battle. Someone asks, you mean we're allowing lethal moves? Indeed. The others protested. That's too dangerous. They're just children. What if something goes wrong? The Namkung Patriarch suddenly spoke up. Have you forgotten the purpose of the Four Kings tournament? Yes, it is to select geniuses, but wasn't it originally established so that our shameful past would not be repeated? Am I wrong? I understand your concerns. To prevent any unforeseen events, in addition to the elder serving as referee, we will appoint 9 more elders. This proposal was quickly accepted by the other elders. If that's the case, then it's too safe, the man with the goatee asked. So, is poison allowed? Almost every martial artist fears it. Though their martial arts are formidable, the fear stems from their unparalleled weapon, poison. A master won't fall to a wild sword swing, but a single drop of poison in their water can kill them. Of course, those who have reached the level of poison immunity have nothing to fear, but this means that poison is still the deadliest weapon for others. So, is it really allowed? Of course, perhaps even the elders can't recognize invisible poisons, so everything is allowed except for those. But the young master's next opponent is the Buddhist family, so how could he make such a dangerous decision? Sauce Mustache still seems hesitant. Are you sure about this? Your young master could be reduced to poisonous dust, but the clan leader finds that interesting. Otherwise, the match will end too quickly and be quite boring. You'll regret it, allowing the use of poison. It seems we're all in agreement. Amitabha. Shaolin agrees as well. We agree. Wudong has no objections. This True Dragon battle assembly will be more interesting than ever before. Indeed. The elders quickly departed, leaving only the head of the family and his confidants in the hall. Everything was arranged as he wished, but would he truly not change his mind? He felt he had overlooked something and needed to confirm it. It's surprising that even a war god like you could misjudge someone. The family head confidently declares, this time we'll unearth the secret that Brat is hiding. I eagerly await tomorrow. Cut to a steaming tray of food placed on the table. Young master, it's time to eat. Oh dear, I forgot the side dishes. As the maid left elsewhere, Whisker acted swiftly, poisoning the food on the table while no one was around, then vanished without a trace. Soon, Dew appeared, saying, this looks delicious. Today, the head chef has prepared a special meat stew. I must eat a lot. I'll finish this bowl and have another. He picked up his chopsticks and took a taste, his face immediately turning serious. Just then, the supervisor walked by and, seeing this, asked, is something wrong, young master? Is the food not to your liking? He asked, looking up with tears streaming down his face. No, it's just too delicious. I'm so glad to hear that. Head cook, you must stay healthy so you can keep making such a delicious food. It seems you really enjoy the food. Before long, he devoured everything on the table. This is delicious. He glances to the side. Uncle 44, what did you put in this time? The catfish Whiskers laugh. You survived again? Even after swallowing 7 drops of the soul-snatching poison? All these years of gradually increasing your poison tolerance have finally paid off. It used to be entertaining, just watching you writhe around like you were dying after drinking a few spoonfuls of soup. He didn't answer, but handed him a bowl. He couldn't understand what he was trying to do, or why he was suddenly acting this way. Is he threatening me? What is going on? Eat up unless you want to die by my hand. He was terrified. You wait, young master. If I eat this soup, it'll kill me, won't it? He angrily raised his fist. Choose quickly, soup or fist. Which do you prefer? Defiling the head steward's precious meat soup is a serious crime. Besides, you won't die. See? I'm still standing right here. How many times has that old fool been tricked? He never learns. Eat up. If you're going to poison the young master, at least use something odorless and tasteless. How stingy. As the tournament begins, one person's appearance draws the audience's attention. Look, isn't that an elder of the Namkung clan? And it seems there are other elders as well. Since fatal blows are allowed this time, they're gathering to prevent any accidents. This will be interesting. As time arrives, the referee announces the start of the highly anticipated first match of the True Dragon tournament. Young princes, please step onto the stage. Prince Black Dragon Tangche. Prince Ice Dragon Nam Gung Daze. Seeing his opponent with pouches, he immediately complained to the referee, wondering if they contained poison. Since fatal blows are allowed, it's obviously poison. Hearing that, he paled in shock. Huh, that's the first I'm hearing of this. You only need one sword. How greedy. Besides, the clan leader approved this, so don't complain. Huh, who decided this? That old man is such a pain. Cheon speaks up. I have no quarrel with the young master, but please, don't hate me. He bit his lip in anger. So this is the new law. Hate? I've known it all along. But inwardly, he smirks, for he carries countless weapons and poisons. Look at that arrogant face, as if he's already won. I admire the courage of the Namkung clan. To allow poison in Tangra's presence is truly astonishing. I'll give you a chance to surrender and withdraw. Using this kind of poison against an honorable warrior is unacceptable, even to me. A small dose could threaten your life. His face darkens. You seem to lack experience dealing with true poisons. Don't waste my mercy. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're younger than me, yet you point your sword at me. I was going to end this quickly, but stabbing me in the back like that has made me angry. Do you want to leave here with your head intact, or do you want to be beaten until your brains leak out? There's no reasoning with a madman. Enraged, he pulls out a pouch and throws it at him. In his haste, he could only raise his hand to shield his face, and immediately his sleeve began to corrode. A worried spectator asks, Wait, is the poison coming this way? Another explains, there's nothing to fear. The elders have created a barrier with their inner energy. The poison can't escape. Cheon explains, the crimson sand will seep through your skin and into your body, melting your organs from the inside out. An unbearable pain. It's not too late to surrender. In the stands, two men discuss the danger of what's happening below. It's not just poison. It's a mixture of 10 deadly poisons from the Tang family, including the Crimson Serpent. The poisons you've used before are nothing compared to the Tang family's 10 deadly poisons, nothing at all. To a fool like you, perhaps they seem the same. Look closely at the young master's face. He's trying so hard not to laugh. To him, poison is just a nutritious meal. Excellent. There's been no reaction for so long, but this special fertilizer has been a great help. That grandfather and grandson are being scammed and don't even know it, still worrying about their opponent. Don't try to endure it, just get off the stage and take the antidote. The Tang family's poison isn't anything special. The more he heard, the darker his face became. Poison is your only pride, yet it's so useless. What's wrong? You seem angry. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. With that, he throws another packet of powder at him, failing to see the smile hidden by the dust. Is that all? What is this? He coughed, then feigned indifference. Is that all? You said you wanted to kill me, but is that the best you can do? Then he hurled poison after poison at him. A first-rate martial artist could withstand one dose for the length of an incense stick, and a top-tier master could endure 2. Cheon thought in fear, what kind of monster is he? How can he still stand after 3 doses of poison? Could he be a master of divine transformation? Impossible. His hands are sweating profusely. I can feel his inner strength hasn't reached that level yet. I don't understand. This is dangerous. If that young master uses 5 doses, even I might not survive. We have to stop this match, even with an antidote. 4 doses of the Zheng family's poison might be incurable. At this rate, the young master's life is in danger. The master glared at him. The match isn't over yet. Don't make me repeat myself. The family head's aura fills him with dread. What is formless energy? Why can't anyone else feel this immense pressure? Just what level has his martial arts reached? He collapsed into his chair, seemingly devoid of all strength. This is not good. He's used all of the Tang family's poison. There's no turning back. The death formation, the Tang family's most dangerous poison technique, disperses all kinds of toxins that can melt the earth. Even the Tang family only uses it as a last resort against enemies. Yet he used it on a single kid. He shouts, I've told you this so many times. The Namkung family head simply replied, I made it clear that the match isn't over yet. The catfish whiskers are useless. You saw it yourself. But seeing the scene below, he was so shocked he slammed the table, exclaiming, Impossible! Why isn't the young master affected? I see. Did he take an antidote beforehand? So that's why he allowed Tang Jia to use poison? Does he intend to humiliate the Tang family in front of everyone? And what is Desire doing, groveling on the ground? My dear, what a waste. So you were gathering the scattered powder and you've collected quite a bit. But what he did next shocked everyone. He ate the poison directly? He turns back and says with disdain that it's a poison that even he can't identify. A combination of 10 deadly poisons. Not enough? Have you ever seen anyone so greedy? Fine, I'll give you more. Wait, who have you been talking to this whole time? Have you gone mad from the poison? Who do you think you're talking to? My darlings behind me are showing the phantom images of 3 cute pets. Thanks to the premium fertilizer you provided, my darlings have been born. But they're too gluttonous. Cheon is terrified by what he's hearing. You're insane. If you have any more poison, bring it on. I don't. Just what are you? Are you a poison master? He was curious as well. I am not a poison master. But aren't you curious as to why I'm still okay? You'll tell me? The spider whispered in his ear, and he nodded in response. Really? These kids say there's something up there that smells delicious. Give me that thing too, and I'll tell you. It's my father's unique poison. Are you referring to one of the 10 great poisons? The whisker yelled. Fine. Then he jumped down to the arena. Hold on. What do you want? Why interfere with the match? Just let him be. The head of the Namkung family suddenly spoke. Elders, listen closely. From this moment on, use all your power to create the strongest shield possible. Any opening. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Heads will roll if anyone messes this up. Hearing this, everyone hastily obeyed. Here, all the poison I have is right here. Too much, he chuckled, his hands moving with incredible speed. Now tell me, how did you survive? Fine, I'll show you. He raises a finger, a drop of black liquid clinging to it as if countless venomous creatures surge around him. A single drop melts the arena floor, creating a smoking pit. Catfish Beard quickly covered his face. Poison strong enough to melt blue steel? What kind of poison is this? 3 little ones appear on his hand, and now it's their turn. They share their venom and combine it. As that drop of liquid hit the ground, its corrosive power far surpassed its initial impact, turning a small hole into a gaping pit. Catfish Whiskers are horrified, sweating profusely. What kind of poison is this? Why does it smell like flowers? Explain yourself, Deizo. Thanks to this poison, I wasn't poisoned. Impossible. How could it not be? Why is it here? If you don't mind, could I have a little taste? But be warned, its toxicity is extremely potent. Enraged, he stomps his chest, claiming it's just a minor issue. Who do you think I am? I'm the head of the Zung family. If you need more poison, just ask. I can give you more. Oh, well, in that case, just take all the poison in the pit. Really? Thank you. The young master is truly a benefactor to our clan. Whisker slowly dipped a needle into the poison, then carefully placed it in his mouth, his eyes widening instantly. Poison King? I never imagined I'd meet the Poison King in this lifetime, huh? What are you doing? Whisker's sudden kneeling took him by surprise. Why are you doing this all of a sudden? People are watching. With his eyes closed, he said, as fellow cultivators on the path of poison, this is how we pay respect to our elders. Slightly annoyed, he pulled the man up. That's enough, get up. What now? His face has turned purple. I must have been poisoned. He was speechless. He was so arrogant just a moment ago. Someone call a doctor. Get him to the dispensary, quickly. That should do it, right? The next day, the match resumed, and with a flash of a blade, the monk was sent flying off the stage, creating a shockwave that stunned the audience. In just one move, the referee announced, the victor is Namkung So. Defeating his opponent left the bald youth somewhat regretful. How are his injuries? His right arm is completely shattered, and it's only thanks to his diamond body technique that he's still in one piece. Anyone else would have lost the ability to hold chopsticks. The divine physician stroked his beard. From what I can see, you've surpassed the 9-star realm. Could it be you've already stepped into the 10-star realm? He could tell just by looking, as expected of a divine physician. But then, he noticed something. This injury to your Baihui point, did you recently try to force it open? Is that so? He could only lower his head and admit, I apologize. This disrespectful disciple lost control and sought a shortcut, committing a grave error. For a martial artist, the Baihui point is of utmost importance. The condition for reaching that realm depends on opening this acupoint. How could I blame you? Anyone would seize such a rare opportunity. The worthy may fail while the weak succeed. That's how the world is. Your efforts are commendable, so hold your head high. The divine physician suddenly spoke, but failure was inevitable. The diamond body's Baihui point was too tough to open on his own. Then what should we do? The solution is simple. All you need is... But before he could finish, Deezer pushed the door open and entered. Li Gun, spar with me. Speak of the devil. All you need is a good whack on the head. My late master said so, so it must be true. Just hit him in the head? Hearing that, he excitedly starts to warm up his arm. Leave it to me, I'll hit him hard. You two, step outside. Dio asks Li Gun, what's it like fighting my third brother? Is the third young master stronger than you? Even if the two of you fought 1,000 rounds, the young master would be defeated in one blow. But what about the battle in a week? He said he'd defeat me in one move next week. I might last 10 moves, but I'll still lose. So no matter what I do, I'm doomed to lose. But if I reach the 10th level of the Vajra undefeatable body, Liquan's eyes turn serious, and he can still defeat me in one blow. Wouldn't it be worth a try to shake hands with Li Kun? The two clasp hands. Very well, keep doing that. Then, as the divine physician instructed, Deezer is constantly tapping Lai Quan's head with a wooden sword. Though each strike is powerful, he shows no pain, urging Deezer to hit harder, harder, and harder. In the distance, onlookers discuss how they've been trying for 2 days to open that one pressure point. At this rate, it's less about opening meridians and more about smashing his head in. We're not sure either, but the divine physician said so, and we have no choice but to trust him. Whatever. It's not like we understand the heavenly martial or diamond body techniques anyway. Deseo angrily points at them. Hey, you guys, stop standing around and help out. How are we supposed to help? Everyone, take turns hitting him on the head. I'm so tired. The group exchanged a silent glance, then broke into sinister grins. This was their specialty. He's always getting his head knocked by the young master. Now he finally gets to do it to someone else. Hey, monk, if he's about to fall, give him some inner strength. That works, but are we really going to do this? Of course, you can handle it, right? Li Jun clenches his fist with confidence. Of course. Of course. A real man can endure anything. Our goal is 100,000 head strikes. Did you see how hard I was hitting just now? The line forms, warming up, maintaining the pace, and striking continuously when one asks, Young master, are you planning on resting? Remember, we need at least 100,000 hits. No stopping, only continuous strikes will work. He scratched his head sheepishly. Should we start counting over? Are you okay? But Li Jun remembers it perfectly. 32,132 strikes. You've been counting this whole time? We're doing this for you, aren't we? You all shouted in unison, yes, you understand, don't you? Then let's continue. Elsewhere, Nam Kung So trained shirtless with his blade, recalling his battle with Li Quan. With a single strike, he unleashes a wave of energy that echoes across the training grounds. Not yet. The ultimate technique can't be this weak. I will definitely make it to the finals. Dee woke up from a nice nap. Why are you all collapsed here? A trembling hand reaches up. What's this? Weren't you dead? Look, it's Lai Jun, standing tall with his head shining like the sun. Diamond stillness body technique, perfected to 10 stars. Deezo rejoices. You've done it, Li Jun. But he quickly realizes something is wrong with Li Jun's condition. Lai Quan attacked relentlessly, forcing him to defend with his sword. Martial arts training is a constant process of refinement, demanding endless perfection. No martial art is without its flaws. Nearby, 2 old men happily drink, noting the stubbornness of the 2 youngsters. Indeed, they've unleashed countless techniques non-stop for 2 days. Dragonfire Fist versus Azure Sky swordplay. And now others have arrived. You've already started drinking? The sect leader has arrived. Greetings, everyone. We knew you were coming, so we saved you a seat. You've worked hard, thank you. The guys in the inn suddenly realize something, their eyes turning serious. The young master is about to unleash the supreme wisdom sword, but that's not all. His other hand is simultaneously preparing the myriad entanglements of the world. Each stance is executed flawlessly. 100-step divine fist, all under heaven's slumber, diamond immovable body, 10-star great golden head technique. He blocks Nam Kung De So by moving half a step faster. When did he get here? I knew where you'd run. What if I do? Do suddenly change direction, moving away from Lai Quan. What are you planning? The vultures are already picking apart the 4 heavens movement. Only those who have experienced it know that feeling of powerlessness. What a brilliant idea. Observe the young master's hands and feet carefully. That is the 4 heavenly movement. If it were me, I'd counterattack. Seeing the children intently discussing, the elders are also happy. Every time they meet, they discuss martial arts very enthusiastically. I used to be like that too. When did we eat it all? Big Head and the others are out of food, and so are we. And over here too. All right, I'm coming. I made plenty, so eat your fill. It's great. The food Jia makes is so good, everyone's fighting over it. Don't push. Are these guys possessed by hungry ghosts? Suddenly, she hears someone calling her. Over here, come on, this way. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. Why are you working so hard in the kitchen? The head chef is cooking alone, so I wanted to help. That's the famous beauty of Hubei I've only heard about. Jo Sua. I should at least greet her today. But Sua's beautiful image was quickly shattered as she began to wildly cheer on her young master. Aim for the head! Aim for the head! How annoying. Only a blow to the head can stop him. He's cornered. There may be no escape this time. Sua smirks, confident that this still won't stop her young master. He's going to jump high. Is that the same counter sky sword art from before? No, it's a little different. He came up with it last time when the elders of Nam Kung came out and discussed swordsmanship while hitting the young master's head. A crushing version of the sky-piercing sword technique. Desire descends, sword in hand, as his legs brace for impact. He intends to meet the blow head-on. Diamond immovable body technique and the 10 stars. Great golden head technique. Just as I thought, hitting him in the head was the right call. Dee's sword shatters. In my current state, I can't defeat him. He clutches the broken hilt, his eyes burning with intensity. In the remaining 3 days, I will surpass my current self. The mid-game match is only 3 days away. In the days that followed, Du continued to train with Lai Quan, lasting 8 moves this time, but he was dissatisfied with his slow progress. You know that at this rate, you can't even beat Senior Nam Kung, right? Lai Quan replied, panting. I can't break through my limits like this. I'm sorry I'm too weak to help you. Come on, it's not your fault, idiot. Only if I can withstand a single move from Nam Kung will I have a chance to win in battle. Or we could ask those old geezers to show off some of their ultimate techniques. No, their cultivation might be higher, but the nature of their martial arts is too different to imitate. He sighed, wondering where he'd find someone like Nam Kung to practice against. Just then, a figure appeared. Little brother, I bought some premium beef from the market for your little piggy. His eyes suddenly gleamed. Wait, if it's his second brother? He quickly asked, have you ever needed more than one sword strike in a fight? Besides my match with our elder brother, never. Just as I thought. Second brother, please spar with me. But unexpectedly, he refuses. No, you're too weak. What would I gain from fighting you? If that's the case, there's only one option left. He starts acting cute, showering his second brother with love. Baldy was completely disgusted by the display. Oh, dear Buddha, how embarrassing. He was mortified, wishing he could die, but even though it was embarrassing, it worked. All right, but you have to have dinner with me afterwards. Thank you so much. The two head to the training grounds where the second brother tells Deso, the third brother is far stronger than you. I know why he's so pathologically obsessed with that perfect sword technique. Because I once walked the same path he walks now. Big Brother's perfect sword technique steals the very soul of anyone who beholds it. I, too, once pursued that ideal sword technique, but when I realized I couldn't reach it, I decided to find another way to defeat my elder brother. So, my third brother also chose a new path. Do probably doesn't realize it, but he's the reason the third brother became stronger. I'd love to tease him with that, but if I spill the beans, he might not want to eat with me anymore. My brother gripped his sword tightly. Even I'm not sure I can perfectly recreate his technique, but I'll give it my all. I can't kill you now. It's called Dragon Severing Strike. His eyes turned ice cold. A single strike to slay a dragon. A chilling sound. But in Do's eyes, the blade seemed to slow. Is he intentionally slowing down the move to teach me? But he's suddenly terrified to realize he can't move. His body won't obey, and he can barely breathe. The second brother shouts, focusing intently on the sword technique. What is he doing? He didn't activate his true energy. The blade's descent creates an incredibly powerful shockwave. The sword he's honed for years. Young master, you're here. Why did you disappear? And amidst all this, 7 merchant guilds, 13 martial arts clans, and a royal appointment await him. Oh dear, is it that late already? I'll have to postpone my meal. Little brother, allow me to give you one last piece of advice. My brother is strong but not perfect, just like the sword technique he just used. The answer lies within that technique. Think carefully. With that, he clasped his hands and departed, leaving Desire reeling from the sword technique that felt capable of cleaving the world in two. And yet, they say it wasn't a perfect sword technique. I have to find the flaw in that move. The day of the competition arrives and the crowd roars, eager to see the arrogant kid taken down. Aim for the head, that's our only hope. This time Desire's opponent is Nam Gungso. He silently assessed his opponent. Though outwardly calm, he seemed ready to explode at any moment. Nam Gungso closed his eyes, touching his sword as he spoke. At first I found you interesting. You look like you're about to collapse, yet you stand. You look like you'll give up, but you keep going. At first I was hesitant, but I sensed something in you that I lack, yet once saw in my father and older brother. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Day said, You flatter me, brother? Nam Gungso continued, his eyes dark. You still see my true nature, yet treat me as normal. Little brother, you must know. The Nam Kung clan has changed because of you, even drawing my blade from its sheath. If there's anything I don't know about you, I'll find out today. If you turn out to be ordinary, then prepare yourself. I will defeat you to prove myself, to show my brother that my path is the right one. I will become a true dragon and challenge my elder brother once more. Faced with Nam Kung's overwhelming aura, Di Xiao's body tenses, afraid to draw his sword, unsure if he can withstand the blow. Come on, young master, you can do this. Meanwhile, Deo's 2 older brothers are talking. So the third brother intends to fight the eldest that way? How will this go? Our little piglet. I wonder if he can withstand one blow from our third brother, and since when has our second brother been so talkative? I remember him being quiet and cold. From the little one's perspective, that attack looks impenetrable. If I were in his position, I'd look for a way out instead of trying to break through third brother's defense. Like what? The incomplete parts. I'll start with what third brother hasn't fully mastered. Is that it? We see Desire struggling to grip his sword, unable to evade his elder brother's attack. Even if he dodges, he'll be cut down immediately after. If I can't stop you, then I'll overturn the world. In that instant, an illusion of yin-yang and the 5 elements suddenly appeared beneath Do's feet. Yin and yang reverse, the 5 elements invert, evolution becomes regression. A scene unfolds that defies belief. He blocked the sword strike that had defeated all opponents. Nangong So's attack was stopped for the first time. Look, brother, that kid is unusual. Interesting. Using his surroundings to compensate for his weaknesses, but it's still not enough. The reason the strong are strong is simple. They are called strong because they can force the world to obey their will. Brother, if that's all our youngest brother has, then I'm disappointed in your assessment. No, that's not all he has. Little you has something that even our elder and third brothers don't possess, something only father could evoke, something beyond words. Perhaps little brother possesses something even father couldn't reach. He's making changes to the Namkung sword techniques that no one has dared to try. If our youngest brother fails here, everything that's changed could revert back to how it was. This can't be all he's got. Show me everything you've got if you want to protect what you've built. Meanwhile, Desire struggles to withstand Nam Gungsu's attacks. What he has isn't enough. To break through this wall, I must surpass myself. Tread a path I've never walked before. Not yin and yang in harmony, but yang combined with yang. His body is already at its limit. He can only grit his teeth and endure a little longer. He will fight to the end. Thunder Emperor art, Thunder Reign Supreme, 4-yang swordplay, ultimate 4-yang descent, Azure Wind swordplay, ultimate Mad Wind, tenfold. Golden Overlord, Dragon 18 palms. Namkung suddenly paused, sensing something about to erupt. A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the black dragon struggled to break free. At this rate, won't the young master be in big trouble? If he keeps pushing himself, his life will be in danger. Looks like you're eager to be free. Very well then. Spread your wings and soar. Where there is yang, there is yin. 1 strike of ice dragon, 5 elements, fire dragon, water dragon, wood dragon, gold dragon, earth dragon, 1 strike. The 5 dragons lunged at Nam Kung So, but with a single strike, he cleaved them to pieces. My full-powered attack, shattered by a single sword swing? His hand trembles. There's no way he can block that sword strike. His brothers are too strong, and he's still as weak as he was in his past life when he lost to his eldest brother and had his Dantian destroyed. If I lose to third brother now, my hand will be as good as crippled. This fight is over. I knew he was strong, but I didn't realize the gap was this vast. Young master, you lose and you'll regret it. I swear I won't forgive you. I'll knock you upside the head. This brat, so what if the young master loses? Why are you making such a fuss? 500 taels of gold? I'm betting 500 taels of gold on the young master. Wait. Don't tell me you old geezers bet on the opponent? You traitors. The outcome of this match is clear. If he's hit by that sword technique, the wound will be even worse than the year-end assessment. I have to stop them, but suddenly he felt pressure. It was the Nam Kung family head, blocking him. Within, Deo is screaming, "What kind of person do you want to be?" I want to be a cultivator, but that's not really what I desire. I love martial arts. The relationships I have with everyone from my past life and this one, a new and truer dream has taken shape. A desire to be with them a little longer. I know how to break through my third brother's sword technique now. I just need to create a stronger, more perfect sword technique. I know I can see it. Before my regression, on the day of the young master's competition, the perfect sword technique, the final move that completely ruined my life. I never thought it would help me like this. Deo's brother is shocked. It's the supreme sword technique, our father's unique and perfect sword. Something even I admire and want to learn. How, little brother? A martial art that only those with the makings of a king can learn. The supreme martial art of the Namkung clan, and undeniably the strongest in all the martial world. I only remember one move of the supreme sword style, and I'll bet everything on it. Nam Kung So smirked. That's right. This is the match I've been waiting for. I knew I wasn't wrong. You are my only rival. Up until now, I've mostly sparred with elders, captains, and vice-captains, and of course, I've learned a lot from them. But I lost. As expected, you're strong. Your skills improve rapidly every day. At this rate, you'll surpass your older brother soon. Gradually, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were holding back when sparring with me, and every time I thought that, I felt terrible, envious of those who could fight their equals at full strength. So this is what it feels like. Little brother, let's meet often from now on. I want in too. You're being too loud. Sit down. Yes. So when are you planning to meet up? Let me tell you, our little piglet is at their cutest when they're eating. So call me when it's mealtime, okay? This is also the first time I'm unleashing my full power, so I can't control it. These words are unnecessary. That blade seems capable of cutting through anything in its path. His swordsmanship resembles a blade that can cleave through all that stands before him. But he's still just a man. How can a person become a blade? I will win and leave the Namkung clan. Everyone, get down here now. We can't let the internal energy and debris from the arena scatter. Understood. The young masters are making their moves again. Prepare yourselves. Oh, young master, the rising star of the younger generation, you're awake? How long was I out? Almost 2 days. I've been asleep that long. And why are you still here? Didn't you go home already? Actually, today is my last day with the Namkung family, and I just wanted to see you one last time before I left. Now that you're awake, I'll be on my way. Huh? I was just kidding. You're really leaving? Why so sudden? Is someone threatening you, forcing you to leave? No, it's just that I have something I need to take care of. I'll be back when I'm done. Judging by her expression, she wouldn't tell me even if I asked. Very well. Oh, right. What was the result of the match? Ah, never mind. I can guess what happened. Safe travels. Yes, I'll see you later. So I lost. Ah, damn it. But I did my best anyway. What's wrong? Did you carelessly leave something behind? Nam and Dahi heard this was good for the body, so I brought some. Thank you, brother, for visiting me in person. I'm so touched. I'll be going now. By the way, this seems to be a very high-grade elixir. Let's see. It seems you've made a full recovery. Huh, third brother Nam Kung So. Third brother, why are you here? Let's eat this first. I haven't even regulated my breathing yet, but I can already feel my vitality returning. As you know, I've become the rising star of this generation this year. Oh, that's right. Do you know what my wish for the clan leader is? You probably want to fight Namgungdae. I requested a transfer to the Azure Dragon Hall, where you'll be staying, because I want to fight you every day. Why? Why? Why does everything get more tangled the more I try to escape? We'll talk more once you're feeling better. 2 weeks just to open your eyes. I used to recover after just one night's sleep. No wonder your brothers dote on you so much, being this weak. Father, it seems I've taken the Great Completion Pill and the Great Purity Pill. No wonder the fragrance is so rich. Great Completion Pill and Great Purity Pill? Wait, if Father came all the way here, he must have. He startled me awake. I thought something serious had happened. Didn't I say the young master would awaken today or tomorrow? How boring. By the way, don't you think that old man is absolutely adorable? What's so cute about him? Are you able to channel your energy? No, I can't even stand up right now. Well, that's understandable. Hey kid, if it weren't for me and your father, you'd be playing chess with the Grim Reaper right now. But your father will tell you about the chess later. Even his Dantian is cracked. At this rate, he'll be in mortal danger. To heal him, we need pure internal energy equivalent to 10 Great Completion Pills. But where will we find that much? Leave it to me. Step aside. He's been channeling his inner energy into him for a week straight without rest. I didn't expect the old man to be so devoted to his own flesh and blood. By the way, I heard some news. Looks like you've got your third brother wrapped around your finger, huh? How did he know what you were thinking? I saw the official announcement this morning. Where was it again? I'll take it down immediately. That Ducheon brat has spread this news all over the Murim. So you've basically become the most powerful person in the Murim world. Even more so than the Namgung clan. How does it feel? Are you happy? Damn it, that bastard's gone mad. I definitely will. Please wait 1 year, master. After a year, I'll become worthy to stand beside you and return. Finally, I can move a little. That bastard. He just left a letter and vanished. Just wait until he gets back. It's just like that day when I first learned martial arts. After regressing, this was the first place I practiced, swinging my 3-talent sword all night long. I can feel the flow of energy in the world. Is this because I learned Namgungdae's swordsmanship? My senses are so sharp I can feel what's in the ground with my feet. The wind caressing my fingers, my ears, my body. I feel like I can catch them now, be it my brother, my father, or John. Enough with the aimless thoughts. I must focus on restoring my battered body to its original state. After days of drought, isn't this downpour wonderful? Are you all happy? I only meant for a drizzle. Why is it pouring? Oh no, my little darlings will die. Wait, something's different. 3 times the internal energy as before is flowing into me. This is powerful. This one is almost equal to a Jotian. My meridian size and density have doubled. Not only that, but my Dantian is also much larger than before. Has my body been completely transformed? Oh right, this isn't the time to worry about that. That's the end of the video. If you enjoyed the video, please hit that like button to support Gao.